2 and 8 moving down into the lower bracket to try and scrap for the remaining spots. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here to the analysis desk to get things rolling. My name's Kalaris, joining me is Toffees all the way over yonder, and we have got a lot to talk about because so far so good. We've already talked about it. 17 Sonics, even if they're on 5, looking fantastic up towards the top. Defend those positions, you're going to the grand final.
The hard part is defending it, because it's not just the great 8, which is what we're looking for today. These 16 teams all came to play, well, for the most part. There's a few that I think caught us off guard with some of their performance. We'll see if they can turn it around, but it's only 12 games. And I think that is something we don't often think about in this stage, is you have to start now. There's no extra games.
There's no ands or buts. There is just now here. We've got in that 14th of August slot, the winners bracket that we're currently in. We've already concluded the group stages earlier.
PGA
losers bracket later on, and then the grand finals after that cheeky day off, because we all need to recuperate, and those grand finalists need a good little time to get prepared for what's at stake.
What's at stake is $2 million in a prize pool. If you get first place, that's $600,000. That is a wild amount of money, and the drop off to second is significant. I also love that every position pays a little bit more, so everything you do matters, even in the bracket.
Yeah, definitely. If you're finishing through that 16 to 24, you've still got a little bit to scrap for. We've got ourselves the format as a whole, though. We do find ourselves in the winners bracket already, as I mentioned here. Losers bracket later on, and then grand finals afterwards. Of course, the grand finals, all important. It's a little bit longer compared to the previous stages, so you've got your chance to kind of really eke out your numbers across 18 matches here, Toffees, to really get yourself that #1 spot.
And you're going to need it, because you look at the participating teams. Yeah. These are incredible, and there's some top teams that are sort of waiting losers bracket that I think are going to turn things around when we get to the grand final. So those extra 6 games are going to make a very big difference when we talk about sort of chasing those PGS points and getting your ability to go to PGC.
And these are the winner bracket teams at the moment. We've already mentioned some that have done well for themselves here, as I think one that does stand out that's not quite had the easiest of time in the winners bracket so far, even though they got a win on the board, was Tai Lu.
I don't understand how. Okay, I'm just going to say it. Everyone else who has a chicken dinner is in the top 5 right now. We played 6 games. Tai Lu is sitting all the way down in 11th with only 29 points. They got, what, 17 of those points in the first game, and they're just struggling to keep up. But with a team like that, with Shen as good as he was in the previous round, I just don't understand it. There's nothing else I can. I don't know why it's not working.
If I could just have him not die early because he's on my fantasy team, that'd be brilliant. Anything pre-10 minutes? No, that's a no-go, please. But yes, so far the road to PGC is as follows: 17. I mean, they've already got 200 points. They're already no doubt going to be doing well and going. But the fact of the matter is, if they keep this #1 spot and then roll into the grand finals, getting even more PGC points, it actually makes things narrower, close towards that 4th place border.
It does, and the reason the 4th place border is so important is if you get one of those 4 bids through PGS, it opens up an extra PGC slot potentially for your region. So if you're at home and you're watching these guys play, you're going to be cheering for those if you want your region to be more represented at PGC.
A lot of points across the board so far scored. I do think, though, Toffees, that our 8th place position barrier going into that grand final, I think it's going to be close. These teams on the right-hand side, they've still got a lot to play for.
They have a lot to play for. Yesterday, the best game was 24 points. And that is something, I guess, right, yes, 24 points. And that means that literally anybody can jump to the top of the board. Now, let's look at our top performers. These were the big 3 coming out of yesterday. Tycon has become a non-surprise. He seems like he's always playing well. This region, I don't know what they're having for breakfast. Tycon, Hamas, all of these guys are outrageously good.
The terrifying thing about Cerberus is, whilst we see him at #1 right now, is that 37 of their 41 points yesterday were from kills, which is insane. And actually, let's take a look at 2 of the players to watch as well. Thanado, you know what? That cheeky guy, as the look at the players to watch, brought to you by LG Ultra Gear, he popped off, and he was a budget pick in fantasy.
I mean, this is one of those things. I think if you're a fan, and this is not taking anything away from the team, not expect them to be in 3rd coming into today. That team popped off. They played smart. They considered themselves sort of a slower, let's look at the outside. I don't want to get involved. When I talk to them, like, we're going to play quietly at this event. They were getting pretty aggressive. They were making some big plays. They were the first mortar kills of this event. Like, they are thinking outside the box, and it's working for them right now.
I like it, because it did feel like a slow starter for the group stage, right? Kind of eking through compared to some of the teams that were a bit more flashy. But yesterday, I think when we watched them do the emergency pickup drop on Tego and get to that compound, that was instrumental in them being able to take the victory here. But over Honor, highhonor.com, you can check out the mobile phone sport sponsor that we have available to us, the Magic 5 Pro, so make sure to check that out as well. But yeah, Terran 5 look fantastic.
They look fantastic, and I think one of my biggest takeaways now that they're also sort of doing this is this region is terrifying. I don't know if they're listening to the Spotify anthem for G8 constantly over on Spotify.com. I know we are. Maybe that's it. Maybe they're hyped because of it. But if you look at Cerberus, you look at Expendables, you look at Marathon 5 now, these teams are going to make a Nations Cup very exciting.
Yeah.
But they're also going to setting a stage for PGC for a region to get very excited.
I think it's awesome. The fact that, of course, we come off the back of having a world champion from EMEA. We have America looking great at the moment here, trying to challenge for those top spots. 17 from China looked awesome in PGS1. APAC and America, I will say as well, is kind of shaking things up a lot. So we're getting to this kind of equilibrium of skill across regions here, Toffees, that makes things really, really pumped for the next.
And I do think part of it is the changes, right? This is the first event where we're seeing the new map, we're seeing new items, we're seeing new ways to play. Like the emergency pickup, for instance. If I had to pick a team that's using it better and more often than anyone else, it's Marathon 5. They're using it in almost every single game, while other teams are using it as a backup plan. It seems like it's part of their general go-to strategy. And so I do think changes have made us stronger.
Yeah, it's been a good time. My only slight wish would be having 2-2-2. I would love to see 2 Tagos per day, but it's by the by. Yes, we are now ready to get things going here for day 2 of the winners bracket here at Gamers 8 for PGS2. Let's get it on.
Shot's gonna come out. It's gonna be Tyloo getting their second game. And what a play there! That was a beautiful display.
中国的战队每天都在进步，在这样一个不可企及的高度，我相信我们会很轻松晋级决赛。
And now look at the Expendables, Matt. They are making the push. They know this is their window of opportunity.
Chúng tôi không hề cảm thấy sợ hãi. Chúng tôi có thể đè bẹp tất cả những đội chúng tôi gặp.
We didn't come to Riyadh to lose. We came here to destroy everything.
This is insane what these guys are doing.
Групповой этап и сетка победителей — это лишь ступеньки на пути к успеху. Мы приехали сюда для участия в гранд-финале.
Here have just made this an absolute Alamo for themselves.
저희는 그룹 스테이지에서 잘할 자신 있었기 때문에 위너 그렇게 올라오는 건 당연하다 생각해요.
We're a step ahead of the game, and it's not worth your energy trying to catch up.
Todo el mundo puede pensar que es algo sorprendente, pero es algo natural para nosotros.
Just like that, one volley over the top as PL claims to 3.
목표는 당연히 우승입니다. 리아드까지 왔는데 챔피언 타이틀 정도는 가져가야 되지 않겠어요? 한번 증명해 볼게요. 오늘의 주인공은 아나가 될 것입니다.
Six more games to figure out who's going to be going into the final bracket of all of this and who's going to have to be playing through the lower bracket. So there's a lot of stakes to be had as we got a pretty Erangel heavy day, but we're kicking everything off on Miramar.
That is true, and as you said, this is a fight for the top 8. They will be moving on to the grand finals, and they will not have to deal with the absolute minefield that I'm sure the lower bracket is going to be. And so far, winner's bracket has not disappointed at all, Matt.
Oh, yeah, we can see that. We'll take a quick look at 17 Gaming, who's been having a phenomenal run. Just right back behind them, though, is going to be Sonics, who have been, I guess, perpetual rivals as we look internationally. Consistently dropping up on top of each other, making life hard for each other. Now finally saying, okay, let's separate this one out. And now just neck and neck on the leaderboard.
Yeah, Sonics have really stepped it up here. Obviously, I did kind of mention this a little bit on the desk in that brief pre-show, was the fact that ever since bringing on Gutter, we have seen them kind of look a little little more alive at the international events. Obviously, you know, PGIS winners, but that was a long time ago. And even in some of the international events after that, they've kind of had issues finding their footing. But I feel like Machine Gunner has been an absolute boon. He's been a huge asset to the team and bringing them consistency. And looking at it now, obviously they made it out of the group stage. They find themselves currently in second place with 50 points here in the winners bracket. And so it's looking very good for them to push their team to the grand finals.
Speaking of teams that we have some expectations for, I don't know, anytime PO's on a team, I think a lot of people are kind of giving it an eye as Gen G having themselves a pretty solid day as well. This top is very, very connected. Should be pointed out right now, Gen G and FaZe presently tied, but still only 4 points behind who's in first place.
Yeah, the top 8 of this is going to be very much heavily contested. It's been very close. Kalaris was actually talking about it as well in the green room. This has been probably one of the tightest races in a winners bracket international we've had in quite a while. So even talking about Gen G, right? As we look at the boys, the Luminosity boys, I wanted to touch upon Gen G and what you said, right? Because they have had quite a few games where they actually haven't looked that great,
пчелку
right?
хоть убери, ты, блядь, не видишь ничего, ты как лутаться будешь. Молится там.
But that is also the thing with Gen G is all it takes is one very big game, which they have had, especially the last game coming into yesterday.
Давайте.
They somehow will
Let's go!
punch it no matter what the results were before, you know, that final game or the final bracket.
I mean, is it an international if Gen G isn't just making
Нахер ты мне это дал, на забери.
amount of hair that he's got? They just like try to drive you crazy, right? Yeah, you know that we talk about the consistency being king kind of situation inside of PUBG. They go with an entirely different strategy.
Yes, their strategy is all or nothing. It's just finding the opportunity as well. But another team that we had just briefly seen as we're now looking at the boys, the Falcons, who have also, you know, find themselves currently in 8th place. They've had some pretty consistent games across the board, aside from some 16th here. Is the fact that Danawa actually really needs to step up. This is a team that all of us talked about ad nauseum at the start of the tournament. Obviously, group stages, there are some immense, obviously, expectations coming out of that team. They have kind of been struggling.
I mean, look at our bottom 8 right now. LG, Danawa, Tyloo after the performance during the group stage. Petrichor Road, Navi, Day Trade, question mark? What? So much that we're going to be looking at here is, don't worry, we still have half the games to go as we're kicking everything off. Miramar bound.
Miramar, again, we've talked about it before, my favorite map, but look at this plane path, Matt. It is very much West Coast, and even if you're stretching to an area like Minas General or even Hacienda is going to be quite the stretcher for some of those teams that do actually want to go towards the east.
But trailer park
Они темы есть, все на
I
месте, ребята.
knew eventually at some point we were going to have to talk about it. But yes, trailer park is at the end of this plane path.
Hey, but we're moving away from that, like, Impala Puerto area that we spent a lot of time
Yeah, we saw a lot of circles. In fact, we saw 2 circles yesterday when you or Toby were casting that pretty much centered on Impala, one of them just being a little bit more north side. We, yeah, I will say, though, in discussing that with Martin as well as James, is the fact that if there's any area of unplayable circle, the East Coast is actually not the worst because there's so much terrain around Impala as well as Paraíso, where there is a lot of, you know, there's enough space for the teams to get quite close.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I was talking about yesterday. It's one of my favorite areas to watch competitive PUBG.
It's fun to fight it. I've actually really enjoyed circles fighting there.
Not to mention, it's not just all technically tan. You get like some greenery.
Yeah, a little bit.
You get some thrown in there to make it a bit more. This is just the continual drop of most of the owners that we've seen. LG as well as Falcons being just, I mean, pretty polite neighbors, honestly. I don't even think that we've seen them kind of bump into each other.
And as we know, Los Leones is more than big enough to accompany 2, if not sometimes even we've seen 3 teams there actually coexist for the time being.
Look at Dylan. He's kind of stretching down that direction too. It looks like he might be trying to eye out what's going on over there and maybe get into some of those crates.
Мне кажется, КМ, они еще летят до сих пор. О, здравствуйте. Здравствуйте, здравствуйте.
Not the start that Sonics wanted, I promise you.
That was a cheeky little way to kick this whole thing off. Is yeah, just picking up a quick kill, gonna be running away. We do see the rest of Cerberus playing in the low ground. It's more graveyard sided, but it's been Sonics not going into the PKA itself, instead going up to power plant, and this time gonna lose one early due to it. But the circle kind of centered in a no man's land area.
Мне кажется,
Yeah,
когда
just to the
QM
east
не
of Shimmer
падали,
there is quite a lot of open space. It's actually a massive gully, essentially, for a lot of these teams to play. We do see Dynamo actually the benefactors of this circle shift, and so they're going to be able to set up pretty much wherever they want. As you can see, Salute.
Опа, тут Нави уже
Setting up in
подписывает.
church, and look at this. Navi now
А тут
is trying to
прикрытие.
get the Expendables
Ай,
tag.
Нок,
Look at the
хорошо.
trade, now just one E and one
Хорошо,
apiece.
хорошо, верхнего он будет добивать. Ну ты продаешь тиммейта, урод! Ну ты же верхнего нокнул, ну ёпара. А, ну там ушел на мод стрелялся. Господи, Нави, что такое?
That was madness. I think he tried to hit him with the bike. I mean, he just sent it straight up. But that, again, Navi just with issues in the winners bracket, currently in 13th place. I mean, they were terrors in the group stage. And another team with a start that they guarantee you were not looking for.
But did not like that.
No, neither did Alia.
So we'll have to keep an eye on them. But this has kind of been the tail mark, right? We've been seeing Cerberus as well as the Expendables. Early game combat. That's their bag. That's what they want. And it throws off so many of these teams, specifically the ones that usually lean into a much more formulaic drop pattern right off the start. Sure. These disruptors in circles 2 and 3 that these two squads are bringing out have been the definitive section of what we looked at during the group stage.
Yeah, but at the same time, Matt, I mean, that's the symptoms of an international event, right? Yeah. When you have group stages, when you have these rotating groups, as well as when you get in a winner's bracket against teams that, first of all, you're probably not even going to have in your groups at all times, it creates these kind of variables. But again, that's where also APAC has absolutely thrived. And the fact that the consistency, not only in their ability to team fight and win pretty much every team fight, both the Expendables and Cerberus, but also just their macro and the rotations have looked so much cleaner than they have in past international events.
I mean, I've joked before in the past that chaos can be a ladder, and these two squads know how to bring that chaos onto teams and just disrupt. It's always like the most inappropriate times too. It's like the other teams like just sitting there like, see, I'm just gonna do some looting. Nah, you're gonna go ahead and just be dead right off the get-go, man.
So 17 Gaming, our current first place team here in winners bracket, they've just looked so impressive. And as they said coming into this event, even before the group stages, a lot of people weren't expecting them to win PGS1. I certainly wasn't, and they were really able to kind of turn that around and not only become champions, but now come in and go into the winners bracket and still maintain first place. Is just they've been a force to reckon with here.
It's just sometimes gotta make sure you're keeping your gun good, cooked, ready to go.
It's also just letting people know, like, hey,
I'm here.
Hey, I see you.
I'm here. There's somebody in this location. While we talk about that, 17 is collapsing down a bit close to the LG and Danoa lines. LG having already left Los Leones Falcons as well, as we were talking about that. Really, it's just our northern teams that have yet to make their way into all of this. There's also the potential of, I guess, a couple of pot shots being exchanged here between DraftKey and Jeems. As you can see, Jeems at about half-life, but that hillside's going to be enough to kind of create a line of demarcation that they're not going to cross.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, you were talking about rotations, looking at a lot of the teams that are...
So we've got ourselves a quick little interview that I believe that's going to be LG's kickstart. So let's get an idea on what's going on with the squad.
Not at all. I think we're getting embarrassed so far, like the entire time. I don't think we've ever played this bad, and honestly, I don't know why I'm even doing an interview, but I am. But we are playing absolutely terrible. I don't know if we won like a single team fight, so I think that's probably why, and we're just playing really bad. I don't think it's bad luck or anything, we're just playing terrible. Honestly, I don't know. It's more of just like, we're just losing gunfights, and we're just getting shit on pretty much, so I think I'm going to play like a lot of rank tonight and hope that helps, but I really don't know. I don't think there's much like more strategy we could do. I think we're playing like very well macro-wise, and we're in good positions, but we just lose like every single gunfight we take, so it's just, you can't really like make a strategy to improve on your gunfights. Like, we're just playing bad and we just need to fix it. But there's no like straight answer strategy for just losing your gunfight.
An interview that just hits me to my core.
I love Kick so much.
I get what he's saying, though. I mean, again, LG have put themselves in great positions in a lot of these games, but they have not been winning team fights. And as Kick said, like, it's just, there's really no strategy. We just have to get, kind of our stuff together, so to speak. And I'll tell you this, I also
said shit, so we can't do, right?
Yeah, right. So they got to get their shit together, and that's absolutely correct. And as someone who's been there, right, sometimes you have a day or a couple days at an event where things just don't go your way. That's just PUBG. All these boys know that. But I'll tell you this, when I was sitting in the lobby the other day, right before winter started, he came through and he just kind of looked at me with this big smirk on his his face. He's like, I don't know how we made it, but we made it, and he was ecstatic. So I am hoping that is kind of a little bit of a shot of adrenaline that they need, as they currently sit in ninth, so they're right on the cusp. They're not doing too bad, but yeah, I will say as well, as you know, if LG can get their shit together and they can start winning those team fights, they are going to be a force to reckon with because their macro and positioning has been very good.
Yeah, they've been one of the few teams that have been opting kind of more edge strategy in a centered kind of meta. This time they did opt into going center pretty quickly, no surprise. I mean, they had to move.
Вот это ля сверху сидит. Это что вообще, блядь, сколько это? 75 лет?
Whenever you talk to people like Kick,
Ну, ты,
there
блядь,
is
нахуй,
no
как
like,
бы, не
oh,
знаю,
well,
блядь.
yeah, we need to do this and that. They're very
Он
just
выглядит на
direct.
глаз, как
They're
все, блядь,
brutally
не
honest. They're
слышно.
brutally honest with themselves, and that's
Да,
what I
брат,
love
мне
to
вот
see
так же
players. Like, those are my favorite type of players. Like, nah, we're doing everything right. I just can't pull my trigger good. Yeah, like that's
специально обученный
sure.
человек.
It's nice that there's no excuses, right? It's like, look, we're just not winning team fights. Again, as someone who's been there, it doesn't feel great, but you know what you need to fix, right? You just need to get your mental right, maybe go play some ranked, as he said, maybe sit in the training range and just practice your sprays or whatever. But yeah, I'm not really worried about them. I think getting that kind of second chance to get into the winners bracket will be very good for them, and at the very least, you know, they do have losers lower bracket for more games to improve.
This will be the last thing I hit on with that, but I just want to go back into the macro conversation you're talking about with LG. Contemplate, by Kickstart saying himself, we haven't won a team fight. They've managed to make it just off of their macro in positioning into the winners bracket, and they're presently 1 point out of being in the top 8 coming into this one. So the macro is good. Sooner or later, they'll just try to find a way to win a team fight, and we'll see how that goes. I'm actually pretty happy, though, because we're looking at a Chuma circle, and I wanted to make sure that you got a Chuma circle.
Yeah, I mean, Chuma circle obviously is where I was the most comfortable playing both originally and internationally, but for this circle as well, when we look at a team like D plus Kia, right? They are going to be in a solid position here. They really need to, I mean, you want to talk about a team that needs to get it together when it comes to team fights. They've been struggling, right? They've been not only struggling in team fights, though, some of their rotations have really been causing them a lot of issues. So I would love for them, even if they don't make it to the top 8, to at least get some momentum going, so when they do go to the lower bracket, they're going to be able to have a much better time down there.
I usually don't like to kick a team when they're down. It's kind of astounding to me that D plus Kia that's here right now, they have a second place and 12 points.
Yeah,
that's harsh. That lets you know how the day has been going for them yesterday. Is Zenith is going to pick up the kill on to Flash, that I believe Sonic's got the initial knock on to. Is this no man's land to the north is going to be where we're seeing a couple of teams get picked up. It's going to be, you can see Sonics that are playing just to the southeast of where Daytrade's going to be at. Just to the southeast of them, they're perpetual friends, right? In 17 Gaming, that's going to be right down below them, and then Zenith's going to be to the south of that, where Dana was kind of hiding out. This one's a lot more, I guess, open as far as the circle goes, as we're getting ready for the next one to pop and see where we're going.
А вот, что это такое?
Yeah, we've had nothing but southern shifts. We see James now getting a nice
Это
spray
что
out to
тут?
EJ.
Ай. А, ну фейс-клан, это дефолт, ребята. Фейс-клан в опене бегает, это дефолт. Это вчера не
Any mistake is punished, and that was one of the things that I do have to point out whenever we go back to looking at like the expendables and Cerberus. Sometimes teams could get away with an easier kind of rotation, right? In circles 2 and 3, because if you made like a small mistake in rotation, it wasn't as exploited. Those guys are waiting to pounce when they see them now, and that's what they've been getting a lot out of. Is you can see it's going to be T plus Kia losing Americano, and now the slight rotation more into that Los Leones southern area is going to be. This is pretty similar in an area to what we saw yesterday's circle.
Somewhat, yeah. Much more central, though, as you were saying, to the west of Los Leones. And there's actually so many different elevations and nice little compounds to play around here. The problem is a lot of those are already taken.
Они опять что-то там вообще, блядь, нарезают, я понять не могу. Все, гляньте, дерутся, все ПТСики лутают, все, они там что-то... Вот они сейчас на перо могут наткнуться. Нет, нельзя, что
when we are looking at rotations as well, the Northwest is going to get a little claustrophobic. I do like some of the rotations coming in, even from a team like Question Marks. They may come down in the Southwest. Anywhere on the direct west will be decent. Those mountains and ridges are actually very conducive for a good rotation, as well as a nice position to play on the high ground.
It's kind of funny when we look at how Petrichor Road and Phase are set up here. The rougher lands that has a lot more areas that you can kind of hide out in, you know, like the more verticality and stuff like that. They can't really path into this too easily because the way that the hillsides are kind of lined in, it's forcing most of our teams to still kind of play in that more open area that's in the north. That LG, Sonics, as well as 17 has a lot more control over.
Yeah, LG has a very nice split, as you mentioned. I do worry, though, if a team like 17 wants to get a little aggressive, or even if they find a knock, they will, as you said, absolutely exploit any mistakes made by any of the teams here. And that's just the level of international play. I mean, you will be punished for things that at a regional level you will not.
Jinji and a Shack in circle number 2 is just Jinji doing what Jinji kind of wants to here. Looks like they're trying to line up their vehicle up.
Want to is a strong word. What they must.
they said it. They're like, no, we want center circle. And they're like, there's only a Shack there. That's fine. Center circle is what we want. And they moved their vehicle to make sure that they couldn't get shot from that angle. This is their home for now.
And the dangerous thing about Shacks, and we've been seeing it all tournament long so far, is just how devastating Blue Zone's grenades can be, right? We've seen grenades, obviously smokes, that they've always been kind of detrimental to people playing in Shacks, but now even Blue Zone grenades, you don't even have to land the nade in the Shack.
Yeah, that's what I love about it. It's such a good breaching tactic that you can kind of use to get all the safety of Shacks. Definitely a thing of the past, to say the least. Is looking in, most of our teams pretty centered in on this area where we see Jinji, Danoa, T5 kind of all hanging out at. The territory is not the most conducive to having this many teams here. This is one of the reasons why you're seeing so many Shacks just kind of laid out. One of our few teams that really hasn't, I guess, cemented in position is QM. They braved that more vertical area down to the south and are having to go up and down the hillsides. But if the circle shifts here, they're going to be like king of the mountain.
That's exactly the rotation I was hoping they would take when I was talking about the conduciveness of that hill and what they can see with all the sidelines ahead of them. So I'm actually very happy to see that question mark has realized that rotation was available to them, and they've now taken a nice position. Now, if this does hard shift to the east, which at this point the circles we've seen so far, man, it wouldn't surprise me. They still even have like a nice little foothold to rotate from. So really like this from question mark, because we do see Iceland actually getting dangerously close to them.
Getting finally a nicely centered up circle means that not too many of our teams are going to have to do too much. Pechcore Road, you can see, was also kind of venturing along this path. They're going to get shooted away by question mark. Question mark's position not going to be inside this circle, but there is another hilltop that they can kind of take just to the south of phase that they might be able to scout out and see. 17 Gaming on the outlier of this one. They do have themselves D plus Kia. That's just going to be the west, as well as Daydream. But Sonics, where's it going? Oh man, I always get nervous whenever I hear these things just fly overhead, because you never know. Miramar is just so conducive to it, too.
Yeah, there's so many little dips and gullies and just
хорошая хае пошла, хорошая, нет? Да, хорошая! И туда же еще. Блять, промазал, брат, надо было чуть-чуть. Или добил.
That is going to slow down whatever it is that Sonics were trying to cook over here. Pechcore Road did move down and shift into the hillside, but they're not going to have a good vision on this just quite yet, as that res should come out, and Pechcore Road's not wanting to move too much more. This is kind of a symptom of the circle, right? There's not much really more that Pechcore Road can do. But on the bonus side of this, they have Sonics entirely surrounded.
Well, yeah, they have Sonics in a very difficult position, especially with Chewy. They're kind of gatekeeping, but he does have to be careful, because if he goes down, that forward position for Pechcore will be lost. As we now see a warehouse fight here between the Falcons and looks like the Expendables here.
Circle 3, time to get some kills, right?
Falcons as well, yeah.
And this is what they're trying to exploit the most. They try to find weakened squads. Well, not even weakened squads,
splits,
just splits. And they're like, hey, we can come in here. We think that we can win the 2v2s, and they have been. That's just been the key to success for them.
Yeah, Expendables have just been kind of amazing. Is really the only word to call them. Even though they are just in 7th play, the elevated status of their play has just been wonderful to watch. Obviously, Cerberus as well, just been world beaters here. And APAC has shown up in a way that is very exciting for me.
It's so fun to watch. They give us that extra little bit of spice right in the mid-game, kind of throw off a couple of the teams, make it a little bit more chaotic, as this is, I like this setup, but both teams playing very defensive, except for really 777, who's a bit more on the dance, looking around. If you're wondering why Falcons are playing more in the defensive strategy, look at Delwyn up at range over there. He can kind of take some shots in, but it looks like we are going to see Falcons firmly regroup, and that tends to be where Expendables goes, okay, we don't really want this that much anymore.
Yeah, but for the Expendables, if they do want to approach this later, I mean, they have the opportunity, especially with they have these wide angles. Delwyn on the east there could potentially even go for a southern wrap on this. And Falcons, I mean, this is their home now. They're not going anywhere for quite a while. But fortunately, with the circle, this is actually going to be a nice position, even if it does shift off of them.
Speaking of some rotations here, you can see that LG is getting a bit more active, trying to use this hillside, getting some vision of what's going on Pechcore Road, but that's going to be a bit more chaotic, as we do have Pechcore Road with Mill way back behind Day Trade that's taking some shots, and he's going to be receiving bullets coming out from Flood, as we do get that southeastern shift, and that is a hellacious circle.
Yeah, so the southwest of this circle is pretty much barren and open. There's actually not too much to play, because all the teams in the center have taken what would be playable area here. So you even have Genji in that shack will be gatekeeping that from the northwest, and Danawa in a nice position here to cut off a lot of rotations now. So for the teams on the north or the northwest, this is going to be somewhat difficult. We see Sonics already getting in their vehicles, trying to get away from what will be quite a build-up there.
Using the opportunity that was provided with those couple of shots from LG, just going to try to send it by. Danawa's going to be taking some shots into them. LG has some pathing options, but none of them are going to be comfortable. For a team, saying the fact that they were having some trouble in team fights, they've got Jinji and Danawa in front of them, just direct line. Ppoцecсоп Road, day trade to the south, and it's going to be 17 Gaming to the east. So,
yeah,
that's harsh.
Ppoцecсоп will be trying to rotate here into Sonics, though, Matt, as well as they're going to have a decent position here to actually start throwing nades and getting some utility over. So they have to be very careful, Sonics does, to not eat any knocks, otherwise
Нет, нет, нет!
team potentially looking at this position. If they can help Ppoцecсоп get rid of
Не
them,
нокайся.
then third party that situation and get this nice little west edge for themselves.
And you can see this is going to be a lot of ravine fighting, just trying to make it work. LG trying to
Думаю,
split that high
блядь,
ground for as
нокать,
long as they can.
ты чума.
But just look at the stack of teams that are going to be in front of them. Keep in mind, LG is on the edge here, and they need to push their way through. Ppoцecсоп Road needing to do something fairly similar, but looks like LG might be eyeing a bit more into that 17 line, but they just can't get the knock on Lugos, and that's going to make it to where they can't really commit into that. Keep in mind, though, Lugos is technically more of a Jinji player than he is
А,
a
тут
17
парашютисты,
player. So he is
ой-ой-ой.
way closer to that.
Look at this, the parachute coming in from day trade have now found themselves on the east side of the circle. They're going to be on top of this brick building, so this is a nice little spot. They don't necessarily have to fight. They have decent vision on a lot of teams around them. The problem for them will be the expendables who have a split and they're very aware of what's just happened.
Okay, we got Sonics trying to fend up Ppoцecсоп Road, trying to make their run in. Some are going to be coming down. It's going to be Loki for Danawa that actually gets the vision into this. Crossfire going to be hellacious on Ppoцecсоп Road. They've got that hillside that they need to try to navigate. That's why there's so many smokes back behind Ppoцecсоп Road. They're trying to make the push down into this one. But Sonics just has to hold this line, playing through the smokes, trying to jump between them.
Надо играть, брат, уже.
Two of their members already down solo as cover is running away from Ppoцecсоп Road, doing a great job on reading it, but just Tig remaining.
Ppoцecсоп and Chewy have been looking at this for so long.
Ай, хорош, Тиджи, хорош! Хорош! Куда вы лезете, молодые? Это что там за минометная стрела? Лучший. Лучший вообще озона идет. Я думаю, все-таки подзадушат.
At the time, for the very least, at the very least, they will be able to recover that as, yeah, wow, we didn't even see it, but LG is just out of there. Riddle falls to Xiaowu. But Sonics have saved themselves, and they have a little bit of a dip on the very west edge. They might be able to play. The problem is Danawa to the north will be able to see that.
So now Sonics, yeah, I'm going to say pathing's going to get more peculiar. The south's also going to get pretty loud here in just 1 minute as we have phase. Question mark. Cerberus, all pathing pretty similar to each other. Danawa going to be looking at a bit more.
Ребята, 1QM! Ребята! Ребята! 10 минут прошло. Где QM-чики наши родненькие?
Shack, and they know that
Yeah,
the problem for
massive
Gen G is that
UAV.
is actually suppressing them. So Danawa could potentially take a push on that Shack, get rid of them, and they actually have a beautiful ridge right in front of that to play. If
Где
they can
наши
just,
QM-чики?
again, get rid of Taman and Pio.
And for anybody that's been
Где
curious,
ты,
yes,
родненький?
Navi is alive, and they finally made it to the safe zone. They've been outside of the win for quite a while right now, just letting this one play out, being a bit more safe after losing to Rogue.
Welcome to the game. Yeah, I guess. But yeah, we did see them lose 2 members very early, so it is it's going to be Uba and Alia, the last 2 members of that team, trying to make their way to the circle. But they came in on a very contested southern edge with a lot of teams already spread out. As we can see, a nice split there from Cerberus as well. So this is going to be quite the task. We also see question mark rotating in. This is pretty much their best approach. This is where they have to rotate. Look at Dutchie's right around the corner here, Matt.
Nade's going to come out, but they're going to pop out on the opposing side. Dante's going to take some damage on it. Dutchie's already going to go down. Shotguns, but oh no! Self-nade, but that should be resable. The issue with it is
costing them time, though, Matt.
It is some time. Tanfu now repositioning away. Remember the fact that Day Trade's also over here. Cerberus has 2 members. FaZe is just kind of listening and trying to figure out what pathing they want to take because they're just in the middle of a field and might eye more to east. Also, don't forget, Navi right back behind question mark as well.
right? Navi is going to look for an opportunity, a window to try to strike and maybe get themselves in a decent little position here. The problem is the south is so open. We also see FaZe actually making a mad dash now, going for the west, potentially the position. We see Sonics in this little dip right here.
Oh, they cut away from it. They go, nope, instead we're going to go over this Tyloo position. Nade is prepped, going to be coming out. Oh, but it doesn't go quite far enough. That means the fact that we're going to have to see him run up this. And now this has just gone entirely. First floor collected by FaZe Clan.
And they're going to get a nice compound for themselves as well. They want to go, but trade for trade, Tyloo is still here. And they are fighting the angles, but the grows up from Jeeves will be too strong, and he'll find two!
That was well played coming out. FaZe Clan going to go ahead and get their foothold in on this one. Problem is, they do have a spattering of players that are all around. Long's creeping up back behind this. Oh,
look at Sonics.
He decides to go away from it, though. Going to step away, and they're just going to go right into the backside of this. They have to make something happen.
Не понял, что тут за заруба была.
Shrimzy down, and now Hwin going to be having to wait on the outside because of the molly.
Oh, but Salute actually going to find Hwin, and that was going to be difficult regardless. I do like the idea that Sonics tried to execute, but again, Long's so ready with that molly, he decided to just, you know what, at this point, I'm getting crashed by two teams, I might as well take care of one of them. And he let FaZe recover, so it's the lesser of two evils, I guess.
In a world where everybody else is fighting, trying to figure out what's going on, we've got T5 in the middle of the circle. Yet again,
on 5, man. They're making it work, man. Even that smoke to get across the ridge, they have really impressed me so far in the winners bracket. Even in group stages, a Salute now just trying to get rid of Pio.
Pio doesn't go down easy. Already got one. Finally, it's going to be Gen G getting eliminated. Becomes the cost of Loki. But with this, guess what? 17 Gaming heard this, and looks like they're cresting the hillside. Nade's already going to be coming down, moving very aggressively into this one. Soul's going to be playing right up on the front, singing maybe he can pick up in. But he's got himself an LMG for a close-range fight, and that is going to spell doom for Dano if they're not careful.
Yeah, the MG3 is devastating as well. The variable rate of fire there when you ramp that bad boy up to about 900, it shreds up close. Xiaomi and the rest of the team from 17, they know they need to hold this from Danoa because they've been eyeing this and they knew that that was pretty much their only approach once they got rid of Gen G. So very good heads up from 17 to kind of hold out the team of Danoa before they even make an approach to the circle because Theraton 5 is going to be looking at all of this, Matt.
8 kills trying to crest in. They have an idea on where some of the defensive line is going to be at. They see the throwables coming out. Can't find too much, but they do find Little Ghost. Now starting to move this a bit more aggressively. They know that they need to be moving. Bluezone's going to be coming in back behind him. That's going to be a one down. As Soul is going to find himself getting knocked into that stage. 17 Gaming now just leaning in the fences on the hillside. But Soul, he's got the aim and he's trying to work his way into it. Just 2 left up for 17 Gaming as the blue creeping in right now.
Xiaowu trying to get Xiao Bei up as we see Suju now being the line of defense here to try to delay this push coming in from Danoa. As Soul is also going to be recovered by Anonix in the back, and this fight is becoming a battle of time as Blue is slowly
Озонка-то давит, Озонка-то давит. Озонка-то уже бьется сильно.
He is just walking it down. 17 Gaming right now. Just one member up. Bluezone's going to put in some work, but at the end, it is going to be Danoa that finds it with some help from Anonix finally. But you can see Salute's going to go down a valiant sacrifice.
They have a little bit of a ridge on this side to maybe use to rotate in, Matt, but this was the problem that we were talking about. Getting in the circle above this is going to be difficult because of the position of Theraton 5, and in fact, Hotspot and Pathenbong have taken that as we see James getting a knock from the concrete building there just to the southwest.
That said, look at how much points Danoa's already committed into this one. Sitting at 11 kills right now. They're going to be right on the edge of this and have to walk into essentially a death trap. Like, look at this. This is already prepped up. Only benefit is the fact that FaZe is also kind of going after what's going on with T5, but it's not going to matter at the end of it. Throwable's just too strong from that range. Walking across a road on Miramar when everybody can see there.
Еще одна хаешечка туда же идет. Ой-ой-ой, ой, ой. Это что? Это Дебальцево. Тиматик закидала там.
Falcons now gonna have to leave their compound, creep a bit more down. Question mark. Now the outliers inside this is they do have Cerberus that's gonna be in front of them.
Вот они, темчики, вот они, вот они.
Over the circle, but they are playing the low ground, so that is going to open up a couple of more maneuverability options for question mark. The problem with it is, which way do you go? Do you go Falcons? Do you go Cerberus? Falcons are a bit more entrenched on angle. Well, hey, you know, let's just go ahead and get some assistance off of this.
А, нет, 5 кило. Давай, давай, Доузи, хорошо! Добить, а дождик жить!
This is always going to be the problem for Falcons. Even though they had the position in the circle, they were in a massive bowl, Matt, and so it was going to be very easy for the other teams like Question Mark to pull
Ай-яй-ай-ай.
just find those
Ага,
angles, and Cerberus
допикался,
as well
сука,
will help
допикался.
get rid of the Falcons.
Okay, well, you saw kind of what happened to Falcons there, question mark.
Этих трех этих пойзы вообще, вы что, блядь, у вас одних нет, что ли? Вот роды не носят с собой. Они ты пятых закидали, этих кесов, как их там, закидали нахуй. Ну там разрезались нахуй, нет? Разрез. А Даллас опять ногу не успевает из-за зоны, да, ну, кстати,
And of course, FaZe started the first day of winners bracket here with a win as well, and many kills to their side. 11 and for that 12th, as they are almost certainly going to close this one out, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, Moss has had himself a great run with it, but FaZe is going to come in, keep it clean, keep it simple, and just very, very effective through the entirety of this game. Read the circles through and through, and just bring out a massive amount of round power just on top of that.
Пискью, Сониксу не повезло, что потеряли одного там. Ошибся парень. КМ, я говорю, едут, блядь. Ту катку едут, они едут, блядь.
And that was just, it was clinical, right? In the circle, I mean, it just was brutal. We saw how many teams had to move, especially in the north side. The rotations weren't great. The area to play wasn't even that great. Even their top 5, who had a central position, had difficulty holding it, especially once FaZe got rid of the teams that were sharing the compound with them.
It has just been so cruel. Like, I don't know what these players did to PGS2, but the circles are just like, nah, man, we're going to make sure that you have the roughest go every single game. Time and time again, having to navigate through some of the more open areas, as there is just so much to be looked back through the entirety of that game. So let's look at highlights.
Let's indeed here. FaZe starts off yesterday with a win, and now they get one here in day number 2. They've got themselves in number 1 for the winners bracket. They are looking excellent here. Joining me is Toffees to talk about this one.
У них, по-моему, 240 Гц. Наверное, не уверен. Ну, а вряд ли 144 у них до сих пор. Хотя все может быть. Папка это такая игра, с учетом того, какие у них компы, им 240 особо не надо. 360, точно не 360, я не знаю. Если у них 360 на PUBG, то мне их жалко, но я в это не верю.
Вот он одевается. Ба-ба-ба.
В CS или в Valorant, или там в Доте, где FPS у тебя миллиард. Но в PUBG 360 ты больше не кайфовать будешь, а в дерьме сидеть. У нас ушел? Да, ушел. Где твисты, они
где твисты, я прям в танке.
Я в 3 играть буду.
Танки — это нижняя сетка, мужики.
Нынешнее железо выдает стабильный 240 Гц не всегда. Да и, ну, ближе нет, чем да, короче.
Табличка не обновилась еще, да?
Дуо Турик с молодым партнерский. Там рофлые игры будут.
Сковородки всякие, сичеты и так далее.
Арбалеты, СР.
Молодой на ютубе смотрит.
Я сейчас один из неплохих, блин.
Молодой на ютубе смотрит.
Я вчера ДМ на СР поиграл, я не попадаю. Вообще не попадаю.
Давайте у молодого спросим, что с КМ происходит.
Гейс Моники на турнире, я думаю, 240 или 360 даже.
Ну, если 360, я говорю, мне их жалко. Ближе нечем, да, 40-90, 400 FPS в среднем. Ну ты что играешь, паблики? Ранки, да? Паблики, ранки, да и eSports это, ну, немного разные вещи.
Что происходит с КМами, а что с КМами? Они сейчас отличную катку сыграли. На 11 поинтов. Это идеально. Им нужны очень срочно поинты. 2 катки в 0 могут уже повести к невыходу в финал.
Так что коэмам надо очень потеть.
А то, что комп 400-500 тысяч не выдаст 240 FPS, я не знаю, к чему это. Но с учетом того, что там сейчас сетап, грубо говоря, как у меня, на лане, то это, ну, далеко не 400-500 тысяч. Даже при нынешнем курсе. И это, ну, не настолько приятные FPS, с учетом того, что у них это в стоке стоит, они разогнанные. У них же нету разгона, я думаю. Там просто поставили компы и все. Я не думаю, что там кто-то заморачивался, все компы разгонял.
Да, я посмотрел TeamSpeak, скинул его в телегу. Потому что многие спрашивают этот TeamSpeak. Но скажу так, что ничего интересного там нет. Вообще. Обычный
вот молодой
TeamSpeak.
говорит, что он хороший
Даже
как
после
Сrucial.
победы
Я вот
там
смотрю, как-то вообще, блин, мне обидно, что они что-то едут и едут и
Если у них
едут.
360 Гц, то это круто. Ты тоже киберкотлет? Не, я нет.
Кто забрал фейзы, первую катку забрали.
치킨은 무조건 좀 필요할 것 같습니다. 네. 냉정하게 얘기해서 한 2마리 치킨을 만들어내지 못하면 사실 못 갈 것 같습니다. 네, 루저스로 내려가서 다시 한번 올라가는 그 모습을 보여줘야 되는 걸 기대해봐야 될 것 같아요. 어쨌든 이번 매치도 초반에
Вот и на это смотрит, может там качество.
Жан взял 17 вроде. Да. Я твисты завтра будут играть. Твисты в нижней сетке. Приятного аппетита, спасибо.
У меня конфиг i7 12700K, 3080, 16 гигабайт оператива на 4К. Все. Обычный комп. Не сильный, не слабый. По крайней мере для PUBG. 다수의 킬과 함께 순위 점수까지 가져갔습니다. 네, 역시나 실시간으로 계속해서 많은 팀들에게 트라우마를 안겨주고 있는 그런 팀이라서 이 팀의 어떤 킬로그를 딱 봤을 때
Столько вопросов странных. Сегодня Винник Бекет? А название стрима вообще нахуя дело?
Не то, что ты пишешь название.
Коем еще могут прийти? Да, конечно, могут. Все, любая актима из 16 может сейчас прийти. Даже которая топ-16. Сейчас 2 победы от Кия, и все. И они в топ-8. И доиграть просто. Любая.
Я очень болею за Киев. Но мне кажется, что мы стремна у них ничего не получится. Но они как-то... Может, они вот это его играют, чтобы залутать я говорю, их нет на карте вообще нет. Везде зарубы, везде экшен, их нигде нет. Они все едут.
We've been getting a lot more north-souths in a lot of the qualifiers and whatnot, but this time around it's just so directed at pathing.
Yeah, but really the thing that's been hurting a lot of these teams, Matt, is these hardships have been absolutely brutal. We have not had, I feel like almost every other shift has been a hardship, whether it's been to the south, it's been somewhere to the east, it's just been in areas that have been difficult for the teams to navigate, especially with, you know, how strong these lobbies are, that exacerbates the problem of really not that much space to play.
Simple seeming mix-ups based off of the drops here, but it looks like I think everybody's kind of cemented in and comfortable. Everybody knows where they're going, especially in a plane path like this. We might see some awkward stretches, but that's going to be about it.
Yeah, and even looking at a team like Sonics as they drop here, like it does look like mine has adjusted off that last drop as they've had some issues obviously losing him in the last game, and so he's gonna adjust, and that's gonna be smart from them. They don't want to lose someone early, especially when they have a decent position here. As we now look at this, we also see question mark very far to the north in Torres. Petrichor will be the benefactors of this circle as it's going all the way pretty much on El Azhar.
Yeah, finally we don't have ourselves heading over into the south. We're getting some different spice. We kind of talked about this one though during the qualifiers as we've got the Death Star Trench coming in, but this definitely has a more southern lean, more in commitment to it. But the way these circles are going, I don't even know, dude. We could end up going up hanging next to Tier Bronco.
Yeah, this is very similar to one of the first games we saw in group stages, right? When Tai Lu actually had that drop in and the emergency pickup, and they were able to win that game. So this one a little more southern leading. There is a massive kind of ridge there to play on the south side near Death Star Trench, but it's gonna be interesting to see if we actually do shift towards that very difficult area of play.
Trying to keep an eye on a couple of our moving factors early in the Expendables as well as Cerberus. Expendables already kind of making a shift in to see if they can find something involved in all of the kind of craziness as they're going to be cutting directly across path and coming out. Tai Lu, who's been much more quiet after the kind of Expendables situations in mid-games, is I was specifically in these as well. So I'm going to be... we expect more out of them after the group stage, right? This is not where we were expecting them to be.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, with the strength of this lobby, I did maybe think that they would run into some struggle. Obviously, Longs, Shen have been doing an amazing job for Tai Lu, but again, the little mistakes that potentially would have worked out for them there, definitely being punished much more vigilantly here in this lobby. So we'll have to see if they can kind of find their footing a little bit. They're not doing terrible. I mean, they're in 11th. They should be able to recover here. The team has done very well to adapt themselves. We now look over towards Gen G, another team that's been, kind of fighting their way up, currently sitting in the top 8, as they're going to be sending up a nice little emergency pickup for themselves, Matt.
I mean, this is one that you're going to be taking, right? This is a good one for them. They're so far away. This is the whole reason this exists, right? Whenever the circle is the complete opposite side of the map and you don't want to deal with anything, just go, okay, we'll just jump in. There's also a lot of very interesting positions that they can drop into, given the fact that there is the curve and the wall itself. They could almost just land backs against the wall and walk in.
They can even go all the way on the east side if they really want to and kind of avoid a lot of the teams fighting there towards the center. But yeah, a lot of options for them as we now see.
Ты пипец, он крашится, вы видели?
We'll find the trade.
I mean, this is just Expendables doing what Expendables loves to do in this earlier section of it, but Shin, who's just been so hot right now, finding himself some capabilities to work with this. Getting some assistance is now coming in, but reinforcements on both sides as it looks like this is going to be a committed fight this early.
And for good reason. This is a beautiful compound for these teams to try to take, as Shen will find Duck Juice with that nade. And Tai Lu is holding their ground against a team that very much has been winning almost every single team fight that they've been in. Only one knocked on the side of Tai Lu is Delwyn doing the best that he can. And right on top of him, and he will get knocked.
Just so clean in defense right now.
Добивай сразу.
Down at the directed time, but with this, just pick up a couple more. Oh, yeah, come after me in the early game. I see how it is.
And now he's got himself an up.
Этот уползает, чтобы резко.
Hey, well, if you're living in a world with a Tommy gun, you follow it in. You want to pair them together.
Same type, so why not?
Yeah.
As this one's calmed down, it does look like, Tai Lu will be the winners of this fight. And the reason they were fighting for this position, it's very strong in the circle. It gives them a great foothold as far as rotations. As well as just a nice position now, especially if they get the shift. As Shen, just going to finish that one off as well. Nice little point for him, and 3 points away of Tai Lu. Beautiful start.
Boy, did you see Flood spin back around on that whenever he saw it. 777 now making his run across.
Куда ты приехал, родной?
Emmy doing a good job on dodging the bumper cars and going to survive.
Ты приехал, родной. Всё, да перекурчик.
Right decision as far as that compound goes, but their timing it was just a little short as Tai Lu was already there, and so they will fall. It's actually the first game I've really seen the Expendables kind of fall this early. I will say they have been amazing so far.
And it's not a surprise whenever you look at how Shin has been competing, but with that does mean the fact that Tai Lu's kind of in a very, I guess, peculiar spot. All considered on their loot, you can kind of see what Shin's working with right now, scouting out everything. The 2x on the ump is got some range to it, but not the way he wants, I would say.
69 ПТСов.
It's not the meta loadout,
for the timing, but you know what? It's good enough, right? They've got themselves a nice position, and they should be able to kind of build off of that. At the very least, get some loot as well.
Seeing most of our teams now starting to cut in. Gen G doing their airborne approach right now. Petrocor Road a bit lower up inside of all of this one is now Sonics. Look like they're also going to be coming in on that Bandita line. Nobody really around them. Closest team to them is going to be opposite side of Minas Generalis. So depending on how they choose to path into this one. But hey, Petrocor Road is going to be on the landing point where we see Gen G trying to go for. And they kind of opted a bit more into the outskirts. Using the wall.
Хорошо.
Coming out from Mill. Going to take down a DG.
Petrocor gonna find that nice knock there on a DG. He's not just flushed yet, so the possibility of
Это сейчас добегает.
Perez
Это
is
сейчас
on the table
добегает,
here,
я вам
man,
говорю,
but
сейчас. Ой, он еще и
Petrichor
спрыгнул.
doing their best to hold here.
Пяточки ему.
Slow cook, wait to see if anybody's going to be coming in on the approach. You know, get the nades prepped down on it. EJ, you can see not feeling too comfortable over here. P.O. also having to be back up on that hillside, defend in and look towards where Falcons are coming in at. Petrichor Road now just doing a full regroup as this has become much more awkward. EG trying to see if maybe he can creep into this one, but Gingy's already got control over the compound to the south, and it's going to be Falcons with that, I guess, more vertical support coming in play.
Yeah, Falcons are realizing that there is now an opportunity here for some kills as they're overlooking here the fight between Petrichor and Genji, and this one is going to be a slow burn though because both teams, or actually all three teams I should say, realistically it's just Petrichor and Genji don't necessarily want any issues or don't want to lose anyone early, I should say.
And with the way that we see sightlines come into play, Falcons predominantly is going to be able to see what's set up with Petrichor Road rather than what's going to be going on with anything that Genji is trying to make. PO's playing the opposite side of that hill away, so can't be seen too well. Taman as well as DG playing in that lower area. DG does get res after getting knocked because he was low enough to the ground whenever he got knocked that it didn't lead to just an instant dropout, which is extremely beneficial on that Genji approach. But now you can see another set flying overhead as it is going to be D plus Kia. We're going to have to keep an eye out and see where they're going to go for their drop in. Most of our teams definitely playing into that southern area of Death Star Trench, and there's no surprise. As 17 Gaming and Sonics, yet again, just right next to each other. It doesn't matter where you go. These two teams.
They just can't get rid of each other. They just can't separate as Xiaowu is going to find a nice knock on a Huid there. And this fight is just happening so early.
Let's see if we can... Looks like Sonics are wanting to slow it down just a bit. Go ahead, regroup, defend in. 17 Gaming now knowing who's on the other side of it. And I don't necessarily want to say that it's a rivalry yet, more just a bad blood situation between these two squads.
It's pretty much a rivalry at this point, especially because both teams like to drop central. We'd seen what happened before when Sonics had contested 17 and Pachiki Picado. But Tiggleton now going to find the knock on the Little Ghost, and so this is going to be the advantage on them if they want to push the pace. But look on the south side of this map, Danawa.
Danawa creeping in, going to be very, very complicated. Now the shots are going to start coming in.
Пpoцecсоп на Донаве, смотрите. Ах ты паскудина такая, гляньте, крыса. Гляньте. Он сейчас заруинит весь файт.
Bouncing for smoke to smoke, using the wall around the outside is 249. Dude, I'm just a simple man. I see an LMG and it just makes me happy.
I love the M24. Back in the day when it was a great weapon, it was actually my favorite gun in the entire game.
It's still good.
It's still good. Don't get me wrong. It's still solid. But when
I know there's all the math and there's
Где QM, ребята, покажите, что там Stеел. Прийди уже в центр снести.
It's still a very good gun, especially if you get a nice little butt stock on it there and you just pop a red dot or even a 3x. You prone with that bad boy.
Я думал, если честно, фейзы не отпустят гемов, типа, они будут там закрывать.
The teams deserve somewhat of a decent shift, right? It's just going to be more central. Death Star is not going to be in, so that's going to be very nice for these teams.
Ой, это ж... Ой, ребята,
a lot more into the junkyard hillside. I actually really ravine that kind of comes through this and makes for a very interesting area to play. There's still a lot of verticality inside of it, but it makes for like it's very, very harsh in some areas. So a team can actually huddle down into the side of it in certain areas, as well as provide different pathing options. We're finally going to see a bit more of this fight continuing out, but instead, let's go over to the Genji Petrichor Road fight.
Yeah, this fight's been going on for quite a while. We saw the team of Genji kind of drop in, Petrichor doing their best to kind of hold, but Mill is going to fall here, Matt, and this is now down to a 3v3.
Slow and steady wins the race, as it looks like that's what Gingy's trying to go for at the time. But Drobal's going to come out, burst right over Taman's head, not take him out entirely. But here comes a push. Petrichor Road thinks that maybe they got more damage than they thought, but instead, just the back flank going to be enough. Taman gets a knock on one side of it, looks and doesn't know where to look for the other one. And P.O. now having to come down, be the hero for his squad, or be the hero and just trying to retreat. And it looks like that might be the smarter option.
And the problem was P.O. could just not get any form of cover for his team sitting on that ridge because of the position that we see from Emmys, from the Falcons, and it once more looks like some disjointed communication coming out of the Genji boys.
Gonna step away. T5 did hear this. They are on the opposite side of this cliff, though, so not much they can really do except for maybe catch PO if he opts into going down. But, I mean, look at this. Why would you leave here? If you're a solo, this is exactly where you want to be.
Well, there's really nowhere else he can go. But yeah, he does have something to play for now. He can just kind of prone up and kind of hunker down. But yeah, Petrichor doing a good job of recovering that fight, and they desperately need to just get some momentum going because they're one of those teams as well that we were talking about coming into this looked very strong, and even though they find themselves in winner's bracket, they have been struggling.
This is a very mixed up situation, as we can see that with Genji now having to retreat out of position. We still have the Sonics 17 fight that's been very, very protracted at this stage. H-Win goes for a good flank into it, gets knocked on a one, gets the second one. H-Win just absolutely pulls apart what 17 Gaming was trying to do. Remember the fact that we already had one member down and out in 17. So if Sonics can get this res, it is going to be a full four-man united front versus a solo remaining in 17.
Beautiful recovery there coming out from Sonics as Twin comes up huge. He gets a nice little double there, but they are facing Xiaobei. And we know that Xiaobei has been an absolute force to be reckoned with here on the field as he's just slowly going for those angles, but they do hear him, and now Flash gonna come out. Can he actually do anything here as he's gonna swing around? But no, the Sonics just hold fast and they will eliminate 17 Gaming.
Finally ending a fight that has been going on for so long, getting control over a compound, and now in Sonic's fashion, you just can't wait for the next circle to pop and go up next to Azahar. So all of that work was just to make sure to get rid of 17 Gaming and not even to get comfortable for too long. No real other fights happening right now, just kind of counter moves. A couple of teams starting to lean into a bit more of a 2-2 split and venturing out to see if they can get some more information. Danawa being one of the key factors in that in the south is they're kind of eyeing that Tyloo line. They do have Navi on one point. LG also doing kind of something similar to the south as the circle actually does shift to the southwest. So Sonics going to be rewarded for finally finishing out that fight.
Sonics with definitely hugely rewarded here with that position on the southwest. You also see LG with a nice spot. We kind of touched upon the circle map, but we really didn't get to talk about it. There's actually a lot to play here. It's a lot of different ridges, a lot of different elevations now. Speaking of elevation, we see their top 5 now going for an emergency drop, which they have been using very liberally and very successfully. This is a really fun circle to play because we haven't seen Junkyard in quite a while.
How do they find so many of these things?
I don't know, actually. It's a good question.
It's not like they're extremely plentiful, because I was talking to a couple of players like, okay, how often are you guys countering them? They're like, I don't know, about once every 3 games. They're on 5. It's like, we've got 2 every game.
Yeah, 2, exactly. 2 every single game. So they're actually going to drop right onto the position here of LG. And LG was actually moving out, so they're just finding themselves here. Snaker's going to start off with a knock.
And going to be a quick turn back around into this one as T5 has 2 of their members down, at least getting some vengeance at Flood. Remember, he was stretching out. We were talking about this a second ago. Going on with Dano. Kick starts way up next to Dano right now, so T5 just cuts right in between LG, takes out one of their players, and they're having to like figure out, okay, how do we respond? Do we even go back down?
Back off, yeah.
Yeah, like they wanted to go for this Dano fight. That's what they were setting up for.
Exactly.
And this was just poor timing for them.
They were setting up actually quite well for that fight against Dano, but it's so hard to be like, all right, guys, we're setting up for the fight. We're getting this great position. Let's all of a sudden worry about a full 4-man dropping in on us, right? It's something that you would generally not think about before. So now that timing, as you said, was just very unfortunate for LG. But again, T5 just using those pickups so well.
And Snakers was so committed into defense, he didn't go for the flush, and that means that all of T5 is going to get rezzed and capable of refortifying. This is what they do.
Yeah. But I will say, though, LG have recovered pretty well. For that, all intents and purposes, they managed to get 3 out, and they now have a position where they don't, they're not in threat of being third-partied or really getting shredded. They do need to find a way to get Flood out, though, somehow safely.
Moving factors that we kind of got to keep an eye on. We've got Falcons that are going to come to the north. You can see that DK is getting a bit more, I guess, close to this Petrichor line from that high vantage point, kind of where we were seeing PO playing from just one moment ago. Question Mark is going to be playing a bit more to the north and west of this position as Dante's going to be regrouping over there. So not the cleanest of capabilities for now, but at least a home to work with, as D plus Kia does have a lot of vision on the circle from here, but it is just such an awkward point because you know they're not going to be able to stay here, and they've got now a team on every single vector of escape.
That's definitely going to be the biggest issue for them, as finding a rotation is not only did it have QM, as you were mentioning, but Petrichor as well as FaZe definitely looking at this as well. So going to be very difficult for them to find, you know, a footing here without fighting. They're basically going to have to fight. There's no way D plus Kia can
can contest that. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, on the southwest, Sonics have so much area to play, and even with this shift, they should be able to find something here, even if it's just to the southeast.
But remember
southwest.
that ravine we were talking about a moment ago? That is the key component inside
that
of the
is
circle.
now.
It's just going to be cutting right through this. Navi's going to have a lot of vision on what's going to be going on. The junkyard area, we all know that's ridiculously complex, but it's going to be very, very weird to navigate. This is got actually probably enough dips for all of these teams to have somewhere, but not really at the same time. Like they're gonna have to fight for them.
Yeah, not comfortably at all as we now look at this fight here on the northeast between Question Mark, D+Kia, Petrichor. All of these teams will need to find a way to rotate in, but realistically, they still also have to contend with FaZe, who have now consolidated here on the north side, on the high ground ridge, and they're going to be able to dictate pretty much every fight that happens on that side of the circle, Matt.
And FaZe just kind of gets to sit referee. They don't get to be too involved on this hillside fight, but whoever wins it is going to have to move down. It's going to take a while. Remember, Blue Zone is going to be coming in just 1 moment, so there's not a lot of time to kind of rest, feel comfortable in what's going to be going on. LG already kind of pathing more into that Tyloo positioning. They're stepping away from that T5 Danoa fight, as Danoa is moving much more aggressively to the center of the circle where Na'Vi is going to be. Sonics kind of stretching along that western front, but we talk about all of this movement. We have the LG potential of a fight versus Tyloo, but then there's the D+Kia, there's Petrichor, there's QM, all that to the north. Yeah, this is where I want to be.
Yeah, the good thing, though, for LG, as we just touched upon them real quick, watching this fight between Petrichor and D+Kia, is that they only have to contend with one team right now. Not so much the case here, as Summer is going to fight in two, one with the nade, one with a nice spray down, and D+Kia know that they're in a rough spot.
This is a very tricksy place to kind of navigate as well. All of these crates make it very hard to know exactly where you're going to be needing as you're coming in. Plus, also leads for some guerrilla fighting as you can kind of bounce from position to position. And even these people in the high ground positions where we see Americano and Fnuta playing from, they can't keep a consistent feed on what's going to be going on, as Petrichor Road is doing a great job just bouncing from cover to make it as awkward and uncomfortable for D+ to really kind of know what's going on here.
As you said, those angles were difficult, but speaking of difficult here now, it's going to be Falcon stuck in a ridge, and Shed is going to find two, and they just got absolutely destroyed by Tyloo.
Here comes LG. They were wanting that fight to go on for a smidgen longer, but instead just going to be charging down. Also, Na'Vi gets some idea that's going to be happening, taking some shots in. That stack up could be a problem.
Could be the same
if we see Kickstart decide that he wants to go for this, they're continuing on the path. They may prep up a nade. He has an idea on where that fight's going to be happening at. Meanwhile, you can see the duo for D+Kia having to walk down into just death. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
this is not going to go well.
This is not great for them at all. Petrichor is very aware that there's going to be two members, but they actually might be starting to move, which could open the window, but they're stuck. They're stuck in the vehicle.
Oh, no. Of all the ways, the curve. They couldn't make it around the crates. It was too tight of an angle. Oh, the tankiness of that truck providing so much.
Are very big. It was very hard. As again, they're very wide. So Chewy now is going to be one of the last members finding himself in, and that's so unfortunate for Petrichor because that hold against D+Kia was solid.
Yeah, and now remember we were talking about FaZe and how they're just going to kind of wait and kill whoever wins. I guess Petrichor won, but this is just going to be more of who gets to feed on the people coming down the hillside. The circle pops. It does move more into the ravine, more into Junkyard, which means even FaZe now going to have to move.
I don't even remember. I don't know. This circle is so weird. Just centering up, as you said, on that ravine. It's just such an open space. There is quite a bit to play around, but most of the teams have already taken up position where they would want, or really where there's good cover.
This is just mutually assured destruction at this stage between what's going on with the remnants of Petrichor Road. This is, can I get at least some points before I have to walk down into whatever's going to be going on over there? Again, Na'Vi now getting more and more vision. Remember we were talking about how they could kind of see everything that's going to be just around the ravine itself. That's becoming more and more complicated. Cook nade, though, could be big. Gonna read on one side. No! Going for the jump shot.
Yeah, which Ixleft has been very good with the jump shot. We saw them win a game there earlier, but look at this. I mean, Ixleft also just very much stuck in FaZe, just waiting for these members to come out and try to get points as they have been flexing on that north, finding as much room to play as they could. And back to LG, they need to get rid of Tyloo.
Trying to fish with Dynamite right now. This is a full gate-kept position. Kickstart is going to go down. Na'Vi yet again just showing their influence on the circle. And yeah. Oh, no! The smoke! They couldn't quite see it cleanly.
Oh,
That's catastrophe right there. Is now just flood. Where are you gonna go? There's nowhere that's gonna be helpful right now.
Man.
Maybe you can sneak something around, but remember that phase line that we were talking about? Even if you get away from Navi, yeah, that's
That just sucks, man. Because look, Flood potentially got a position here, especially if they had 2, maybe even 3, even just 2 here would have been nice working up these bridges to fight. But yeah, I mean, it happens. I can't say that I haven't run over a teammate at a very crucial moment. Yeah, but the smokes made it difficult. So Flood, LG will be just down to 1.
That's why you don't smoke and drive. You don't want those distractions going on right there. FaZe now holding down the northeast. Well, I say now. Has been for a long time. QM has opted down to the bottom of the ravine itself. Tyloo did see how Flood made that rotation. They're kind of eyeing into him. Nobody comfortable over there, though. But FaZe, with their backs up against the wall, at least do have some ways that they can play through. This is still just everything to the north and east is on some variable control over Navi. And I think that's why Tyloo is just going to opt in, creep in, get to this spot, and just kind of hunker down. And that's both so close.
That spot, though, is, I mean, as you can see, FaZe has Overwatch onto this quite nicely with great sidelines, and Flood is going to be the one that's actually hidden from FaZe's ire right now as we go to the next shift, and this one goes center, Matt. There is nothing.
Bro.
There is virtually nothing to play in the center of this circle. As Question Mark now have been quiet on the north side, still find themselves in with a position where they could potentially gatekeep the west with the help of FaZe.
At least it's kind of fair because nobody has anything, right? Even Navi going to have to leave their compound. The south, though, is just, it's a mess, dude. Sonics realize what's going on in the circle, going to be moving more aggressively into what's going to be happening with Danoa, but they're going to be bumping into T5. Vehicles just going to come rolling down into this one, and T5 doing a good job on defending up, picking up a couple of these Sonics members, but Danoa now wanting to get involved. They're shifting heavily down into the south, and let's be honest, nobody's going to come out of this one clean.
No, but T5 doing an amazing job there of defending against the push from Sonics. Pretty much the only play Sonics had, so I don't blame them for it, but again, what a hold. T5 have been just so damn impressive in the winners bracket.
I'm curious to see what Cerberus is going to do because it looks like they hear some gunfights. See if maybe they can pick up some more. Yeah, they're heading this direction. They're going to
only play they really have.
Pick up your kill points before you have to jump into the no man's land, right? That's the way to do it because at least maybe you can secure 2 to 3 more points, whereas walking out there is just going to be absolute death. Look at all the utility coming out from T5. They're moving forward, but here come the throwables on the side. We can see Cerberus now starting to find angles to work with Danoa just having to think that T5 is going to be coming in. This is just getting messy upon messy.
And FaZe even dictating a little bit of this fight as a knock came out from FaZe and a bolt and a huge grenade as Cerberus now trying to get some points out of the chaos.
I mean, even this, Navi was kind of eyeing more into the circle, and here's all of this is going to be going on. This is, though, where Cerberus wants to be playing from. This is the best of a bad situation kind of thing. They know where Danoa was going to be playing. The problem is they can't press down into it. Now, finally, with T5 being eliminated, if they're going to make their aggressive play into Danoa and just maybe drop a nade, look down, if they peek that hillside, it's going to be so easy to pick up a couple of these shots. The issue is QM can see them if they do that. FaZe can see some of what's happening over here. Let's not even forget Trade off on their own independent angle. There's so little cover. People are just taking. You can see everything in this.
Yeah, Navi, everyone's eyes have been drawn to the southwest here as Cerberus will survive, be the last remaining team, but they still need to find something to play. As example is going to be naded by FaZe, and they desperately would love to get rid of Navi so they have complete control of the east side, Matt.
This little bit of a hill is the only thing that you can kind of play to navigate with some type of cover inside. This is why FaZe trying to hold it. And for as much damage as FaZe has been doing to everybody, haven't been able to pick up a kill yet. But that being said, the control of this game in the north has been theirs.
Yeah, they've done a great job of dictating a lot of the rotations of the teams around them, making sure that they have complete control, as you said. And the last team they really have to get rid of here is Navi, as they're pretty much stuck here in the edge. And FaZe, again, have done a wonderful job of taking control. Meanwhile, we do see Cerberus finding some form of cover here in the circle as we go to one of our last shifts into phase 7. But again, there's just nothing to play. Look at this shift, Matt.
And I want to point out, remember the ravine itself. QM made the committal down into this early. There was a couple of compounds. They've been kind of hunkered down in. While all of this hill-to-hill fighting has been going on, they've just been kind of sneaking into these circles.
Yes.
Pretty clean, pretty comfortable.
They've been doing a good job for themselves. As we now look at the team of Day Trade, the trio, Belmont, Norins, and Puchos. Just
Again, they're using whatever utility, but they know they have to crash. They have to crash into position here.
Не ошибайся, пожалуйста, не
Would be
ошибайся.
much better than doing so without one. So they're looking for anything, but that circle is going to start pushing in about 20 seconds, and they know they're running out of time.
So day trade with eyes on QM as they're trying to regroup. Now presently QM in a 2-2 split. Two of their members inside the circle. FaZe has two of their members inside the circle, with the other two kind of trying to keep out the remaining members of Na'Vi, who have one member that's Mel presently inside the circle. Cerberus being more of the X factor into this is day trade. Gonna make that rock as they're coming through this.
Душить, душить.
Gonna have to jump out. Poochus is gonna go down, and that
Хорош,
little bit
QM,
of a firefight kind of
хорош.
kicked off everything for a second, and then immediately it stops yet again as day trade had shots coming at him. Cerberus had shots coming at him. Moss is gonna go down. FaZe is gonna spot it out, and then it's gonna be the next team that's gonna have to move in Cerberus to kind of reignite everything.
Yeah, Cerberus with a lot of vision over this. The
Все-таки
problem is they're not
поджимает,
in the
поджимает.
circle.
У фейзов позиция, мне кажется, лучше, но чтобы не пикнуть на веер, мне кажется, когда там будет... Они их никто не разменит. Вот зеленые вот эти могли бы пикать фейзов, чтобы не давать им так играть.
Well done flank onto this, just being patient. FaZe realizing, hey, look, we've got control, we've got the cover, we know where Na'Vi is, we know what they're going to be fighting for. Let's just play this slow, steady, and make sure we keep the control inside of it. Now, Duckmine, what are you going to do? Because that's the real question we're looking at. Everybody else is kind of in the circle. Duckmine, do you feed it to the zone? Do you get in the vehicle?
I mean, he's going to go for something. Whatever he does here, I mean, we're not going to fault him for it. He's got his back between a rock and a hard place.
There is no good answer. There's no bad answer.
Yeah, exactly. He's just going to do something.
Вот это хорошая
At this
каточка
point, you know,
клиента.
the fact that
Теперь
they stayed alive and gained
видно,
this
что
many
они что-то
placements is already
делают.
good enough. So he might just
Ай,
concede.
брат,
Maybe go for a knock on his way down, get some damage, but he is going to fall. Actually, fell first. We'll find
на
him.
разменчике
But I
сразу,
have to say,
хорош.
though, FaZe is just coming into this day playing immaculately.
We're joking about in between rounds, right? It's technically some Sunday somewhere in the world right now. It's FaZe with a high ground. Windforce going to be moving in. That's going to be day trade eliminated. No cover to be had for them. Now, question mark. On the aggressive side of this, Windforce kind of navigating right in between the duo setup. But James, man, James is just reading this perfectly. He knows exactly where the movements are going to be coming out from. He's already in that low ground. Set the trap. That's going to be one already down.
Nice counterplay there from G's, as you pointed out. He had that nice off angle. Windforce was trying to find some form of a knock, but Vex will also find Dante, and they are just dismantling question mark.
Question marks. Only two remaining members, not even inside the safe zone. Just look. What do you do? You're just out in the open. You just got to fight your way into it. Best of luck at least gets a knock on a one. He knows where James is. He's got to get James down if he wants to make something happen here. But what? Corexy on the other side, with the distraction of how long this is taking, Gustav's going to be able to get the res over onto Fex. So it's kind of a rinse and reset. And Best of luck has no options while James is here.
And you just saw Fex there in the corner of your screen. He just kind of yawn, pick himself up. He's like, it's a 3v1, boys. I may have fallen, but it's all going to be fine. As that is it. A second game for FaZe. Not as many kills. That being said, the amount of damage they did, the amount of rotations they were able to dictate from the north, so impressive from the boys. I mean, it's like...
Не помню.
Нет?
На 12-м, по-моему.
Сейчас скажу. Они были же на 12-м.
На 12. Ну, сейчас поднимутся за 10 поинтов.
Ну,
Восьмерку залетят?
Нет, нет.
Блин, ну фейза молодцы вообще. С первого миромарчика они прям хорошо отыграли миромар.
Причем без шансов.
Короче, тут файт был, конечно, очень важен Нави. Если бы Нави дали бы какие-то разноки по фейзам, тогда бы КМчики бы забрали бы эту игру.
Но по лицам Нави там все плохо стало. Если честно.
Все верно, Костянский.
이거 뭐 판단, 교전, 운영 자체가 다 3박자가 맞아떨어지니까 위기를 다 극복하고 연속 치킨입니다. 짐즈의 카리스마 있는 결단 능력이 이번 또 돋보였던 것 같아요. 계속해서 말씀해 주신 자리를 정말 손쉽게 가로채면서 계속 타이밍마다 좋은 자리로 이사하고 그리고 언제 쳐야 되는지에 대한 결단.
И хейтеры фейзов не вижу их. Я здесь. Ну, ничего не скажу, фейзы хорошо играют. Убивают. Они не то, что там двигаются там охуенно, они убивают. Идут и убивают.
Блин, вроде бы эту игру наши-то хорошо сидели, да?
Да, Колян. Короче, зачилься денечек. Просто зачиль денечек. Я тебя забанил нахуй. Там настроение поменяется, у тебя напишешь.
Зачился денечек, говорит.
Что там в итоге? Куда коемчики наши поднялись?
Еще не обновили же. Не обновили. Но они будут топ-10.
27 у них было, 37 станет.
Топ-9, да? Топ-10, да, топ-10. Там тайлушки просто, нет, там топ-11 даже будет. Там тайлушки, поинты же, киллы
тоже
сделали.
набрали, да? Ну,
да.
у них уже восьмерку там не так далеко. А у Нави вот... Нави 25 было. Они сколько там, 3 килла дали, по-моему, да, и топ-4 заняли.
Прости, Коляна, пусть веселичат. Ну, просто, ну, да, ну, просто Колян просто 3 дня уже, ну, я что-то говорил, он специально, ну, пишет, я же говорил, что соники пиздец жесткие, я же говорил, что фейзы пиздец жесткие, я же говорил, что твисты выйдут там с лузеров, все вот, просто постоянно вот это пишет хуйню. Все он говорил, все он знает, гений пабга, нахуй.
Колян знает тропинку к инопланетян. Так, это,
ладно, Гаспачо, если ты просишь, я разбаню, если...
Там интервью от Учи.
Разбанил. Колян, мне ничего не пиши.
Можно сейчас послушать интервью от Учи и потом посмотреть влог этих Нави, не?
Да, можно, можно, только ссылка нужна.
Ссылку чат скиньте, пожалуйста, на Нави, этот влог.
오늘 어떤 마음가짐으로 게임에 임하셨나요?
We just try to forget the first day because yesterday it was not question mark team.
네, 1일차는 잊도록 했습니다. 1일차에는
Мы решили забыть первый день, потому что это была не команда Question Mark. Не думали чисто о таблице, играли свою игру по максимуму.
그냥 저희만의 게임을 하려고 노력하고 있습니다, 지금. 네, 1일차에는 퀘션마크스러운 경결이 안 나다고 지금 말씀하셨는데요. 그럼 어떤 변화를 줬나요? 어제와 이제 오늘 비교하자면 네, 크게 변화를 준 건 없고요. 저희가 휴식을 잘 취했고 이제 하루 동안 휴식을 잘 취했습니다. 네, 재차 말씀드리지만 뭐 별다른 변화를 준 건 없고 저희가 평소대로 하던 경기력이 나오고 있는 것 같습니다. 근데 베스톨로크 선수가 최근에 새로운 멤버로 영입됐습니다. 몇 달 전에 영입됐죠. 현재까지 이제 그 선수가 얼마큼의 임팩트가 있었나요? 팀에게.
Besto is more experienced player than Hobbit.
네, 베스톨로 선수는 이제 호빗 선수보다 더 베테랑 선수이죠.
Бестоло, говорит, опытнее, чем Хоббит.
네, 저희 운영 능력이 한층 올라갔습니다. 그 선수 덕분에. 그리고 저희에게 정말 좋은 영향력을 주고 있고 정말 저희에게는 그 큰 보너스입니다.
Понятно. Вот ты взял Жан. Жан взял этих Церберов. Так, есть ссылка? Ага, вижу. Сейчас будем стоять. Куэм с женой играет, у Куэмов сейчас пока все хорошо. 2 катки, то, что нужно Куэмам. 11 место у Куэмов, 37 поинтов. 37 поинтов. Ну, типа, 5 ПТС до 8. Все у Куэмов отлично. Да и у Нави не все так
Нави,
плохо.
если они выиграют игру, то тоже
12 поинтов.
Короче,
Фейзы 90 поинтов. Это...
За 4 игры все реально, да.
И, кстати, Куэмы всего лишь 17 фрагов. Про то, что я говорил, что они аккуратничают. У них 20 плейсмента и 17 киллов. Это не очень, если что. У Церберусов 14 плейсмента и 45 киллов. Жесть.
Капец, да тут на арабском, на корейском, на английском, блин.
Так, что, идем смотреть? Я думаю, тут все это... Так.
Да, все понятно. Пойдем смотреть влог.
Так.
Там сколько минут? 15-20 будет, дальше перерыв.
20 минут. Видос 20 минут, но перерыв тоже 20 минут.
Давай, поехали. Запускаю шарманку. Ты там замьючишься в этом?
Так, дайте мне одну минуту, я сейчас иду. Я тоже хочу пусть посмотреть. Сейчас пойду. Потерпите минутку.
На Вильям Бакса скружила голову, нет интереса уже? Да не скажи. Они все это время, как раз таки, когда выиграли турнир, они все время находились на буткемпе, и я думаю, они заряжены на этот турнир тоже. Даже если попадут они в лузер-сетку, блин, с лузер-сетки они обязаны выходить. Какой вообще счет с Вадимом? Сегодня 2-0 я его выношу. 0-2, то есть. Здорово все мужики, назовите топ-3 команды этого турнира. Здорово. Ну, блин, по всем играм. Апаки, корейцы, китайцы. Ну, сейчас фейза включились в венерах. У твистов все хуево. Но они в лузер-брекете. Будем смотреть за ними завтра уже. Фейза это кто? Европейцы. Без хоба игра не идет. Ну, как Адучи только что сказал же в интервью, Бестолыч намного опытнее, чем Хоба. Сколько матчей было сегодня? 2 игры прошло. Еще 4 будет.
Погнали видосы дать.
Кинушка где? Кин уехал там в больницу, что-то там надо было отвезти ему лекарства. Но он попозже приедет, сказал.
Всем привет, мы уже в Алряде.
Ну сейчас ситуация не плачевная на самом деле. Просто одна хорошая игра для КУМ и одна хорошая игра для Нави и камбэк из Real. Считаете ли вы LG сильно интересной командой? Ну, не в этом лобби. Ты что, уже начал интервью? О, это смотреть?
Да.
Молодой? Все, понял.
Да, я
Давай
сейчас
смотрим.
замотался.
Все понял.
Прилетіли 4 числа, 6-го записалися на активність
Ясно.
від організаторів.
Ясно. Даже не будем смотреть.
Кінець світу. Так.
Girls to round things off for the winners bracket.
Даже не будем это смотреть, тут все понятно. Тут перерыв 11 минут.
PGS первый, который был в Малайзии, Куала-Лумпур. Потому что, во-первых, организация турнира более на каком-то серьезном уровне, то есть сама арена, вот вы увидите, она в разы отличается от прошлой. Призовой фонд гораздо больше. Ну, мне нравится.
Организационно, наверное, это лучший
Вот
турнир.
он, аля.
Прям очень круто. Единственное, то, что тут очень жарко днем, а так в плане организации, в плане самого
Так,
турнира,
чат,
атмосферы,
давайте
никаких особо
без
задержек.
хуйни, пожалуйста.
Еда вкусная, всё
Забаню
замечательно.
на.
Лучший турнир, который я пока что играл.
Очень тихо. Давай сделаем.
Группы сбалансированы. Я думаю, наша группа А одна из самых сильных. То есть наша группа Б одна из самых сильных. Потому что у нас самые сильные команды из Европы, а Европа, наверное, самый сильный регион. Самые
Очень громко,
сильные
давай
команды на этом турнире, ну это мы, 17-е, Twisted Minds и Донау, я думаю. Вот, типа, это
Не, Аля красавчик вообще.
С 90% вероятностью кто-то из них выиграет турнир.
Таега как соревновательная карта пока непонятно, потому что не все
Его слышно? Вы
идеально
что,
знают
рофлите?
карту, что как делать, куда заезжать, как лучше играть там от края, центра, позиции. И поэтому пока
Последний раз сделаем.
как-то смутно происходит. И вот кто быстрее адаптируется, кто
Настраивайте
быстрее
сами
поймет, как
там
играть.
все.
Но, в принципе, это интересно. Новое, что-то новое, это интересно.
Таега, в принципе, ну что-то новое, PUBG нужно такое. Я считаю, это хорошо, то, что одна карта всего лишь с Таега играется. Вот этот турнир покажет. Я думаю, зрители оценят. Ну, мне лично нравится. Я еще жду следующую карту, еще в уикенде обещают. Я готов. Добавляйте.
Не надо.
Каравана, тут траве 2 раза.
Давай,
Это
ехал
максимально.
грека, ехал грека.
Ехал грека через реку, грека в реке рак, сунул грека руку в реку, рак за руку в реку запад.
Корабли лавировали, да не было.
Еще раз, еще раз.
Корабли лавировали, да не было лавирования.
Хорошо, еще разок.
Нет, все. Ну, сказал. Да нет, это хорошо было.
Riyadh, I have one question for you. Are you ready?
Блин, мне нравится влоги, когда вставляют как раз таки моменты с трансляций, там, с игр.
Slow, steady goes for the spray and hits the box instead. That box paying up big ways. Uba just kind of bouncing between different positions, narrowly surviving. Poor Angry Min, the outlier on this one, trying to survive. Mill's gonna go down. Petricol Road is out.
And Tai Lu, they have Shen knocked for him on the west side of this, just trying to fight something. Vex, so much
Поэтому у меня уши
damage.
улетают просто в космос. От громкости, блядь.
17 at the very least have done an amazing job of keeping their heads on a swivel and trying to hold back Na'Vi.
They just have to focus in and realize, okay, it's time to take two different fights. Have to be careful with Example, gonna step and go for the sprays, but 17 holding it together. The rest of 5 is gonna go down inside of it. Now up to 6 kills. They gotta focus back in, but remember, Uba, one flank wasn't good enough. He's now shifted in all the way around to the north. He's coming in on the backside of 17 Gaming, and he can absolutely demolish them.
And that very unfortunate whiff they're coming out from Example cost them as 17 is gonna take it.
Да, смотрите это, то что видите мясной фри, забираем мясной, типа заправки растяните, станьте 2 хирузен, 1 заправка, 1 мясной, все, в первом круге. И все, просто если тупо нет идей, куда можно заехать, смотришь дефолты прямо во время игры, сел, говоришь, так, пацаны, все, смотрите, я смотрю, и разъезды рисую.
Issue is they still need to rotate out, and Na'Vi as well as TE are going to be watching.
But Na'Vi cleaning up that northwest. I cannot believe still Global Army and just Sarvim have survived from the amount of harassment they took earlier. Very impressive. Even if he goes down now, he has done his job.
Most of our eyes are going to need to be drawn down to the south. We do have Na'Vi that's going to need to rotate. Remember that we do have Forest and Master, the last one still up over there.
That's
Which one are you going to toss it out? That's going to be terrible for Na'Vi. 2 members instantly dropped. That's going to be some points going over for Forest. Feeling pretty good. They've got to be careful, though. Na'Vi just sent their other members straight into the center of the zone. Throw it out. You can see opposing side of this just trying to feed information. And it's going to be Example trying to creep forward. Use whatever is being provided by Mel. Finally, he's going to go down. Creeping out. Example shifts to the the south, trying to use that tree to block the sight line, creeping.
Those bushes, though.
He knows Blue Zone now going to be back behind Tyloo, and with this tree, that means Eximple actually has the close spot into the circle, goes for the spray, does get the knock on a one. Eximple sitting on more life. This Molly could be massive to get control over what's going to be happening. Peek, back and forth, between opposite side, shot's going to come out, and it's going to be Tyloo.
Рашить решили, потому что выжимала нас зона, а у них камень был в зоне еще дольше, чем наш камень, и поэтому приходилось делать какой-то проактивный мув, чтобы выиграть. И там была сначала идея, то, что Мелман поедет на машине под кавер Тёмы, потом Тёме залетело в голову, и сразу из-за этого нокнули Мелмана, потому что Тёма перестал прикрывать. И вот, ну, Тёма почти вырулил ситуацию там.
Yeah, at this point, I'm willing to bet he wishes he had that hard hat because he doesn't even have a helmet to function with. Bullet is going to be able to take him down, but hey, guess what? Remember, Na'Vi is still alive and holding down this position. Well, T5 now realizing where they're going to be at comes at a cost of one of the members, but...
Не, походу Валя не выиграет. У него позиция хуже, видишь?
Good spin back around, though, trying to use the clips of the hill, bouncing in between it. Oh, that flash is going to be big, denies a lot of vision. Utility just being dropped all over Na'Vi. No vision to be at. That's...
Можем никак выиграть. Хорошая игра, да. Вы пока сегодня просто занимаете хорошие позиции во втором, и в основном не нужно, только в первой игре надо было.
Ну то Аля Титаном стал, бля, в моменте.
On the outside of it, but guess what? Na'Vi is just right back behind him. His cars roll off into the distance.
Yeah, at 4 a.m. at the moment, have a reprieve with this dip, but the nades are coming in. And being in this dip is very bad when you have so much utility being thrown your way, especially when it's Na'Vi. Uba just trying to get the Noxie's gonna fight Example.
Yeah, that's gonna hit pretty hard. Oh, the car! Finish it off! Just taking a stranglehold of the circle.
Oh, that cover's gone. Yeah, those are one of the destructible ones, so now Hamas, as well as the Haisaki behind him, is like, oh, shoot.
If that was an instant, like,
and that nade was beautiful. It landed in his mouth.
Now we talk about the fact of how good Cerberus is doing right now. Let's keep in mind, this is Uba and Exam. This is not a duo to take lightly. They will, if you make one small mistake, they will ruin your day, as you can see Hamas learning.
Пока потенциально только у меня, у тебя, у меня все нормально. Потеря пакетов нет.
В каком смоке? Не получаю ответа, потом в каком смоке? И потом уже и громче, и получается.
Тимспик потом превращается в то, что Ваня кричит «Мэл!»
Да, потом... Не слышно было, ты начал орать. Я не слышу. Я сам начал орать в смоке. Потому что я смотрю, там два смока еще под ликвидами. Я говорю, у нас ближе.
А кто у них снимает это все?
Ситуация как раз таки на Таего была,
я не знаю,
что сольник нам в спину. Мы не прочитали, это убил двоих. Это была 100% фришная и победная игра. Потом еще какая там одна была. Одна с 17-ми. С 17-ми чуть там...
Ну, Аля машиной стал,
чуть ошиблись, должны были запушить самого левого. Мы понимали, что он где-то под нами сидит, но не скорректировались между собой. Но тоже могли спокойно забирать. И еще один топ-2, где мы остались с Тёмой. Но это была очень сложная игра. То, что мы там дожили до конца, чудо, я бы так это сказал.
Да, по факту, да.
Могли ее в теории тоже выиграть. Ее было проще выиграть, чем, наверное,
не, но он раньше намного меньше был.
Предпоследний рангель, у нас было два варианта, что делать. И мы выбрали, к сожалению, не тот вариант, который мы должны были сделать. Ошиблись, там мнения разделились. И сделали, что сделали. И очень плохо сделали, и плохой мув, и плохо сделали, и там все по накатанной. Ваня остался один, и все вот так. Жаль, не получилось, как в первой игре, конечно, от Вани. Показали не совсем свой максимум. Чуть-чуть еще пристреляться, почувствовать кровь, чуть наглее играть, и тогда все будет замечательно.
Настроение замечательное, настроены на победу. Также дополнительные призы по типу MVP.
Ожиданием пройти в Winners Bracket, выиграть все, что можно, забрать все деньги этого мира.
На сьогодні ми залишаємося з тим самим плейстайлом, яким ми приїхали на цей турнір. Він себе показав добре в перший день, тому немає
Забрать все деньги этого мира.
Мы будем в позиционку играть и уже оттуда зарабатывать какие-то очки.
Да, обычно просто свой стиль. Где нужно, там подеремся, где не нужно, не будем нравиться. Как-то так.
Думал, вроде Олрейн наш тренер. Они нужны для того, чтобы, наверное, чуть-чуть разомнуть рот, как бы это ни звучало, и более, короче, могли разговаривать во время игры сразу со старта.
Блин, я пришел вроде, а Рейн заставляет там что-то, чтобы разговориться перед играми. Моя любимая. На дворе трава, на траве два дрова, не руби дрова, на траве двора. Вот. Ух ты, ни хрена, я сам сейчас офигел сейчас.
А зачем ты пацанов заставляешь скороговорки?
Ну что заставляю сразу? Они
Ваня сказал, заставляешь.
Чтобы разговорились перед играми. Это наша секретная тактика, как подтянуть коммуникацию перед первой игрой турнира. Говорим скороговорки. И это помогает нам.
Давай свою самую любимую.
Боси хлопець, сіно косить, росить, ноги босі.
Жили-были три китайца. Як, цедрак, цедрак, какой-нибудь. Жили три китайки. Цыпа, цыпадрипа, цыпадрим, пелим,
Катка.
Вот они переженились. Як на цыпе, цедрак на цыпе.
Main path is it's going to be cutting mostly to the west, but leaving pretty much everything open for the teams that would want to stretch, even if they want to go down, I don't know, even all the way down to Ohyang.
There's a lot of different fun things that we could be looking at. Do note that Army base is along this route, so we got a lot of military yesterday. Maybe we'll get ourselves some Army base this time, right?
Yeah, the circle that we had there was so fun to watch, though. That area, again, it does look like it's a massive elevation, and it is, but it's very gradual. It's not like the south where you have these sharp spikes in elevation, so we saw a lot of teams navigating that on foot, and then that circle ending was just absolutely ridiculous with Cerberus doing Cerberus things and controlling multiple angles and fights. And yeah, I love Tego. I wish we had more of it. I wish we had at least 2 Tegos a day.
I'm with James. I want the 222.
I would love that as well. 222 would be the perfect rotation IMO, in my honest opinion.
Honest opinion of all. We can see that 17 is still up in the air over there, pretty close to as well Na'Vi and FaZe. This is going to be much more controlled and drop, not too much to worry about. Also, Sonic's going to be dropping more to the west. Petrichor Road going to be going just a bit past and picking up some vehicles. Nothing too hot droppy looking like, as the circle is going to go down to the south. I mean, this is a long plane path, pretty friendly, so it's just the earlier jumpers that are going to have a touch to worry about, but not even a lot.
Yeah, Genji and Tai Lu will be rotating here from the north side. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a wrap maybe even down to the east because of the plane path, and knowing that there's probably going to be no one down there to the south. We might also see a wrap from one of those teams there. FaZe Clan is going to be very comfortable here on the east side as we look at the back-to-back winners here. 90 points. I think it's fair to say that they're going to be moving on to the grand finals, which even just looking at the cutoff cusp, I mean, it's going to be close, Matt. Look at this spread. We have from 6th place 53, and then Genji at 48 at 7th, Tai Lu 42, the Expendables 41, Falcons at 39. I mean, this is so close for the fight for top 8.
This is going to be very interesting, as it's still pretty neck and neck in that area. What, the Expendables at 41, you were talking about, Falcons at 38, just a squad wipe between them at the time. You were talking about FaZe and their enjoyment and controlling of the East. Well, they also kind of have some of the center and some of kind of whatever they want, as they're running a 2-2 in drop, probably a mix-up based off of the fact that there's so many people that were kind of dropping along this corridor. But they do have plenty of good loot spots that they can kind of work around. The only issue is they're directly in between 17 Gaming and Na'Vi, which isn't necessarily the most comfortable position to be on.
No, and Na'Vi actually have a nice split here. They've gotten a good amount of loot in this area, and they're just going to be off-center to the east there to the fishing camp. And we saw this area a little bit in that one game that ended in those fields where there was nothing to play. And so if they're able to hold that position for a while, they will also be able to do a lot of damage to teams coming in, especially if the circle does shift off of them and go more towards the west.
Sitting over here looking at Theraton 5 and all the emergency pickups they've been able to pick up. Well, let's also get in, listen to what's going on with Thanadol.
สามารถแก้ไขข้อผิดพลาดต่างๆและเล่นกันเป็นทีมได้มากขึ้นครับ
คือเราแก้ไขข้อผิดพลาดในวันแรกที่แข่งและวันที่2ที่เราแข่งครับทำให้เกิดแชมป์ในวันนี้ครับเล่นเหมือนเดิมครับประคองแรงไปเรื่อย
I agree. As long as they just keep playing like this, I mean, they have been looking absolutely amazing, have the boys from Thailand, so I'm rooting for them. I mean, the adjustments that they made alone in group stages were so impressive to see.
And that's what you want to see in the group stage, right? We talked about in the last game, the mix-up of metas that can kind of happen is the different regions all have a slightly varied play style.
Especially with the new items.
Yeah, when we bring in the new items, we bring in a new map. Now we're taking a whole bunch of different metas, smashing them against each other. It's really cool to see what's working and specifically how fast these teams can make the modifications to go, okay, this is specifically what worked best for us, so this is our whole life and our commitment now.
Yeah, and again, Theraton 5 have been utilizing those pretty much liberally and more so than some of the other teams. We've obviously seen other teams use emergency pickups, but they have just been absolutely, you know, making it work every single time. And it's been rare that we've actually seen them just get wiped off of using an emergency pickup.
And there's something to be said that whenever we talk about like how their placements have been coming into play, how they're managing to get in there, sure, they're doing a good job on using the emergency pickups to get into the strong spots, but it should be noted whenever we're looking at this, they're at placement points 21, kill points 33.
Yeah, they're winning those fights.
It's the fights that they're getting are a lot more just like we're gonna pick up one whenever we make a drop, force the team away, like 1 or 2. What happened with LG a second ago? We saw them pick up Snakers, get the kill off of that, forced LG away, and just that becomes kind of like a tidal wave of effect that kind of happens as they throw something out and just continue to ring in the benefits of it as Hamas is just done. He's just done with day trading. It's like, nah, I don't even want you guys around here. Just everybody take some of this.
Hamas has been, dude, he has been nothing short of just, just incredible. As I say that, he's going to get sprayed down, and now Flash looking for the second knock there on the rotating member of Duck By, as they should be able to get Hamas up, and the damage has already been done to day trade. It's going to be difficult for them to recover from this, Matt.
Yeah, they're kind of jumping down. It looks like they might be trying to play this aggressively, but they already have АSRоск that's kind of gatekeeping out what they're wanting to do here. I know that they probably want their 2 back up, but I wouldn't venture too much closer into that because the way we're starting to see the stack come in, АSRосk's holding the line for him, gets the knock on a 1. I love this. Hit, run, retreat, hold a new angle, get the flush, and now it is just one member of Day Trades, and I believe it's going to be Nurens, who's going to find himself very awkward situation now with Duckby on one side.
Cerberus have been looking like world beaters just coming in here. The way they've been playing, the way that they've been just dominating these team fights have been fantastic. So they're a difficult team to contest with right now as Duckby knows exactly where the last member of Day Trade is.
I mean, we've seen Day Trade on the international stage perform quite well for a very long time, and now it's just Cerberus picking them apart, finding it. Look, they have the information. They go for the peaks. It's just no freaking fear, man.
Systematic destruction. Every single team fight, they just look amazing. Even when they're getting knocked and they're not starting the team fight in their favor, which is rare, by the way. They've been pretty much starting all these team fights on their terms. Yeah, they've just been looking fantastic.
And you can see there, okay, we get a knock. We take down Moss, who's causing us some problems. Day Trade's like, okay, we can use this. Let's go after it.
We have a chance.
The communication and how fast we're seeing Cerberus respond to these situations and know exactly where they need to be to stop anything from happening is just insane to watch.
Especially because, I mean, looking at them before, I mean, they've found some success here or there, but internationally, you know, it's kind of been a struggle. They just... Coming out of group stages, we were talking about it in the green room. We're a little worried because, you know, historically, APAC's done fine in group stages, right? They do show up, but when it comes to the winners bracket, when it comes to lower bracket, they just, it's almost like not the same teams that are showing up in the group stage. That is something that I worried about. That is something that they have very much quelled.
Yeah, they're kind of the underdog story a lot of the times before this. This
Not
time,
anymore,
now it's just you play the game we want to play, and
exactly. That's a good point.
It's working well.
Yeah, they are making all the team fights dictated on their terms and not the other way around, and it's caught a lot of these teams off guard. And even when we talk about, you know, what you were mentioning with Theraton 5, their drops, the emergency pickups, the reason that I feel like they are winning a lot of those fights is, as we witnessed in the last game with LG, is they're catching these teams off guard who are not expecting that to be, you know, a viable option as far as a drop right on top of a team, but they're winning those fights, which is even more impressive because I can tell you, dropping on a team, even in pubs, like in pub games, you get laid
lasered out of the sky, man.
Well, you can see that there's such a commitment and focus and communication and competitive, right? Okay, again, back to the LG example. We're not trying to beat up on LG.
No, it's just, I mean, it was a nice play from Theraton 5.
It's the most recent example, but you saw they were trying to prep up. They had a fight that they wanted. They had separated out. They committed into it.
It was a great spread, too, from LG.
It was a really good prep on a fight, and T5 just comes in and is like, nope, there's only one here. Let's land here. Voila. And now the entirety of the center point push that would have been coming out, or the defensive line for LG, gone, and their plans in shambles.
Yeah, there are inherent risks as well, and T5 is well aware of that. They have had a drop that didn't go their way. They kind of got shredded, so that's always going to be the symptom. But again, their decision-making on where to land as well has been great. A team, though, as far as decision-making that is a little bit on the back foot is actually Tyloo, right? They came in incredibly strong in the group stage. They pretty much dominated that. It was the Shen show, really. But you know, it's been a much slower burn there for the boys here in the winners bracket.
Well, when you keep kind of butting heads up against FaZe in the mid game, your life's not going to go the best by comparison.
Those fights though in the group stage, so
they were, but FaZe is just, I don't know. Whatever happened is just it's a confidence shift. There's just something you can see it. Like it's just constantly control, and it's a dominance that we're just seeing right now coming from them.
I feel like the communication is really starting to gel together now. Obviously, the calls that they've been making have been great, from their macro to making sure they're holding out multiple teams on their edge, as we saw in that last Miramar game, the way they were able to dictate most of the rotations there in the north side of the circle. So FaZe have been just coming in and dominating so far, and again, they've already punched their ticket to grand finals. There's no doubt in my mind. And now looking at this shift, it's going to center right on LG,
and it's just going to be about how much more can they influence, because we did see that during the group stage. With these teams repeatedly getting victories, most notably Tyloo, they sponged up so many points up to the top, it really made it to where teams that were thinking that they hadn't even had a chance to qualify were now into this bracket.
LG was one of those
LG
teams.
being kind of the beneficiary of that. So if we continue to see FaZe just going wild, it's going to open up the doors for the middle of the pack to be just, 1 point separating out between TE and Tyloo right now on who's going, and it could stay like that.
Yeah, Navi actually, as we were saying, that Uba got drive-by'd by Xiaobei, and then Xiaowu just finished it off. So again, some early woes here from Navi as they sit in 14th place, and seeing how well they played in group stage and the way they were able to dominate those team fights. Well, not the case here so far in winners bracket.
FaZe just sent it in, and they managed to catch right in as 17 Gaming was doing the same thing. So they shifted into position, regrouped as 4, and now have kind of bounced back around Hosan with 3 members in FaZe, moving back down into where TE was at, forcing them away. But Gustav also kind of just juking around, getting shot out by QM on the opposite side of Hosan.
Yeah, he's desperately trying to rotate in, getting shot by both 17 as well as Falcons, but I think he might actually just be fine. And fighting in Hosan, it's a very interesting city, right? Because it is split into this very weird north-south. This draft is going to find that headshot from very far away.
Imagine driving as far and as long as he did. He sees the safety of his squad, and the DeLorean can't just quite get him there.
Yeah, but this crossroads here in the center of Hosan makes the city, it's fun to fight in. I will say in competitive, though, it's probably a very different beast.
Yeah, I don't know. We haven't really seen a big Hosan fight.
We have not seen a Hosan fight, and we really haven't seen many big city fights in Tego yet, which again I am excited to see when we eventually do. Maybe this circle will shift to the southeast, we don't know, but even just looking at a lot of the rotations, man, and all the other teams, everyone has made it into this circle in some form or another.
If I were going to trust the way the circles have been, I would assume a palace circle at this stage. You know, it's just like, hey, there's nobody up there and there's a giant section of water through the middle. That's where it's going to go.
Yeah. Fortunately, though, this one doesn't have that much of that river in, as we see, and we've talked about this river quite a bit. You know, it's not like a wrangle. It's very shallow for the most part. So even getting on from one side of the coast to another, there's really no cover there. And luckily for the teams now, they don't have to deal with that.
It's almost more in your mind, think like a road on Miramar, right? It's you can cross it, but it's just going to be open. There's nothing there. And
yeah. Oh, where are those? Where are those?
No. Petrocor Road.
Hey, oh, just short. Who's launching those bad boys?
Thank you, spectator. I appreciated that.
Dude, the mortars as well. That's something that we've kind of talked about it. Obviously, Theraton 5 getting the first mortar wipe here in the tournament. Oh, so it's going to be 17. But yeah, mortars just cause so many issues for positions and maps that we've seen before, like this road dip that we see Petrocor in, like we saw on the road dip on the east side where 4AM was wiped in that Miramar game. It's just areas that normally are so good and difficult to get teams out of. I mean, these have done an amazing job of just kind of
doing a lot of damage. Still, these are a little short, though.
That just makes me nervous. Every single time you just hear the shwah right before it hits in
It's
there.
gotta be terrifying, too. If you're on the field as a player, get out of here. Especially when you're already getting shot by other angles, right?
It's not like they can leave. They're just kind of committed.
they can't.
New circle pops, and it does go south. We do keep in a good chunk of Hosan, too.
Yeah, we do keep a good chunk of Hosan. There's also a nice bit of hill there that Tyloo will probably try to take. Not too much cover up there. Again, a lot of the forests here on Tego are fairly barren. There's really not that much cover in them, but this circle at the very least does have a decent amount. Again, the main thing teams will be wanting to rotate into the south side, potentially in Hosan, which we do see the Expendables making that move right now.
This is a very diverse circle as far as terrain goes, right? We've got Hosan in here. We've got some of the fields. We've got kind of that swampland that's going to be over there. The giant hill just to the west of Hosan doesn't have very many people that are going to be involved in it right now, but that's going to change. You can see Na'Vi just kind of cutting through. Expendables going to be wrapping down in the south, closer to kind of that rice paddy location to work through. FaZe is going to be right along the edge of Hosan as Telwood is going to be shooting at them from behind, but I mean, I don't expect too much more to come out of that.
No, FaZe are now, very aware that there's probably a team somewhere on this side of the city, which there is, but they're actually outside of it on the west side. That's going to be the Expendables rotating in earlier.
Oh, and yeah, okay, here's kind of what's going on. As it wasn't going to be, at the end, it's going to be nades that kind of is doing in Petrichor Road, not too much to be done. I also want to say, I love the fact that FaZe came in silent on that approach into the city.
They did, yeah, they cut the motors, but I mean, back to Petrichor here, this is the problem of getting this position so early, this dip, right? Not only was there mortars, but a team like D+K was going to be able to flex out here on just to the south of them and just get damage as these mortars are continuing right in. 17, very aware of the fact that Petrichor is just getting pelted by nades as well, so they're going to continue to try to maybe get a mortar kill as, they have their own problems. Soul is going to step over.
That is just a sneaky little play to try to exploit what's going to be going on over here. And the rest of Denoa now trying to regroup very, very quickly. Keep in mind, it's going to be Na'Vi just on the opposing side, but not too much that could be had with this. Jin-Ji was kind of in a mix-up with that northern duo, what was going on with Denoa. So as this regroup comes into play, Jin-Ji and Pio knows exactly where they're going. Blue zone nades coming out is, I mean, just eat it at this stage, right? I mean, that's all you can really do.
They have to heal through it. They don't have any jammer packs, and that is kind of one of the downsides of using a mortar, especially if you're using it in an open position. Other teams can see where those are coming from, and that's exactly what Danoa did. Then they capitalized on the push. This was a beautiful play from them.
So with the shift in, my eyes are drawn to Jin-Ji, who's going to be in the distance right back behind. And Alex's job is going to be kind of force them away. D+Kia now having to contend in with the remnants still of what's going on with Petrichor Road is, dude, Aixlif, just at this stage, what do you even do?
Just trying to survive. I mean, the rest of his team has been just bombarded by nades, mortars, and everything in between, and so he's just trying to survive, but that vehicle really is on its last legs. Maybe if it's destroyed, he has a form of cover, so there it is.
It should be noted that QM also sees this and is taking shots in, so that's not good. As finally we're getting more of that Hosan fight starting to kick off as FaZe moving in. As Tyloo going to be kind of in the defended line. Remember, we did see FaZe come in onto the eastern front on this cross the road. They're kind of maneuvering through this. Nade not going to connect the way that Fex wants it to, though.
Yeah, but FaZe just have a great ridge to play here, as they're going to be able to assault Tyloo without even really taking too many risks. They will have to eventually get in, but they have a decent amount of time here with the circle quite a bit of ways, and they already have the knock, and they are just bombarding Tyloo with so much utility, and this is making it difficult for them to even recover.
Finally, Long's going to go for a throw, but after a reposition comes out, you can see Expendables do get some vision into what's happening with Tyloo, and that's why they're having to play so defensive in this and can't really step in. A bit of utility still going to be coming out, and this is going to be the tail end of it coming out for FaZe. They've committed a lot into this.
They want to get rid of this team. It's another foothold for them to get into the circle. Again, as you said, the Expendables will have a little bit of an angle as Duck Shoes will find the flush on the 755. So that's going to be a member down, and FaZe knows that they're fighting Tyloo because of the knocks from those nades earlier, so they're going to know that there's one member down and probably only two up as they're starting to make this push, Matt.
Tries to roll up into it, but they've got the Expendables on one side, Falcons on the other. Tyloo and FaZe up on top of each other right on the edge of the zone, but not even really inside it. Meanwhile, T5 is going to find themselves Na'Vi and a rock to hide behind for right now, as this is comfy cozy for the time being until the 17 Danoa thing ends.
But if you look at the issue with this new shift, there's, again, it's just such an open central circle. There really isn't much to play. So a lot of the teams that are looking for a position like LG on the north, like this fight happening on the northeast between Danoa and 17, as well as the fight here between Tyloo and FaZe, which is being heavily gate-kept by the Expendables, by the way, it's just gonna be a mess.
Good night, sweet princess. Aixlif finally dies. The torment and torture is finally done. Petrichor rode out as it was every single throwable on the face of the earth coming after them. FaZe, though, still inside this fight, and this is This is just getting harder to deal with the longer it goes on. TE has actually sent 777 up just to the north of this, so there's going to be a crossfire after this fight finishes out. And you can see, this just isn't clean for anybody. With Tyloo's having to deal with FaZe so close range, they can't deal with the expendables. It's allowing them to fortify in. TE doesn't have good vision on what's going on with the Falcons. Nobody is really just kind of capable of navigating this super efficiently, as now FaZe having to come in and... you can see, they know where they're at, but even if you win this fight, what do you do next?
Yeah, the next move is not going to be great, and the difficult part here for FaZe is that they've also been contested by teams shooting at them from distance, so they will clean that up, and that's also a difficult position to push. Those warehouses are notorious for being held quite easily. That nade was beautiful from Arollо.
Yeah, LG is going to be in throwable range. I don't know where those are exactly coming from, but it's...
oh my goodness.
It is just going off over here. T5 down just one up, venturing in. It's going to be QM, who still have vision, because QM have the compound in the north. If there's anything that's going on in the north, QM is involved. It's easier to look at.
QM has been doing a great job of, as you said, staying involved. Is now Danawa trying to make this push. They've come off the northeast, clearing 17, doing a good job of dictating other rotations here, as they now are trying to backstab LG in this push against their top 5.
Good read coming up from Flood. He steps up but takes a face full of damage. Rollo playing on the opposite side hasn't gotten enough to work with just quite yet. Instead, going to lean into the throwables, but nade's going to be coming out on the Danawa side. And Soul walks right out. Now Flood, the last remaining member for LG, but there are just so many members for Danawa. It's going to be hard. I was going to say, yeah.
No way for LG to get that done, on top of the fact that, you know, T5 did recover and was raiding some utility as well as getting some shots out towards... Well, he's from America, and now, yeah, Danawa have taken over the spot. 6 kills, have done well for themselves so far, Matt.
We got to put the quotations around recovery. Bong's still not necessarily feeling too good over here.
Sure.
Look at this. He's like, okay, all the vehicles around me have exploded in at least some type of pyramid of safety, and that's about all he's got.
Yeah, he tried getting that res. It didn't end up working out, as Danawa, the benefactors here of all the chaos on the north side, they are not only in, but once they get rid of Path and Pong, which they just did from Seoul, they're going to be able to now take that position as well, and they have so many loot boxes to potentially re-up on ammo, utility, or possibly even armor, because a lot of those kills came the way of frags, so those might be untouched.
With that cleaned up, it looks like Danawa is going to move down to the south, as Cerberus is preparing to make their rotation next to the Omni Vision that we've got coming out from QM into the circle. Is now you're going to crest down. This is what I was talking about.
Where do you go?
Look at this. QM has vision on all of this. Jinji also has some level of vision they can work on, but they're having to contend in. So just play into the lower section, hide out, and on the opposing side, it is going to be Falcons who are now leaving that Hosan position that we're talking about beforehand. DK going to be the new moving factor, as Cerberus going to have sight lines into them, as well as Danawa. It looks like they are kind of playing in more into that Danawa line.
Yeah.
There's a couple of increases in the hillside, but they're not good, but that's all you got.
Yeah, so the position that Cerberus has pulled up in is pretty good, but not this early. So as you can see, question mark, D+K and Danawa as well. I mean, Genji is actually just kind of chilling right now, but a lot of sidelines onto this. And I will say, though, Cerberus, the way that they've been able to really take their time, you notice they came in just at the very last second. They're really weighing their options, and this is something that we kind of saw them not do as well when it came to previous events, but they're taking their time. Their macro has improved so much on top of the ability to team fight as effectively as they have been.
There's a pivotal fight that's going to be brewing in just 1 second, as Sonics used the distracted TE to shift into the hillside to the south a moment ago, who it's going to give them a lot of control depending on how the circle goes. TE is not going to have a lot of options. They're going to have to move away from Falcons, as you can see, getting shot over there to the north. And Sonics, if they can get rid of TE from here, they can now crest that hillside, start looking into Falcon sight lines, and they're going to have vision, I think, onto what's going to be going on with Cerberus at least.
Yeah, and Sonics have been fairly quiet this game. I mean, they've been also coming in on rotations on they're actually on the west side. They wrapped into the south, and they've now gotten themselves a nice position. If they can get rid here of TE, which is just a duo, they might be able to step over and do quite a bit of damage to Falcons, as they're going to have to step out of the rest of what was left of Hosan in the circle.
Well, we're in just a complete no man's land now. All the buildings going to leave recessed hillsides. The only, well, I say that, there's still technically the Jinji Shack to work around. Is Jinji and Shacks have just been the theme of the day. Well, just in general.
General,
Jinji, right?
It's a fairly common theme with them.
No, somebody still has mortar.
Menuda will find Haisaki, but again, this is the problem. This is what mortars do pose as far as staying in the open, and that almost led it directly. There it is! Haisaki and Taikon will fall.
All right, well, Duck My, good job on not being with the rest as they are now toast. Here comes the clown car up over the top. Can Duck My get his vengeance? He's got the nade prepped.
It could be a huge
He's gonna toss it in. It's gonna roll right on top of him. And now Menuda last one up spray. And Duck My gets vengeance for his squad. But now is still just in the most awkward of positions.
What an absolutely nuts play, though. He knew that team was going to crash. He knew they were going to crash in the remnants of his old teammates. The nade was perfect, as was the spray. He will survive and again get points as Shax and Genji, man.
They don't have the meds for this. They can't have the meds for this. They've had to tank so much at this point. Barely clinging to life there. It's just going to be Taman as question mark with their high ground position that they've been monitoring for quite a while. Is going to go ahead, take control over the bit of crates that are right along that hillside while they're trying to take out the last remnants here. But Taman, never count him out. Best of luck looks like he's trying to breach into that smoke, but it is scary to do, and I like this. They've been fortified up for a long time. It's going to be Salute that actually finishes that out, and so moving down this hillside, moving into Genji is going to give them the tools to work with, and high expendables. Tanvu, that's probably not the place to be.
You know what? That's probably the best play they had, as we knew they had to rotate through some difficult teams, and so I like the attempt, but yeah, just not going to work. Meanwhile, question mark have slow rolled this on the southwest and done an amazing job of taking control. 9 kills, 4 away of Phil first, 4 on Dante as well.
Now the hillside fight looks like it's starting to brew a bit more. Falcons, Capitan leading the way up into the north, that Danawa line. They do have Sonics that are right behind it, but both of these teams know of each other's existence. They've been kind of slapping each other for a while right now. No big firefight yet, but it does look like Sonic's line in the defense that they're committing into is trying to set up for that, while Emmy and the rest of the crew from Falcons wants to lean far more north and get away from this.
Yeah, but they can't. Sonics actually have a really nice spread on this hill, and they are looking for those angles. If they can just find them on Falcons, who have just been doing a great job surviving again on that eastern edge of Hosan, and so they're very aware that the team they're going to have to fight is Sonics, and whoever wins this fight will have a considerable amount of control, at least on the south, and a nice ridge to work with into the next circle if it does hard shift north.
Keep in mind, though, with all of this that's going on, this is pretty beneficial for QM, as the position that they've now managed to get into, they can take some shots into Danawa. With the way the Falcons are moving into this one, it looks like they're more focused in that Danawa line. 3 of the teams are all pretty much stacked over to the east on top of each other, whereas QM gets, let's be honest, the circle as best as anybody else did, and can kind of defend up into this.
They can even use that massive airdrop there to potentially get covered, as well as some new gear, maybe some disgusting weaponry that would help them out. As there they do come down. Danawa, though, starting to look for some sort of approach, as Mime is going to find Capitan.
This is just going to be really hard for the Falcons. While they do have those crates for cover, they've got Danawa on one side, Sonics on the other. Minimal cover to work around. Sonics doing a good job of just using the recesses in the hillside to make it as problematic for him as can be. You can see Emmy now having a couple of bullets thrown his way, but it's going to be Soul who aggresses right down, just directly behind Silzen. Look, he's just in the thick of this one. He's just going to throw out a couple of things, but he's moving more aggressive. He wanted to deny some of these sight lines onto QM so he can make a play into the circle.
Yeah, and Danawa actually, as you said, Soul found himself a nice position, and this is a pretty good ridge, all things considered, as he's going to be able to get a forward position for the rest of his team. And those smokes actually denying sidelines, and he's looking for this. He's trying to find the window of opportunity. Yes, this is wonderful.
Just move in aggressively. Don't let QM get comfortable into this. They think that they've got control over this whole territory. With the smokes now coming out, he could just kind of charge into this. The vehicle at range is going to be Dante coming into it. Not going to see, but he has just crept up right on top of them. Now the Throwable's going to realize how close they are. Dante does spot him. Soul doesn't quite get the knock onto this one. Now QM realizing we've got targets close, and they have got to defend up.
Yeah, and they were not expecting Danawa to be able to get this close this quickly, as they're now pushing the pace here. And they've put question mark on the back foot. That's going to be a knock on the Bestalok. Soul will find one, but damage coming out from the other side.
Phil first with the flank around, not wanting to relent off of it just quite yet. The rest of Danawa can't make too big of a move. Loki's just kind of isolated. It's going to be because of the way the Falcons were playing into the Sonics, though, are going to be creeping in right back behind the Falcons any given second. Could be a distraction and allow Loki to come provide something into this, but I think Loki, this is pretty much just done. QM going to finish up over here, and now it's more about this firefight.
Yeah, and Sonics have slowly been picking apart Falcons, as their position was more advantageous, especially coming off that hill, and now they're just cornering in through Silzen. As long as they can get the trade, Tig will continue to dominate here. 6 kills on the side of Sonics, and all the control for the boys in blue.
Sonics on the east, QM on the west, and poor Loki just kind of chilling out solo on a rock to the north, even as rock not going to be in play for the next circle, as it does heavily favor Sonics. And keep in mind, there are just a stack of crates just spattered through all of this.
I say blue, more boys and teal, but regardless, the point still stands. Is look at how much control the Sonics do have. They're spreading out, and again, they might even be able to check some of those crates, maybe get some cheeky cover, even a nice little weapon. As we talk about weapon, look at Dante with the AWM. A knock from this could absolutely swing the fight in their favor. Is Loki just sitting in that vehicle?
I mean, I think that he's laying over there right next to it, but there's not a lot else that he can do. It's going to be QM now making the push into that rock. They just want to go ahead and make sure that they don't have anybody that's going to backside. I mean, just, again, efficiently played is now walking into that Sonic sight line as they were going for Loki. It does come at a cost. They get Loki, but Loki does get Dante as well.
Yeah, and that's going to be nice for the Sonics. They're going to realize they now have a member down, and they're just going to continue to further their control on this circle, and they have center as well, Matt. And a spray from Lynn is going to find a doozy, and they go for what? But a nice trade from Phil.
They just have ammo for days over
a second.
The brazenness of just holding that angle does get punished. Two members now down as Sonic's going to try to regroup over there, and that ghillie suit not going to provide too much with that blue backdrop back behind it, but Sonics, they know that they have the control on it. They're just going to go ahead and finish it out. Sonics going to go ahead and walk away with the round victory.
Man, that was almost a turnaround there. Phil first with two very nice back-to-back knocks, but Sonics will take that, and that was all on the back of their patience. They came in on the west, they slowly rolled in on the south side, and they were able to absolutely dismantle the team of the Falcons and slowly take over center position with the distraction that Danawa provided to question mark.
And no disrespect to the Sonics off of getting a victory in a very hard circle, but QM and how long they exploited that circle, the kill count that they managed to walk away from, that is going to be a very big game for them. The Sonics already sitting pretty good on the leaderboard. QM finally finding themselves a solid game. That was very, very nice.
That's also the second good game here. Yeah, QM have started off the day much harder than they did yesterday. It was a struggle, but the adjustments that they've been able to make it into the end game have been absolutely amazing, and so I'm really happy to see those adjustments.
And we've got ourselves prepped and ready to go. There was so much action inside that one. Of course, we're going to take a look at the highlights.
It's the big bounce back for some here, but Sonics, another repeat winner coming in here on Tego. They've been able to put themselves in a position where, well, I mean, congratulations to them. They're going to the grand final.
Absolutely. They saw FaZe do it in the last round. They said, let's get up here and do it right now. Sonics played very well. They were on that south side. They had to take a couple of fights. And, you know, I think Win showed up in the last game, has been playing very, very well. Shrimzy has also shown up here. There used to be a time when I feel like when people talked about Sonics, they just talked about Tigleton with a really great team around him. These guys in their own rights have proven each one of them is a star, and they played so well in this game.
And this was an amazing play from Duckmai here to know exactly how to shut down D+ as they moved on with the mortar shots on Cerberus. We had some great mortar shots, some great recoveries, some great fires towards the end. I thought Question Mark was going to be able to do something with all the crates they had available to them, but not to be. Sonic shuts them down.
Yeah, okay, so we've had the gambit of Tego types of games in this event so far. That was a new type of Tego. It was let's throw everything we could possibly throw at you. I mean, the amount of crates in that last line, everybody was able to go get some refreshers. The circle, the players had to be like, I hate this circle, please never do it again. But the amount of mortar strikes and just sort of chaos we got to see come out of that was exciting. I've never seen that many mortars and had so much fun just sort of cheering at the Michael Bay level of chaos.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to line up unless you've got something like a little cheeky ruler or something like that. But once you know the distance between some of those dips, I mean, we saw Petrichor Road, of course, trying to hunker down earlier on in that game, and they were hit as well. So you can't just you can no longer just rely on the idea of we've got a dip, we're gonna sit here, we're gonna chill. Like, it's not a thing.
Between blue zone grenades and mortars, dips are no longer safe because of mortars. We see shacks are not safe because of blue zone grenades. Multiple times we've seen teams just drive past a shack, chuck a couple of BZ grenades out, and then keep on moving, and teams are just getting absolutely wasted because of that. So it's a change of landscape. And when I say landscape, I don't mean map. I mean literally the way that you approach these maps has to be reconsidered. I'm excited about seeing what these teams have learning sort of from Tego, taking it to other places like Erangel, and seeing sort of those mortars dislodging people.
Well, especially the mortar. I think you would consider Erangel and Miramar.
Yes.
You're just more figured out maps. That's just kind of a given here. So maybe there is a world where they can be utilized even further. I think at this point, and we're kind of going on a tangent here whilst we check out everything that's going on. Here's our top 4 teams. I'm going to keep talking anyway.
Tangent, baby.
Like, where right now we're seeing a sprinkling in of mortars.
Yeah.
But I think it slowly over time will become more and more common the more comfortable these teams feel with it.
I think that's part of it. I mean, it's funny that you use the word tangent because there's a lot of math in how you get these mortars to work out. And it is difficult. But yes, there are places in Erangel, even more so, where you can look at a dip and you go, I guarantee there's a team in there right now.
Absolutely.
Once you master mortars, you're good to go. And a team that is working hard on mastering mortars, there was this big thing about Tagelton. He's trying to use rulers to figure out ways, trigonometry, if you will, to master mortars. But whether or not they do that, they've mastered how to sort of play this game right now. Shrimzy comes out as the all-star, though.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. 707 damage alongside the kills he was able to get. And here's the man of the match here, brought to you by Kudia. And I mean, who's to blame him? Looking at how he's playing things out. As you say, there was a period of time where everyone was like, it's the TIG show.
Yeah.
But honestly, if you all go all the way back to PGIS, this was an all-star roster that right now is sitting at #1 in terms of damage here, putting themselves in a great spot.
And I think this is one of those rosters, each of these players has their own strengths. They've matured dramatically over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
I even heard at breakfast, Shrimzy was sort of making fun of their coach, being like, he's just so military. Everything is about just getting stuff done, being regimented, and I think it has helped them a lot.
Meanwhile, I keep making fun of Shrimzy's breakfasts because it's just waffles.
It's waffles and he claims an omelet, but it's just a bite or two. It's mostly the waffles and the syrup. But if it's working, let's keep doing it.
Absolutely. It's 76 points for Sonics, finding themselves in second place right now. Meanwhile, creeping up behind them, still without a win, bear in mind here, is Cerberus, who've got themselves 53 kills on the board, alongside the 17 placement points. But you know what? I keep saying it in the back, and I'm gonna bring it here to the desk as well. Himas, I feel like he might be the best player in the world right now. That's my feeling, because looking at the consistency, I'm just throwing it out there.
No, I like bold predictions. I'd say yesterday, I said Shrimzy's the best player in North America, pound for pound. I think Himas does bring a lot, and it's not just his fragging. Yes, he can hit any shot. His positioning is smart. The way that he's taking these engagements, the way that he's working with his teammates, these guys are playing incredibly well, and I think that we're going to be saying the name Cerberus a lot going forward.
I hope so, to be honest.
Yeah,
I want to see it keep going.
They're exciting to watch.
Yeah, they are exciting to watch. And for Falcons right now, I know that the crowd is very excited to see them being played here in Saudi Arabia. Likewise, on the opposite side of things, the Expendables not got that many points just yet today, but this is a team that has got a lot of points today. Question mark here.
Yeah, question mark turns it around. Yesterday, they were not the question mark they wanted to be. This one, they come in second place, so that's a top 3 finishes in every match so far today. They clearly, I don't know what they did last night. I hope that they do it before the next stage as well. I assume if they keep doing what they're doing, they'll be in the winner's bracket, and they take that time to figure out what did they do last night that changed the game, and how do they make sure that they are doing it every day when they come in.
Well, I was talking to you about it when I was selling you on the idea of Phil first, right? This is a team that can constantly get to the late game and potentially round out some games from there. But thank you very much, Toffee's here to talk about things. We now move to the grassy pastures, Erangel, as we head over to the commentators.
Yes, thank you so much, Kilaris and Toffees, as we head to our first of 3 Erangels on the day. Again, if you're curious, my name is Cosby, joined by Matrim, and so far today has been a comeback day.
Yeah. Oh, well, FaZe living a pretty good life right now. QM finding themselves some strong victories inside there. It's been also a very, I guess, second to last circle mid-game, through mid-game kind of fighting situation that we'll be looking at. Where usually whenever we're starting to look at our last circle, it's a lot of 4 teams up, getting ready to prep around. This time around, it's been very, very dominant in our endings today. That's the kind of the theme I could say for the day is it feels like by the time we're moving into that last firefight,
it's almost like a snowball effect. Yeah, for a lot of these teams actually doing a lot of damage and getting a good amount of kills. Sonics being the one we're talking about last game, but even Question Mark, right, doing a great job of finding some success there, and especially with their third-party abilities and the fact that they've been finding frags really where they kind of shouldn't have been. So Yeah, question mark, as the desk also said, have just been coming in. As Kilaris has been saying, Phil First has been a wonderful player to watch. Again, a young gun coming into his own in an international stage has been great. I'm really looking for the success of that team as well. But look at this. Is this a little hot drop potentially by... Wait, Poochills is all the way here alone in Millie Base next to the entirety of question mark.
This is a science that I don't quite understand, but we will see if there's some rationale behind it. I guess maybe it could have been a late drop, could have also just been eyeing it
for the vehicle, probably. Oh, and a very northern circle with my favorite city just barely in there to the northwest, Zarki. But look at this. Falcons are very happy to see this right now.
Yeah, this has been a team that's been they've been making smart moves in macro and getting into the positions that that are winnable. Like, look, we saw them getting into the later stages that Sonic's aggressing into that area, kind of took it away from him towards the end of the game. But they're doing a great job on navigating the games, but it's just been much more quiet. It's been a lot of third and fourth party effects really coming after them.
They've been having issues in their team fights. As a good example, you know, I mean, the one that they lost with Sonics was mostly just a 4-on-4 with some aid from question mark. But yeah, Falcons have been putting themselves in good positions, but similar to LG, just having issues when it comes to actually fighting. And my eyes are now glued to that leaderboard because, again, with only 3 matches left, I mean, this one included, we're fighting for the top 8 here, and look how absolutely tight it is between Genji, the Expendables, Falcons, Tai Lu. I mean, even LG, Petra, one good game catapults you into the top 8.
For as much as we've been talking about the Expendables and the phenomenal nature of the way they've been playing, as well as Tai Lu, like, if you were to tell me that we were going to be moving into where, 3 games left, looking in, and we have LG, Petrichor Road, Na'Vi, all not in a comfortable qualified position moving into the grand final, that is kind of wild.
Yeah, Na'Vi specifically, I mean, they have just been on the struggle bus in winner's bracket, and a lot of it has been kind of getting shredded up in rotations, but the main issue for Na'Vi is they've been losing members of their team very early and having to survive as a duo or even sometimes a solo in some cases.
This is just a stacked lobby. I've been enjoying watching it all the way through. It's like we
still have lower bracket before we even get to the grand
this
finals.
Isn't the grand finals. This is just like
man.
This is like the appetizer of what grand finals could be, and I love it.
Especially, I mean, I can't wait to see, we're not even done here, but just thinking about the implications of which teams are going down to the lower bracket just has my head spinning. This has been just, in my opinion, one of the best tournaments we've ever had for PUBG. And we're not even halfway.
Yeah, there's still so much to go through on this one, and you know the people that are in lower bracket sitting back right now watching all of this, they're like, okay, just taking notes, figuring out everything. They're going to come in with some fire and gusto of their own. LG's pretty much got themselves all of Nova to work with. Didn't go up to Milta Power, but given playing path, no surprise there. 17 Gaming already making their path pretty close to where Everest is going to be. Genji running an old split, running quads, and then the compound that's going to be to the southwest of that. You remember that split?
Oh yeah, with the flat top and then a cube. Yeah, we haven't seen that actually in quite a while. Cube though, very good in this circle. It's a dangerous position as you see Xiaobei looking towards that area. Cube can dictate a lot of rotations here as DG98 having to get out of the vehicle, and 17 fortunately gonna slide right on through that very contested bridge.
It's about as well timed as you can want. TE gonna hit the bridge.
With 4, by the way. There was 4 people. This could have been a disaster for 17.
Man, just the balls in which they make plays and how they get away with it sometimes is astounding. Yeah. TE did shift on the bridge to the west. While we've got this going, Petrichor Road's gonna come back into the circle from that Rozhok bridge. A lot of bridge crossing going on right now, but let's not forget we got our good old friend emergency pickup inside this game, which could show its faces with the river kind of going through. I wouldn't be surprised if some of these teams might just be committed into more of a loot and then just jump in style situation while we're not seeing them move just quite
It is possible to see some teams, use emergency pickup. The problem though with this circle, Matt, as you know, is there's very little to play as far as compound. So just you'd have to drop somewhere on raw terrain, as we see the Expendables taking the crash plane here. This is a strong position to hold. I like that they're not committing to the center and they're just potentially going to play just on that south side of it.
Yeah, move away from the plane itself and just play in the ditch that's been cut through. We can see that pretty popular. Also, almost sets it up to where somebody else can try to take that other section and then by your powers
I think that's what they want.
defend up. Yeah.
They've
potentially would want a team to try to take that, and they can either use that as a third-party opportunity or kind of use the dips on the side that they're on there just to the northwest as a more impregnable position, because that is much easier to hold. As we look at this mortar coming in, the first one hit the rock, and they thought maybe they were safe, but that one came and destroyed them.
It was like a bait too.
Though such a Duckmice play was amazing.
The bait off of it, it hits the rock, and you see a player get up and go, oh, they're aiming more for the rock, and then just walks right back into it, dude. It's just destruction. And we did see that Na'Vi got pretty close to Danawa just a moment ago around that no lean location just north of Yasnaya. That's going to be pretty fine. LG going to be rotating next to a phase, and that's not the way you really want to go through that one, but that's going to be around Milta itself. Remember, these are the Novo boys now leaving out where Milta itself does belong to phase, and take some shots in. QM, I think, heard this or saw this, one of the two, as they're playing still down a military base. We'll have to see what they choose to do.
Yeah, QM is, I mean, they're taking their time, and this is what we've seen for them time and time again, especially in the previous games. They will really take, even in that last Tego game, right? They were on the west side, they really took their time, and they dictated a lot of the rotations around them. On top of doing quite a bit of damage to the teams in front of them, they were able to take over those positions, and then they slowly just kind of, as we said, snowballed their way into the circle. So I'm not really worried the fact that they're taking their time coming into this circle late as well, because that's kind of been their MO, and that's where they've been able to kind of find success.
Cerberus driving around, having shots come at them. It's almost like they do a weird level of scouting of, oh, you're shooting at me. Now I know exactly where to drive to try to pick up some more kills in this earlier section. Is look at
Poking Cerberus is not the play, by the way. I'm telling you that right now. The way this team has been playing, I would leave them well and alone.
I'm kind of curious to see what they're committing into at this stage. Is since it is kind of a more open area, this would be a place if I were Cerberus to go, okay, you know, we got those mid-game fights that we like and whatnot, but let's kind of commit more into a strength position to play from, see if maybe somebody crashes into us instead. That's there's a lot of different ways that a team that's as aggressive as this in this stage can choose to play.
They're potentially taking this nice shelf here, yeah, just above shooting range. We've seen teams play here before. It's quite open for this early in the circle, but honestly, with Cerberus taking it, I don't worry at all, because they have been able to fight. The way they've been able to fight in open circles, especially in that Tego game the other day when they were on the north side, just amazing.
But hey, look, if they take that shelf and they can separate out, they don't have to worry about mortars as much as they were having to in the last game.
But look, Tyloo actually have realized that Cerberus pulled up right underneath them, so an opportunity here for them to not only get some early points, but really start to get the momentum going, because they have been struggling in this event as far as winners bracket is going. Amazing in group stages, but not so much here in the winners bracket, as they do sit at 11th with 43 points, still very much in it. And again, the problems for Na'Vi continue, losing members still early within Circle 1, Matt.
And this is kind of interesting, because remember, these guys rotated next to each other near Yasnaya, if I'm remembering properly. So Na'Vi should have had a pretty decent idea that they moved in there. I guess that they thought that that was the pathing that was going to be open. And yeah, see, Cerberus going to go ahead and got to be careful with that, as they have one of their members down. But Tyloo, with 2 down, almost 3, as long as has to walk away.
Poking the bear. I mean, that is Cerberus.
Oh, well.
Or in this case, a demon dog, you know, guarding the gates of hell. That pretty much is what Cerberus has been for everyone in this lobby.
They do got that dog in them, to say the least. They got to be careful, though, as it is the Expendables kind of dancing around the area next to them, that it's going to be 777. Yeah, that sees what's going on here, doesn't have a good angle into it, but is enough to really cause a problem if they kind of lose track of what's going to be going on over here.
And Expendables, yeah, they are just kind of slowly taking their time. They've actually completely given up that plane position we were talking about earlier, and as you were just talking about, because they want to get points. They know that they're on the cusp. They need to get as many points as possible. Hisaki just gonna finish off the rest of Tyloo with the help of Petrichor in Chewy and Ike's left.
Just a night and day difference in consistency coming up for Tyloo between the group stage and the winners bracket right now. As it's going to put even more pressure on these last 2 games for them to try to figure out some way to make this work. Meanwhile, Cerberus just run and gun strategy, man. It keeps paying off. Petrichor Road, don't go near there. That's a bad place to be.
And now shots are being rang out from the Falcons, as they are sitting in the shooting range, trying to get some damage. Maybe a flush here or there, and the circle is going to shift. The nice thing about there's no more confusion as to whether or not this is going to go south, you know, towards Rodlock's side. So this is going to pull north, and Severny's still very much in the circle. As a nice spray coming out between 2 of the APAC teams, actually finding themselves early.
Yeah, Cerberus had their eyes set down on the Expendables. The Expendables had their eyes set back down on Petrichor Road, and now it is going to be just a quick flush in. This is just coming apart for TE. Jinji at range, PO back behind you. Wow, Cerberus on one side and solo PO Pio on the other one. That is not a comfy place to be.
Yeah, Pio is just playing a different game right now.
he
As
really
you said,
is.
the rest of his teammates are at cube, but I mean, the good thing about this though is Pio has found so much room and bought them so much time that they're going to be able to rotate up and support with no problem. So I don't hate this, as it did work out. And what has happened here at Crossroads?
Crossroads right now. Whoever made the deal with the devil on this one is not coming out too well. Luminosity going to go ahead and go down. Ppocecsop Road getting the shots in. Looks like they should be able to get Fex, as I don't think that, Danoa, who's playing to the north of that, isn't going to have any good vision. QM is going to be wrapping in. That's going to distract Ppocecsop Road, so FaZe should be able to reset pretty cleanly from him.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was necessarily a rotational issue or, again, just LG not being able to win team fights, but just more woes on the way of that team, as now Expendables are being breached by Gen G, and so far so good for Gen G, as EJ will go down though, and it looks like he might get flushed.
It's gonna be Haisaki on the outside of this one, just taking some shots in. They realize that, okay, this is our safe angle, gonna commit into the res. 777 playing from this, and it's just, what do you even do? DG, he's got the scope on there for the extra aim.
Yeah, quotations, extra aim, as he has that DBS in that Prio building, very notoriously difficult to hold. But look at this in the top right. It's going to be Falcons that actually gets rid of 17 Gaming in shooting range.
That's going to be a real good moral victory for them, being able to take down a squad strong as that. TE having the nades come in. PO is going to get flashed and have to step away from it, but that reveals tons of information, enough for Taman to pick it up. And yeah, you saw what killed
the Panzer cover from Taman there was actually pretty sick, because PO was flashed and just trying to get into some form of cover around that broken down school bus. But man, nice little pickup with the Panzer, and so Gen G will take a very strong position here in the circle on the south side, Matt.
I'm not going to spend too much time talking about shooting range. You guys know it. It's a very large hillside. We're going to see players pretty much, our teams leaning into the north or the south facing of it. Right now we got Ppocecsop Road, Gen G. They're more towards the top. Down into the shooting range itself is going to be where we have Falcons as well as Na'Vi playing inside of the tunnel. Meanwhile, Severny's got some attention drawn its way, as Question Mark is kind of close to it, playing that ridge line that's just going to be on the outside. Ppocecsop Road with a very wide 2-2 split, kind of dancing around the FaZe sight line, kind of dancing around the Gen G sight line. As Sonics are going to come in, and really nobody around them except for Cerberus.
Yeah, Sonics are in much of the same position that you actually find in Ppocecsop, and as you were just mentioning, they know that they have all of the southeast themselves. There shouldn't be any teams rotating in at this point, and so they're going to be comfortable there, as they have a lot of room to work with, and really it's just Gen G they have to worry about once the circle closes, maybe shifts away from them. And then Sonics actually has the complete west coast to their advantage.
Bro, we are just now about to hit phase number 3 with 43 alive. This early to mid game has just been wild in these games.
And I think a lot of that with these teams kind of going for these rotations and losing members more so in early rotations than they would before is because of the fact that they know they need to make top 8. There is, I don't want to say a little bit of desperation, but definitely some pressure to make sure that they're getting these points and getting 4 up in a very strong position so they can capitalize off it. But for teams like Na'Vi, LG, that's just not really been the case. Even 17 Gaming struggled there in this game.
And Cerberus is its own form of catalyst, where even if they don't pick up all of the kills inside of it, they're going to cause a domino effect of firefights, as Daytrade are going to go ahead and try to fly themselves into the thick of it. And T5, pretty familiar with this strategy, is hit the ground, roll, and find yourself that dip, and that's, I mean, it'll work-ish for now.
They should be able to survive here in the waves just the west of shooting range. T5, a very strong position. They have overview on that shack. This has been a very strong position. You know, having played here before in competitive, you get to dictate a lot of what's happening in the circle. It's hard to actually push that as well, unless you're coming from the position where Sonics may.
It's just so scary to be played with so much of shooting range hillside still in play.
Yeah.
Especially whenever at the top of it is a team like Cerberus. Luckily, Cerberus is busy feasting on other things at the time, but if their attention does get drawn to south, is a doozy catching some air.
Oh my goodness.
God, he is just flipping all over the place.
Oh my.
Those shots from Loki, though, were sick. Soul's gonna go ahead and be the one that taps it in, but it is gonna be Uber that hits the shot onto him, so
the Soul
shot off of his back.
And Question Mark are actually going to spin onto this. I really like this. They realized that it was going to be Danoa having the issues as they now go right on top. Dante needs to get out of his vehicle, though.
I mean, this is just turning in. What? What is even happening over here? QM is just rolling through. Keep in mind, these two teams have been pretty close to each other for a while now, and Nox gets vision on Bestlock, just trying to crest up the hillside to dodge it. Can't quite do it. Windforce on the opposing side for it, but don't forget that we still have Dante that's playing to the south, as now Windforce is on his own. He's got Salute on one side, Anonix on the other, but Anonix does need to move. He's hopped inside of his vehicle, and he's probably going to wrap back over into Salute's position.
That was so weird to watch. They actually just opted to go for runovers there in the vehicles, which, I mean, as you saw, Oduzi just got lasered off of that huge jump. I thought they were just going to pull up on the side of that, but they managed to just full send, and, I mean, I guess they got the hill.
Well, we have another big fight brewing as Petrichor Road has shifted down to the south where Gen G is going to be at. FaZe is going to be right back behind them. Gen G, who just managed to fight and get control over this area pretty comfortably, now going to have to deal with the fact that they have one of their members down in EJ. And Petrichor Road just a full split back behind them. This is just a unified line walking straight up against another unified line while FaZe is just crunching it in. And it's going to be just bisecting right into both of them. So they have to be careful. Pio's going to go down. Big Nade's going to land. Xlip just absolutely demolishing. Now, can we see Petrichor Road finish this off before FaZe manages to swoop in?
Nice stand now. You have Petrichor done a great job. They desperately need these points. They need to have a solid game here and keep as many people alive, but Xlip is just going to run over Summer. No way that just happened.
What is even going on in this phase? Is just going to walk in and see the world down in front of them. They've got to be cautious on their own regard, so Gustav is going to be down on one angle for it. Gen G is going to go ahead and get eliminated. FaZe now just rolling forward in, just going to keep dropping the nades right up on top. Mill, you can see just kind of cowering back, trying to get his meds back into a better position. Last one up for the squad, gets it down on one, trying to go for the flush, but it is going to be a slow roll from Corexi. Now it is a 1v1, blue zone at the back. Mill gets his meds up, Corexi going for the same.
And what an absolute disaster for Petrichor. I mean, I don't even know how you run over. I mean, there was no smoke. There was nothing to cause that. And so, again, more woes for the team as FaZe have actually somehow managed to get 6 kills out of this position.
Here's the issue, though, is now you can see Corexi kind of moved for this angle to go from Mill, but he's been kind of caught out over here. He's in the blue zone right now and has got to play this one carefully. He's going to be able to fight his way through. Nox not quite done with this fight with QM just yet, but neither is Windforce. It's going to make it even more complicated. Petrichor Road is going to go down. Corexi is going to find him, so should find a safe path in the circle. Question Mark's going to get eliminated, and so now Danoa should be able to get the res as Salute should be able to make it to Anonix, but after the res, it's going to be... Where'd he go, man?
They don't really have a lot. I mean, there is a shack on the north side that might be an option if they have a vehicle, but even D+Key is starting to make their way towards that as well. So, yeah, I mean, what does Danoa do here? They don't have a clean play at all.
The only thing that they can hope is with D+Kia kind of moving more into that T5 angle. T5, you can see trying to get rid of Daytrade in this close range fight. Daytrade doing a good job at holding it together, not letting it come out. There it's on 5, though, just too many angles to work with, but they have multiple members now down, out, and in trouble.
And I like the fact that they did leave Pathampong up at that shack, that beautiful shack, a nice area to keep Overwatch, and he's done a lot of damage helping kind of dictate the fights here, and fortunately I do think T5, yeah, they're gonna get Thanadol up as well, which I'm sure Kalaris loves to see.
Oh, yeah, and they've got pretty centered on this one. Salute and the rest of the crew looks like they're just going to send it pretty close to this T5 line.
I don't hate this at all.
Yeah, just stop right here. Deva does have a bit of an angle with the car down in position. Provided it doesn't roll too much further away, they should be safe for just a bit. As now D+Kia is going to make more of a commitment into that Pathampong kind of angle that T5 was trying to hold in that shack most likely.
Yeah, and that great shack that Pathampong did find himself in, he is going to want to start to rotate in now, especially because of the fact that T5 does have a nice ridge to work with, a nice, I will say, a little dip here in the waves, but the problem for them is going to be D+Kia that's actually moving in the position that they're leaving behind. And that's because Pathampong can't really hold that solo at this point, so they're just going to commit to the center.
And just going to have to defend up from that angle. We do see the circle pretty much centered on that hillside. We still have the waves, Badlands, whatever you want to call them, just to the west of shooting range. Falcons still have a smidgen that they can play inside that, but that's not going to be the most comfortable. Na'Vi, Anonix, the rest of the crew going to have to be making some type of shift. That nade going to connect coming out from Na'Vi is it's going to be pretty much tunnel to trench, right?
Well, yeah, and the biggest issue of this circle, Matt, is the center of it is just it's a downward hill, right? It's a big slope, and there's really no cover, if any at all, aside from a few trees that anyone would be able to take position in. And the problem there is also the fact that the South is going to be able to see anything because it is uphill.
We've also got a very quiet squad that is getting ready to enter the circle, and that's going to be Sonics, who is going to be pathing in behind that weakened phase that we saw just a moment ago. Our stronger squads in this are going to be Cerberus, who's back to playing around that plane path we saw earlier. Kia, who's going to have to move into the hillside of some fashion, but the problem with it is they can't get in a comfortable position on the hillside because look at how many people are playing the lower area of it. People that could have angles into it is we're going to have Danoa, we're going to have Na'Vi, we're going to have the Falcons, and technically T5 as well, so T5 is going to be just trying to defend that angle more than anything else. Cerberus, as they move down the hillside, also going to get vision into them, so Kia just, while they can get into the circle, there's no good way to do so.
Yeah, Kia is going to have to deal with quite a bit if they actually survive this. As we're going to see Capitan get to finish out Anonyx and the rest of Danoa. And now Na'Vi, I mean, they have a corner to work with, I guess, but they're going to have to deal with the Falcons. And as you said, Sonic's going to have a nice position on the south to work with, but realistically, I think Cerberus are going to be the ones to dictate the most of the control in the circle.
They're very, very focused on what's going to be going on with Kia is now making their move. Curex is going to go and get spotted out by Sonics. High ground versus low ground, pretty easy peasy as far as the shift around coming up from Sonics, but it is going to come at a cost of Mime, but that just a knock inside of it, really too much more.
Shrimsy, though, yeah.
And Shrimsy, so working through this one, they now get control of the top of the hillside, but the bigger problem is, guess what? They made noise in a gunfight. And who else is up on the top of that hillside?
Cerberus, yeah. So they are starting to flex out towards the south, but they're splitting as well because they also want to see what's going on in the north. They want to take as much control as possible, and this is what Cerberus has been doing systematically game after game as we now see Na'Vi taking the fight to T5. It's just Uba desperately trying to stay alive and get some more points for them so he can at least set up for a heroic comeback in the final two games.
Man, he is just braving so close to that Molotov. Just those couple of shots, enough to slow down what was going to be going on with them. Falcons now starting to leave outside of shooting range, jump outside the walls, means the fact that they're getting more vision what's going on with T5. Cerberus, very focused down the lower sections of this hillside. Have got to be careful because now it is going to be Sonics that hears what's going on with Cerberus, and finally, the hunters become the hunted.
Yeah, so I mean, for how long though, I wonder, is they've been able to turn around those fights quite effectively. As T5 just, again, stuck in these waves with a member knocked. I'm not sure if they're even going to be able to get that up. As Falcons starting to, push the pace here a little bit, they realize they have the majority of the cover here on the east side, and they're going to have to get rid of everyone else if they want any chance of surviving this.
Hillside stays in. The waves do not. Uba's going to go ahead and get spotted out. He's going to go down. Falcons look like they're trying to move to gatekeep, but can't do so too efficiently with the positionings that we see coming out from Sonics and Cerberus. Sonics are now going to shift back into the east, which means that they're going to have sightline down, and it's going to be a crossfire kind of setup. But 3 members of Cerberus have left Tycon behind, and they are moving aggressively down this hillside to see if they can get into anything that Kia is trying to set up.
Well, look, if they can just get rid of D+Kia, they know the entirety of not only the northwest, but the west is theirs, and they can pretty much move how they want to. An angle in the circle is D+Kia actually going straight into T5 anyways.
I mean, what else can they do? They were being herded this direction. They had to make something. T5, that adult still clinging to life right now, but not for too much longer as he's going to be going down. Falcons now getting more control over this northern area by the moment, but let's not count it out yet. It's going to be Capitan as well as Cerberus just converging in on this Kia location.
If they commit too hard, though, Sonics could read this and maybe go for a wrap back around and try to catch Cerberus off guard, but they're just putting in so much work and just raining down so much damage on the rest of the teams that have just trying to find any sort of cover.
Man, it is just straight up Obi-Wan Kenobi time over here. His high ground is just destroying anything that's in the low ground right now. Anything that was playing around that shooting range area is just having a hellacious time with it. Do note that Sonics have shifted 2 of their members back into more of the Cerberus line. They've left H1 behind. DraftKing is still up for Falcons right now, but Cerberus still with 4 up and stronger, just bouncing from hill to hill to tree, finding more angles and finding more kills.
Yeah, and Toby even mentioned it as well. Their ability, as you just said, to bounce between different positions, going from a 3-1 to a 2-2 to a 1-3, and just the fluidity of the way that they're playing in these micro fights, maintaining their members in team fights has just been, it's just been awesome, man. Watching this, it's been a masterclass from Cerberus.
And it makes it really hard if you're fighting against them because you never know if you're getting the full 4 stack, if you're getting the 3-man. Every single time Cerberus knocks you, you have to make the assumption that the other 4 are immediately going to be there.
Or they're even in some off angles. We see Diggleton setting up for a mortar. I wonder what he's going to be doing with that one as I mean, this one is going to be difficult just because of how spread out Cerberus is. But yeah, he's lining it up here. We'll see if he can find anything.
And this is where spotters help out, right? Mime's up there just kind of feeding the angles in, see how this one's going to come. It looks like his beat onto Paisaki is pretty strong. Now it's going to be about, does he have the numbers?
Oh my goodness!
Tig just says, hell no, Tycon. You sit back down, sir.
Pretty strong. That did 300 damage that landed on his face.
That was a headshot with a mortar. Tycon's like, I'm not checking that angle again, bros. I'm done. We just let him have the top of the hill. I don't even want to look up there anymore.
You shout out to the observers too for catching that, but I mean, that was, wow, that was direct. That was a direct hit. You sunk there.
And DraftKings now really happy that he's in the low ground, not up there dealing with that. Okay, so I guess we found the kryptonite to Cerberus, right? Just drop mortars, force them to stop for a second.
That was impressive as hell. I mean,
oh my God, and he's got a P9.
I mean, yeah, why not? Why not give Sonics a P90 here? His circle has centered up on pretty much the worst possible area in shooting range you could ever ask for.
Yeah, not a ton of cover to be had. Looks like H1 is trying to move down, shift to the hillside a bit. Vehicle fortifications as they are converging up. But let's not forget about DraftKings down here, as he could play a pretty big factor in a moment. You can see the Sonics are aware. That's the reason they popped down the vehicles the way that they did. P90 coming alive back over to Himos's direction, but not going to connect the same way that mortar did. Oh, man.
That's still... That was wonderful. But yeah, Sonics, I really like this. They've started to take a little bit of a better position as two of them are stacked on top of each other. It's going to be Glyph and not Mime playing together. DraftKings has been found, so now this is a straight up 4v3 between the Sonics and Cerberus.
Hillside between them, and they're just going to be playing the different recesses in it. And Tig going to go ahead and pop in the headshot on the Duckby. That means that isolated position going to be more complicated. We're pretty much looking at a 3v3 now. The low section and that flanked angle that we know that we can see them trying to run through. On top of that, yeah, Haisaki, just a full-on wrap, pushing right into that mortar line from just a moment ago, realizing they can collapse in. Himas going to go ahead and regroup with Tycon, and this is a very strong set of angles to play from.
Yeah, I think they're going to leave Tycon here to try to just hunker down and maybe be the draw here for Sonics to focus on. Meanwhile, Haisaki might even get that angle. They're just trying to buy time for him to see if he can find a knock and really get this wrap going and put Sonics on the back foot, as that's going to be the spray. Can he find it? Ooh. And there it is. Haisaki will strike.
H1 will go down. Haisaki took a ton of damage, but has got to be careful now. Oh, the blue zone going to be the one that does the touch of damage to polish it all off. Sonics going to read that, realize the fact that what's going to be going on. Moss is going to be making this much more aggressive down that hillside. You see Sonics going ahead, trying to make sure that they secure up. There's no push that's going to be coming through from that angle onto it, but it's going to be Hamas as well as Tycon just regrouping, and now as we've moved into circle number 8, it's going to be Cerberus that has dot control.
Yeah, and Tingleton has to be huge here. He has to try to defend so that Mime has the time to res win, because in a 3-on-2, especially with the equipment that Sonics has, this is in their advantage. But look at the way that Cerberus is slowly taking control of the center circle. And I say slowly, but they pretty much rush to this position, Matt.
Yeah, just running right down into their faces, hoping in fact it's going to be unexpected, but Tycon is going to go down, and now it is all down to a solo and a Moss. Talking about the fact that, okay, this might be the best player in the world right now. Can we see him make a miracle happen? Goes for the shots out, manages to hit into one of them. Can he get the other two? The line is going to be coming. Sonics trying to make sure that they're playing this slower, change the pace. Hamas says, no, I don't even want the dot anymore. I want you dead. Mime reads it, goes for the peek over. Hamas gets another one, tries to move away, but he's going to go down. It is going to be the Sonics that pick it up.
And even still, beautiful adjustments there from Cerberus. But yeah, the Sonics coming off the south side. We saw it earlier, Matt. They were playing slow. They made sure to just take control of the south. And then once they got the shifts, they slowly started to kind of poke out, get control of the teams around them, especially to the east. We saw that the read was beautiful, though, when they realized that Cerberus had actually spread quite far north to try to get those kills on a D+ Kia.
Oh, man, these games are just so... You're just seeing the skill level continue to evolve from player upon player. It is just so good. Like, we're getting some very, I guess, empty circles. I don't know how else we want to say. It's just barren. It's just so hard to work around. But players are still managing to find every single angle, every hillside. They're trying to exploit anything that they can. And think about it. We're just seeing players walk boldly in. Like, yeah, at the very end of this, we think that it's better for us in a numbers disadvantage to play aggressive and jump in instead of letting you bring your numbers to us. I love this style.
Well, especially in those situations, you'd rather die fighting, right, than just die either rotating in a vehicle or just running in the blue or something of that nature. So it has been very nice to see these teams just kind of go for it, so to speak. And for some of them, it's actually been working out very well.
Blue zone dictated so much of that.
Yeah,
that knock. Oh my God, that knock, I feel like that turned the game.
It did, because obviously Haisaki got the knock onto Win, which put them on the back foot, and I'm not sure if he lost track of the blue because of the timing. Obviously, it did take him a little bit of time to get around to get that flank, but yeah, that absolutely turned the fight around for the Sonics. And again, what a beautiful recovery, and then Tig being that line that kind of defended the res coming out from Mime onto H-Win.
Oh my God, a doozy. I don't even know.
I'm really surprised they sent it so kind of hard over that hill.
And that's one of the reasons why, like, a lot of people call it waves, badlands. You can see what it's like to drive across. It
sucks.
It's so hard to deal with over there. It is just a catastrophe waiting to happen. Everything that was going on in here, it was just like, no disrespect to our teams by any means, it was just like lemmings walking down into this lower ground and just getting demolished.
A lot of the circles, as you said, especially in the center, have been that kind of the case where a lot of these teams have to just kind of send it and just hope for the best. We will see it there. It's the first one he loaded too, I'm pretty sure. On his head. It was literally a mortar headshot.
Well, we've got ourselves prepped up in a crazy game and an interview. We got to know more what's going on downstage.
8, 7, 6, 3, 2. Welcome back to the main stage. We are joined by Tanvu from the Expendables. Now, you've had some highs, some lows throughout this competition so far. Now, one thing that we would really like to know, the casters have been talking about it backstage, the group stage for you guys was incredible. So what was your recipe for success throughout that stage of the competition?
Đội mình đã có một màn trình diễn rất là tốt ở vòng bảng, thì không biết là đội mình có bí quyết gì để thành công vượt qua vòng bảng không nhỉ?
Dạ, tụi em chỉ kiểu tâm lý thoải mái với lại ổn định cái cách bắn thôi, là kiểu bình tĩnh, thoải mái và bắn từ từ vào là được.
Well, we try to have like a relaxed mindset so that we can, be comfortable and be confident in the game so that we can get the chicken dinner and a lot of wins, a lot of kills as well.
بنرحب اعزائي المشاهدين باللاعب تانفو من فريق ذا اكسبندبلز، وحابين نساله بدايه بادائهم بمرحله المجموعات الجروب ستيج كان قوي جدا، فايش كان السر وراء هذا الاداء؟ ورده كان ان هم المهم عندهم ان يلعبوا بهداوه ويكون عندهم الثقه بنفسهم، وطول ما هم مرتاحين بيقدروا يأدوا باداء قوي جدا، وهذا اللي شفناه في مرحله المجموعات، لكن بدنا نشوف ايش حيقدروا يقدموا في باقي مراحل البطوله. So you're kind of flirting with that 8th position right now on the leaderboard. So it's a lot of uncertainty around it right now. You've got 2 more Erangels left to try and make it into the grand finals. What do you need to change? What do you need to do to make sure that you can make it into those grand finals?
Nghĩa là mình đang kiểu ở giữa cái vị trí thứ 8 với 9 thì mình cứ lên xuống hoài ấy, thì nó có nhiều cái không có chắc chắn ở đây ấy, thì bây giờ chỉ còn mỗi 2 trận thôi nữa là sẽ kết thúc vào vòng nhánh thắng. Em nghĩ là đội cần phải làm gì, cần phải thay đổi cái gì để có thể được giành được tấm vé vào vòng chung kết.
Tụi em đang mắc lỗi là mất bình tĩnh, và nếu 2 game này tụi em sẽ bình tĩnh lại và cứ thoải mái ra mà bắn cái hướng là tụi em sẽ làm được.
I think we're just like we couldn't stay calm in the last 4 matches, so all we need to do now is stay calm so that we can get a lot of kills and maybe a win in those remaining 2 matches so that we can get a ticket to the grand finals.
حابين نسأله وناخذ رأيه بما انه باقي مباراتين فقط على نهاية الوينرز براكت اللي وقتها التوب 8 بتأهلوا للجراند فاينلز، فبما انه باقي مباراتين وهم حاليا موجودين يعني بالمركز الثامن، المركز التاسع، يعني على حدود التأهل، فايش الشغلات اللي يمكن يشتغلوا عليها او ايش الشغلات اللي يمكن يغيروها عشان يقدروا يوصلوا لنهائيات البطولة؟ رده كان انه نفس الشيء على السؤال الاول تقريبا، انه المهم يكونوا هادين ومركزين على نفسهم بالمباريات، وناويين يحاولوا يطلعوا على القليله تشيكن دينر واحد من المباراتين الباقيين عشان يقدروا يوصلوا للجراند فاينلز خلال الايام الجايه. نشكرك يا تنفو. Thank you very much for joining. وباذن الله حنرجع على الاستوديو خلال ثواني بسيطه.
Thank you so much, Tanvu, for joining us in this post-match interview. We wish you all the best of luck. You've got 2 more maps to go. You've got to dig deep, and we're all at the edge of our seats. Speaking of being on the edge of our seats, we're going to go back over to the desk so that we can continue day 2 of the winners bracket. 2 Erangels to go.
Joke's on you, Banks. I'm standing up. I know it might not look it 'cause I'm a short guy, but anyway, we've got ourselves Sonics now with the back-to-back here. There's no more winners allowed. It's only FaZe and Sonics.
We got here to start today. We said no repeat winners. And then FaZe goes, you know what? Here, I'm gonna do back-to-back. Sonic says, all right, fine. Hold my beer. I'm gonna do it too. No one else is allowed to have points today or chicken dinners. I'm just assuming FaZe will win the next one.
Maybe, or a little. Oh, imagine a Sonics triple. Oof.
Oh, I mean, I can only dream.
And then we have Tiggleton here, the man of the match, brought to you by Gidea, and he's got himself another 5 kills on the board. And also, we've got to point out the mortar shot towards the end. He has been planning in his head. I love it. It's absolutely a new addition, a contentious addition to the game as a whole. But man, he's making it look good.
He's making it look good. The team was joking with him the other day, and I kind of loved the idea of, they were like, yeah, he's so considered a mortar, like trigonometry, like he's focused on mortars. We actually got to see it, from placing the mortar to lining it up to the shot hitting.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun, but it also wasn't overpowered. They got a chance to get Tycon back up. Mortars seem like a really interesting positioning tool. You're not going to necessarily get the kill most of the time, but it does seem to open some doors.
Well, and door towards 94 points for them here in second place. Fantastic stuff by them. We already said it before, but yeah, congratulations, you're in the grand final. Good stuff. But likewise, so is Cerberus. Danawa, I have to say, in terms of the glow up from yesterday, man, like Danawa, I thought they were having a real hard time yesterday. They definitely were. Really not that many points. But today, they've come back in fighting strong.
They have come back strong, and now they're in that 70 north, along with I think T5 is there as well. And then there's that big drop off, and I think that's where things are about to get wild. We got 2 games left. Top 8 go through to winners bracket, and when you start to get down to that sort of 6, 7, 8, they're looking at 59, 58, 57 cutoff, and then you're looking at 56, 48, 43, and 40.
Yes.
There are a lot of teams that need to make points happen in this game.
And of course, you guys can join us as well with Abdul Latif Jamil Motors. You can check them out. Toyota.com.sa/en/gamers and check those guys out as well. We actually saw a doozy flipping a car in the previous game. That was a lot of fun. I imagine that might be one of the rides of the day towards the end of the day.
I'm hoping it's the ride of the day, and I will say you can go to the home of entertainment, 50% off code GAMERS8, just like tried to take 50% off of Cerberus there with those beautiful mortar shots. He got close. OSNplus.com. This is going to be a race, I think, as we get to the end of this thing. 4 teams on both sides of the cutoff, or so 8 total that are in the hunt, plus the fact that, honestly, all the way down below that, 36 points, 1 big win.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, I'm looking at the standings right now. I feel like there's 3 places left up for grabs. If you think about where Third on 5 is, 73 points, that's going to be difficult for anybody to try and really reach here. So Falcons, 17, question mark. Those are the 3 that are in 6th, 7th, 8th right now. They need some points in these next 2 games to really solidify themselves.
Че? Валейкум, брат, чё молчишь-то? Тебе бомбим, бля. Чё, го играть? Я видел. Я туда тоже писал.
Чё, блядь, ЧСВшник, что ли? Не отвечаешь. Один зритель сидит, блядь, что ЧСВчит,
Я
понял?
видел, там Хибака, что-то они лутают с этого турика, они.
Не знаю.
Колесия, Хибака, вот, который сейчас идет, какие-то очки там можно потом джикоины купить на каком-то сайте. Вон Хибака, позайди, они что-то там делают, но. За эти катки ставят ПТС, какие-то ставки там, хуй поймешь. Потом на них можешь что-то купить тоже, понял, да? Это типа как китайский ивент, понял? Время переводишь, там вся хуйня. Там дохуя делал. Че, го играть? А Соники первую возьмут. Ты видел жесткие какие они? Ну сейчас Соники 2 катки подряд. Он пиздец это видел? Этот хуйня с арты как уебал. Это. Токио. Да, миномет. Жестко, да? Бля, он бы чуть-чуть туда сделал, когда это поднимал. Двоих бы еще бы разъебал. И он видел, когда эти нокаются его тиммейты? Он не идет поднимать. Видел ты? Хотя он рядом был.
Я сейчас отойти нужно 15-20 минут буду.
Ах,
Одну, да, две дайте.
Это тогда турик посмотрим.
Давай.
Какой нахуй?
Тебе сказали?
Слабо? Что сказали?
Сек.
Лучше с партнерами побудут те, которые не...
Не.
А ты аргументировал то, что ты профессиональный игрок еще?
Да там всем насрано на это. Ну
нет, почему?
Не. На профиков точно нет.
Ты еще даже на Твиче можешь получить
$10 это сколько джикоинов?
Аргументируя тем, что ты профессиональный игрок команды какой-то, там, скинуть в Википедию, они тебе могут ее быстро одобрить.
Да у меня ее нет, я думаю. Я не знаю, как это делать.
1000
На
джикоинов.
партнерку Твича? Или ты поешь это же?
Тогда
Да,
можно
партнер-
этот
партнер
купить,
Твича
грозу.
тоже.
Ты покупал грозу?
Пока рано. Ну, Клим
Халявно.
стеймить мало.
Нет, там грозу берешь, тебе
галочку
опять
получить,
возвращается.
Надо
джикоины.
стеймить хотя бы по 5 часов, блядь, не знаю.
Понял?
Какой-то
Ну, ты
тайминг
что, не
выбрать.
играешь?
Утром там, я не знаю, Клим утром всегда играет, типа утро, день.
Я старый уже для этого дерьма. А, кстати, что с этими игроками, вот, французами, этими Виталити, которые были же раньше?
В Apex играют.
В Apex катают, да?
Ну, Орекс вот
Куда?
этот вот, или как, Аэх, короче. Он в этих играет, в Apex играет, точно. Кто там еще был? Я уже не помню.
Ее за бабки надо купить, потом дадут тебе.
Шиф, да?
За джикоинов купишь.
Шиф, да, был.
Но он пытался в Reciprocity там играть, там еще где-то и так далее.
Чё, какой
Сейчас
костюм
вроде не
взять?
играет. Манки.
Соникова.
Бля, в какую-то он другую игру, по-моему, тоже играет. У
Манки,
Дюрк
кстати,
тоже недавно играл, как бы, за Асцентов.
Магазине?
Манки, кстати, хороший парнишка, такой веселый, блин.
Да там все, кстати, Виталити нормальные
Там
мужички
перчик
были.
давить.
Нет, там вот это такой серьезный был, помнишь, который на турнире приезжал со своей девушкой? То ли она менеджер была, и она девушка,
Да,
что
вот
ли,
это
была,
тоже
такой серьезный
заебись.
еще ходил. Это не Шиф, по-моему, был, да? это?
Шиф, да, Шиф. Или Манки.
Откуда задонатил
Манки
эти
веселый.
джикоины
Шиф,
за вот
Шиф,
там?
да, все правильно говоришь.
С Манки мы там нормально.
Вот эти
там
ящики
один
ты
раз
что,
посидели.
откроешь каждый день?
Любовник Кина, 500 рублей.
Там
Сейчас
джикоины.
Кина освободится и
Вот они.
подойдет. Лекарство купленное, проверяем. Он очень
У меня
быстрый в
стоят вот.
некоторых моментах.
5 дней осталось. Раз,
Спасибо,
два,
Любовник
три.
Кинова.
А у меня еще 3.
Любовник Кина раньше по 150 донатил,
Даже
сейчас
раз,
уже по
два,
500,
три.
да.
4,
Кин, походу,
5.
нормально зарабатывает дальше.
Я только уши не заберу.
Кин довольный пришел, смотри.
И 200 джикоинов.
Батуля не играет этот турнир, они в нижней сетке, чат. Играть будут завтра. Жан будет у Жана на стиме. 3 часа дня, также по Москве. Расписание, все, можете вот сделать так вот. Кому кто вот затупил и не понимает, что по расписанию, вот так делайте. Оп, расписание. Оп, ссылочка. Оп, открываете.
Оп, красиво.
И все есть, ебать. Просто сразу на
Оп,
это.
еще можно взять сетку.
Оп, сетка там, ну, что-то по сетке проебались. Оп, сеточка, бам. Нажали, оп, оп. 10 матчей
Оп, оп.
посмотрели. На ТГ таких захотели подписаться, оп. ТГ написали. Оп, подписались. Все.
А
Ну
когда
и-
не оп?
Чар,
И заодно
хуй
подписались на
знает,
Жана, на Кина и
подписчиков
на
там
Кина.
надо или
Да.
чё, хуй знает.
То, что надо. Короче, если Соники выигрывают
Не знаю,
этот турнир, я
посмотрим,
даю
я
500.
хуйни вообще не шарю.
Так, интересно, вот люди тоже пишут, да, вот какая сейчас карта будет. Там же все написано было. 5-я, Эрангель.
Чё-то.
Не хотят стоять, не хотят.
Да, я не смотрел.
Посильно, наверное, нахожусь.
Захотели там продвинуть этот стримчик по донату?
А вот этот с тигром тоже заебательский, да?
Оп, почему не работает, блин?
Нету.
Ты в натуре, блин.
Нету, Жан, нету. Я не добавлял. Что там с КМ? У КМ пока все нормально, но надо доигрывать. 2 катки в 0, не проход. Ну, в 0 я имею в виду от 0 до 3-4 поинтов, где-то так. Короче, надо еще 13 набрать, и можно, я думаю, выдохнуть.
С хабитезом. Бля, давайте сейчас вам всем клип скину. Тоже надо закрепить этот клип, да, походу, всем?
На турике надо клипы, походу, это закреплять,
да,
чтобы без вопросов было. Ты сам за кого болеешь? Да, и у меня нет такого, что я за кого-то прям болею. Я с Алей хорошо общаюсь, поэтому болею за Нави. Наверное, вот за Нави больше всех притапливаю. Ну, за Батута, очевидно, тоже, и за КМчиков. Ну, за Нави чуть-чуть побольше, просто и все. Ну, и нравится мне там несколько команд.
Так, если что, я тут, я хавать.
Окей.
Давай, приятного.
До начала турика мне нравилась Донава. И, в принципе, пока неплохо вроде играют. Чередуют, конечно, но нормально. Кто мне нравился? 17-й. Тоже чередуют, но пока нормально. Но у них тоже на тоненького все с финалом. Удивили меня пока что, жестко удивляют цессы. Ну, прям молодцы, я не знаю. Экспендаблы чуть подсдали. Тайлушки чуть подсдали. Но тоже нравятся. То есть файты они прикольно все разыгрывают. Как-то так. Т5 удивили. Т5 какие-то, ну, хорошие прям. Но у них там нормально поинтов, если не ошибаюсь. Сколько у него? Т5 64 поинта. Это, ну... А, не, подожди, больше уже. 73 поинта у Т5. Это дохерища. Хотя я там вообще ни одного ника не знаю. Ни одного вообще. Ты сам в Нави играл вроде? Да, играл в Нави.
ПК Пукемов, Адучи. Куда пропали Нави? Ну, Нави, походу, этот лузер сетки готовится уже.
Ну, шансы есть. Любовник Кина, 300 рублей.
Всегда есть.
Ну, Кин поднялся, подарки дает дорогие, иногда даже элитные. Переживаю, чтобы за границей никто его не увел. Ну, Кин часто ездит, да. И гуляет там еще плотненько.
У Кина там еще конец августа, капец, блин.
Спасибо, любовник Кина. Данте играл? Нет, Данте не играл. Не думаешь, что Соники выиграют? Выиграют? Честно, не думаю. По этому турику пока хочется одних победителей. Кто прям именно заслужил уже потихоньку. Пока Церберусы только очень классную игру показывают. Они не сидят, они файтятся, куча киллов. На ротации не обращают внимания, дерутся, выбивают и так далее. Пока у ССов прям все классно. Донава с просадками большими. Очень много каток обосранные вообще. Но много файтятся. Каждую катку файтятся. Не сидят.
Разбань, пожалуйста, на канале. Сейчас проверим.
Ты, наверное, думаешь, но просто не хочешь, чтобы они выиграли? Мне не нравится эта команда. Все, ну, типа, ничего в этом такого нет. Но я не говорю, что они там какие-то хуёвые и так далее. Просто не нравится все. Но они выигрывают. Что поделать? Так, прям еще плейсмент подтянуть. Дай мне нужен плейсмент. Если они так играют, куча киллов, они на этих киллах могут и туик выиграть. Если киллы есть, и плейсмент сам пойдет. Раньше 17-е нормально играли, а сейчас как они? Нормально. Нормально, но на финал им надо еще попотеть. У них такая же ситуация, как у КМов.
Я тебя разбанил, но больше не оскорбляй других стримеров.
Ход Данте слабенько по сравнению с Ферстиком, Адучи и Беста. Ну, у каждого своя роль.
Разбанил
Но
тоже
с
ебать.
Ферстиком, конечно,
Сколько тут забаненных есть?
не сравнится. Дект. Здорово, Дект.
Тебя тоже проверим.
Ты там у меня разбаниваешь или у себя?
Не, у себя. Забанен от Дайза.
Я там еще человека это разбанил, у тебя в 2019 году забанили его.
Да, он пишет Дайз бот, забанен от Дайза.
Выдай випку потом.
Тоже разбанил и давай не оскорблять.
Любовник Кина. Еще 300 рублей. Гуляет еще как с Кёльна. Ой, фу, блядь. Таких привез, еле вывели, первый раз видел, чтобы эти...
Вот Жан говорил, КМС
Фу,
возьми
блядь,
Тора
любовник
Места,
Кина,
и
это уже
подпишет.
как... Марасёж пошел какой-то минимальный. Кина, разберись, пожалуйста, ну ема.
По поводу организации КВМ, почему они сейчас играют на таких турнирах без организации, так как намного выгоднее поехать туда без организации. Если вот у них подпишут их организация до этих турниров, тогда еще да, нормально. А вот когда они летят на этот турнир, им нет смысла подписываться под организацию, потому что, ну, проценты выделять.
Ну или с нормальными условиями.
С таких призовых, с такого призового выделять.
Не, ну смотря какие условия.
Да, если я жду это, повторялся, что если условия дадут, то что...
Если забирают 10%, они там и надолго, не на один турнир, то есть они сыграют и выкинут их нахуй. Если они там на год контракт подпишут, допустим, да, и заберут 10% стойка этого, ничего страшного не будет, это наоборот плюс. Я так думаю. Если, конечно, они там запрашивают 30%, то уже, конечно, отмена, нахуй кому это надо.
Да нет, даже любой процент, если будет запрашивать, я думаю, что это неправильно. Надо условия как раз таки давать такие-то, чтобы с этого турнира никаких процентов.
А что-то хуйня. А что купить? Хуй знает. Хуйня в магазине. Соники тоже хуйта. Сет. Мне очень нравится. Это. Даже не фейзы, брат. Это. Том был батл пасс. Нет. Надо тратить один фиг эти джикоин. А то они исчезнут они. А чё взять, сука? Ничего нет. Сейчас я подойду.
Прошлого турнира, вон, по ставкам вас вынесли, и ваш зритель пропал куда-то в моменте. Так и долг не вернул, бля.
Вернет, я думаю. Не вернул.
Ну,
я думаю,
надеюсь на это.
Там вроде были причины, надеюсь, там все нормально будет. Да, но если бы он взорвал, это бы шок-контент был бы. Они гонятся за ним, да? Но у меня плохие новости для Пучивза. Хотя вроде снялся. Да, снялся. Повезло. Штаны продал? Не. Да невозможно продать. Только часть торговая просто, обычно. Рандомному человеку.
Что там, они подорожали, кстати?
Их вообще нет на торговой.
Потому что у них цена вообще, да, выше, да?
Да, ну там одна-две пары штанов продаются за день.
А цена какая у них?
Ну, максимум в стиме. Сколько? 150 тысяч. 2000 баксов, да, можно сейчас же? 2000 баксов же максимально. Это же уже 200 тысяч, правильно? То есть я могу эти штаны за 200 тысяч выставить, правильно я понимаю, или неправильно понимаю? Или лимиты какие на стиме стоят?
Я не шарю.
Уф, я обожрался, я готов, включайте меня быстренько, бля.
Включаю, Кен.
Немножко что рассказывай, как вчера в ночном клубе повеселился?
Нихера.
Нихера.
Уже всё?
Я пришел, полчаса посидел, понял, что это не мое, и ушел, все. Уехал. Неинтересно было, брат. Такая вата была полная.
Просто без меня и без моих движух было неинтересно.
Да, без себя я вообще больше гулять не пойду. Неинтересно, нахуй. Автопати вообще никогда не бывает, бля.
Кен, во сколько самолет?
В 10 утра.
Перелеты? Ой, с пересадками?
Блин, я не знаю даже.
А вы какой там отель выбрали себе? Рядом какой-то с ними, да?
Да, потому что у них в отеле на четверых выходит 7000 долларов, понимаешь?
Офигеть.
А рядом отель выходит 2000 долларов.
На 2 номера, да?
Да, 2 номера.
Это сколько дней там? 6
Пио
дней будете,
убили.
да?
5 дней, 20-го я улетаю.
Пио откис.
Ой,
И
пиво, что такое?
дженом это очень важно. И это хорошо для КМ.
Для КМов, да, так что против дженов болеем. Пиво не обессуй, конечно, но not today, бля.
Ну, вообще плохо то, что ешки поинты набирают.
ТЕшки? Да, ТЕшкам тоже нужны поинты. Ой, в какой-то параше сидят, если честно. Мне не нравится пока, как 17-е стоят. Такое ощущение, что их тут прижмут в конце концов.
Кин, откуда? У нас же наш YouTube канал уже, у нас же спонсоры есть, мы же летаем, обозреваем турниры. Были в Кёльне, сейчас...
Квартира 36 называется.
Да, были в Кёльне, сейчас летим в Саудовскую Аравию.
Молодой, ты смотришь их влоги?
Не все.
Но подписан.
Понятно.
Что с тобой, Кин? А что со мной?
Донава опять в этой заправке. Блять, и цесы. Ну, по факту этим двум командам вообще насрать. Как бы.
И те прошли уже.
Да. А я на Донаву поставил, да? Охуенно поставил. Жан, я ставил вроде на Донаву уже.
Да, расскажешь. Умираем, бля.
Хорош.
Да, мы в диамете.
Давай. Вон того слева еще Салюте и Локи. А, и Ноникс, да, там остался?
Там, бля, сзади флут идет, смотрите, что делает.
Мы в диаме.
Ой.
Там LG сзади помогают.
Блядь.
Сеула доели, да?
Да.
Или нокнули?
Доели.
Да?
Салютик, живи. Да, отмена ставки так не пойдет. Ну ладно, вдвоем затащим, нормально все. Стеула, правда, убили, это плохо. Но Салют вроде живет, так что нормально. Что-то тихо стало, блядь.
На самом деле 17-й какую-то странную позицию заняли, да, терпильную какую-то.
Лежат просто.
Очень аккуратно играют.
Вы заметили, когда у 17-х так подгорает уже по поинтам, они начинают сидеть?
Да, все так играют.
Ну, 17-х прям это отчетливо видно, конечно. Хорошо, что Пио сдох. Пио уже бы это обезвредил бы парочку.
А что с ловушками происходит? Что-то только сейчас обратил внимание. 11 место, вы че?
Нету мужичков. Цессы уже чилят.
Хорош, я на цессов поставил только что. Фармим! Вы там, говорят, нашего игрока украли, да? Сеула украли? Ну идите сюда, бля.
Цессы, конечно, ёбнутые. Все, смотри, он за ним едет, дрова этого, вообще поебать ему. LG такие думают, да блять, опять Церберус. Ну ёб... LG пиздец, если Кикстарк не играет, никто не играет, так это уже давно понятно было.
По этой причине ему надо в Сонике переходить.
X-Left.
X-Left.
Тоже команда у него, конечно, такая себе. Очень такая себе.
Но зарплата, я думаю, X-Left там очень жесткая в этой команде.
Так, LG расстроились. Соники не спешат. Хотя у них все нормально, уже можно даже спешить немножко.
Ну да, LG обидно, они один килл нашли, поехали в зону и их поймали, блин.
Фалконы.
Зона.
Пиздец,
Офигеть,
у Фалконов зона.
Половина зоны воды.
Куэмэ, давайте двигаться, давайте не сидеть, пожалуйста. Все свободно, давайте что-нибудь возьмем.
Стеел где, в самолетах, да?
Забейте, поздно.
Может хотя бы один игрок скалы займет, нет?
Донава впереди забирает.
Хотя бы дом забрать это, да? Донава, да, уже выехал туда.
Да. Очень плохая катка пока намечается. В плане того, что 17-е едут на охуенный скрипт. Просто охуительный. Фалконы топчик сидят. Пирожки пытаются киллы нафармить, потому что поинты нужны. И в принципе получается. Аля! Экземпл, 2х17 убивает.
Ро закрыли.
Жестко. Отлично, Аля.
Аля, отлично.
QM ранкет играет.
Тогда. по заезду. Там, походу, уже Нави быстрее были. А, только ебать, Нави тут уже стояли, лол. Я думал, сюда 17-й первые приедут. Нормально.
Хорош, хорош. Данте нокнул кого-то.
Там братишка выпал. Т5 бежит просто плюс В. ГГ. Овен, выставляй объявление.
Охереть.
17-й.
Вот 17 посидели терпильно. Вы не умеете так играть, ребята. Вам нужно играть как цессы. Ну, ваш стиль. Не надо ничего менять.
Пытаются жить. Так, кое мы забрали дом.
Это уже что с ними происходит?
Операторы там что-то натурили.
Прогоняют, блин.
Так, ОМ хорошо, что 17-х ёбнули. Это отлично. Кия, ну это лобби? Или в ямку просто? Убьют же, мужики убьют? ГГ. Это ГГ. С такой позицией, конечно.
Но они вроде бы до этого-то тут же сидели, нет?
Кто?
ДКшки.
Не, они
Кия,
только
да.
приехали сюда.
Не, я говорю, первая
прошлая
прошлая игра. Да, они также сидели, по этой причине они на скилле, на опыте.
Донава фармим? А у Донавы все нормально, что Донаве
Какой фармим?
А, ебать, ставка. Конечно, фармим, ебать. Что за вопрос вообще? Оператор факинул?
Вы что там, фраг не доели, да, получается?
Нави хорошо сидят. Должны были 17-е сидеть, но Нави перевернули. Плюс 2 килла и позиция в будках сидят. 2-2. Зона может прям там закончиться. Так что будем сетейт. О, а это, кстати, по Кия. А тут больше 100 метров.
Смотри, смотри, вытаскивай с багажника.
Как будто вы нет.
Нет, тут меньше.
А, он не сможет выстрелить. Не может.
Ой.
Пирожки
Бля,
насыпают.
ножку-то видно?
Только хотел на бутылку сесть, видел, да, помешали?
А Киру забрали?
Не долетит.
Не долетит никак. Ну и зона. Надеюсь, направо. Или... Блядь. Улево. Куда он стреляет? Ой, блядь. Ну, у КМ берег пустой. Это единственный плюс.
Ну да, перелетает все.
Вечеринка для тебя приехала.
Да?
Твой отъезд будем отмечать.
Сука.
Соники.
Ой, Соники?
Да, им уже пофиг, они прошли. Могут экспериментировать, пробовать.
Тут еще и фейзы.
Не, фейзы молодцы, удивили, да?
Да, пиздец.
Каждый раз их обсираем, они такие, на.
Минус
всё,
Донава. Плюс 2 килла Т5. Покажите коэмов. Нужны коэмы срочно.
Зону не показали, да?
500 рублей, скиньте ссылку на Авито по-братски. Овен, Овен. Спасибо, Овен. Может, Нави спиздит килл? Есть опция? Блядь. Да ешки фармят, блядь. Вообще не очень.
Что там в Стеелу происходит? Где они там вообще? Ой. Ой. Да, ебама рама. Как они хорошо их, да? Задровбали двоих.
Как же они хорошо играют просто, брат.
Не, это просто такие хуёвые играют.
Бля, у них вот это вечное противостояние, Т5 и цессы. Кстати, обратили внимание, очень часто встречаются между собой.
Ну не прям. Цессы, мне кажется, со всеми встречаются, вот в чем фишка. Вот у Церберусов, вроде они сдохли очень быстро вдвоем, но у них уже 5 киллов есть. Это, не знаю, кайф. А, я ставку проебал, понял. Даже не понял вначале. А теперь как понял? Надеюсь, Стеелу сейчас сдохнут 4-0.
Ай, да беги, живи, живи, блядь, живи.
Ай, 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 ай.
Чё там, чё там? Кто там же у тебя ходит?
А вам скажи, тоже захочется, блядь.
Может мне билет перенести и прийти на автопати? Я не понял, бля.
А когда нет?
Здорово, Хевич.
Скажи им, пусть 5 дней подождут меня.
5 дней кино подождете? Кино подождете, говорит? Кино подождете? Это кто?
В смысле?
А есть один.
В смысле, они меня не знают, что ли? Мне это вообще вдвойне нравится, что они меня не знают. Могу удивить.
Заново вообще фулл от QMF уходит.
Нормально там зал у тебя движуха?
팔콘 쪽이 만약에 빠르게 탈락을 한다면 젠지 입장에서 버티기만 해도 다음 매치로 좀 이어질 수 있는 여러 가지 기회가 생깁니다.
네, 디지98이 지금 도보로 가가지고 만약에 지금 더 익스펜더블이 빠져버린 그 해우 소환
Да, у КМФ зоны нет. Прям вообще нету. А там еще Т5, да, в трешке сидят, Клим? Ой, бля, плохо.
차량을 가지고 있는지가 중요한데 지금 맵상에 꽤 오랫동안 차량 탑승하는 모습이 없었거든요.
그리고 자기장 기준으로 북동 쪽에 있는
Жан, попроси подругу сальто на камеру сделать.
Да не, я их же знаю, чё они, в смысле они меня не помнят, бля?
Не помните, я понял.
Все, скажи, я обиделся, бля, не прилечу.
А, что ты говоришь?
О, а тучи куда-то полетел, смотри.
Молодос на инфо, походу, полетел.
Пожалуйста, пожалуйста, пожалуйста. Бля, тем более еще эти фальконы.
На дорогу просто или что?
Да, видимо, да.
Вот куда через занять?
А будка пустая, да? Лол. А это вообще вкуснятина.
А, ТЕшники в папич бэкнули.
Да, Салам загоняет, вам видела?
Привет, привет. Как дела, ребята? Что соскучились по мне? Давно меня с вами не было.
А ты кто? Кто это? Кто это говорит? Я тоже не знаю.
Разрядила обстановочку.
Они меня видят?
Да.
Они тебя даже слышат?
Как дела? Что там? Все мои тут? Вайпер, как дела?
Все мои тут, и Вайпер. Вайпер, ты когда чей-то стал?
Причем хотел-то... Ты в курсе, что уже весь стрим Жана мой уже?
Это не мой стрим, это молодого стрима.
Ну, тут наши ходят. Спасибо, спасибо, благодарю.
Выгоняй.
И OnlyFans нет.
Охрана?
Пиздец, соскучились. Где ты была? Блин, у меня работа туда-сюда, времени не было. Ну, я заходила же периодически, переписываешь.
Блин, по идее неинтересно.
Ой, бля,
Здесь
пизда
игра такая
пирожка.
идет.
А нет,
Ой.
это синька.
Сиськи
Не
это на
падайте.
другом стриме.
А что это? Синька лечит, что ли, его? Чё он там сидит?
Синька лечит.
Молодой, привет.
Привет, получается.
Ему нельзя здороваться, вдруг жена смотрит стрим.
Да не, нормально, мне можно.
А, можно? Тогда привет передавай.
А когда нельзя было, да?
Мне можно, говорит. Базару нет, ты про крутое разрешение спросил?
У Нави все очень плохо.
Меня видно, ребят?
Плохо, плохо видно, надо ближе, ближе.
Ребят, мне интересно эта игра, мне интересно я.
Понял, но это бан, я считаю. ПМчики, кстати, фармят киллы.
Выключай, Вадим, уже неинтересно мне.
Симба салат поела или нет в итоге? Поела же вчера? Сама купила, блядь.
Разобрали, конечно, разобрали жестко. Это кто, Тайлушких разобрал? А Тайлу сколько игроков потерял?
Они все живы.
Да ёб твою мать,
ПМчика вроде
разбитый, но никто
более-менее
не вижу,
всё.
куда нажимать.
Они там пытаются что-то сделать с этой будки.
Сильно пострелял.
3 килла, кстати, у Тейлу. Ну, Тейлу нету зоны уже, да? Куда идти, да?
Хорош, фалькончиков, пирожек отключают.
Тайлушки в говне тоже, блядь, реально.
Хорош, версик.
нокнул.
Забрать.
Добивает, добивает.
Добивай. Ну.
Блядь, не добил. А Доус там уже наглеет, смотрите, как выехал. Пирожек может тут подзорвать на самом деле.
Ой.
Ну и для Тайла очень важная игра.
Бестовач добил ежа.
А что, кстати, я тебе вынес поставкой, да? Что-то я не понял.
Да, вынес.
Чё там фальконы будут вылетать? Нет? Чё он там живет на дороге, бля?
Гомчика там что вообще? У Тайлу 5 фрагов, бля.
Они еще по фалкона знают последнего. Сейчас экспендаблы в спину выходят, походу.
Он нокнул, смотри. О, забрали, все, фальконов нету, все.
Блядь, Тайлу, блядь, живые все. Сейчас еще поднимать будут.
Да, и 6 киллов у них.
В последней игре все решатся.
Ты видел, что Адучи сделал? В упор подъехал.
Да, какая М-ка? Ёптудей, СКС, говно, блядь. Адолс подошел неплохо, кстати. Молик. По-моему... Блядь, ну проект... Ай-яй-яй. 6 хп, блядь, нельзя фидить. Пиздец.
Жесткий замес между Тайлу и Куэмчиком. Ферстик,
закидывай гранату.
Адолс все похороночку.
Хорошая зона. Ай, Ферстик, блядь.
Да, блядь, нельзя терять игроков, сука.
Это очень плохо. Это важный файт.
Ну что-то все походу, если честно.
Ебать. Тайлу
Вся
вообще
надежда.
ебанулись, что ли, там? Играть
Вся надежда
захотели?
на последнюю игру.
ТЕшки в спину идут. Данте в говне под щитом стоит, сразу палится.
Бля, кстати, Соники до 4 живут, еще и 4 фрага. Блин, Соники, конечно, молодцы. Отыгрывают хорошо, бля. Надеюсь, они в финале также будут отыгрывать, молодой. Чтобы заносили тебе, бля.
Кто?
Соники.
А чё Соники?
Ну, имеется в виду, они отыгрывают хорошо, типа,
Да пофиг,
4 живы, 4 килла.
Я болею за Цекберусов. И за наших пацанов.
Бля.
Ой,
Блядь, ну, бестолочь, ёпс, тудей.
Но Ферстик, ой, фу, Данте тоже, походу, погибает. Его просто поедут давить такой. А, не поедут, не будут так искать. Там тайлушки уже в спину выходят.
Один куэмчик остался, да?
И...
Но Данте тут уже, скорее всего, не выживает, не выгребает. Ну, чуть поставил, да?
Пытается жить. Ой, блядь. Ой, все плохо. И под Тайлу подставил. Тайлушка, мне отдавай поинты.
Так, Костянская вынес, тебя вынес. Следующая. Еще один, да, будет у нас Ирангель? Еще один Ирангель.
Казателей, жестко, красавчик. Нави в нижнюю падают? Нави в нижнюю падают. Теперь уже точно можно сказать. И это печально.
Закрыли бы Тайлу, так хорошо у них все было бы.
Для Куэмов, в принципе, конечно, 4 поинта хорошо, но набирают ТЕшки, которым очень надо набирать, и набирают Тайлушки, которым еще надо больше набирать. И это немножко печалит. Если еще зона сейчас вправо уйдет фул. Если вправо уйдет фул, возможно, ТЛы зацепятся с ТЕшками. Если уйдет влево, то Соники будут всех пиздить. ТЕшки вообще зажались полностью в будке. И Соники нагло выходят.
Сониси.
Все заебись как хочется, да.
Сониси.
Но одну команду мы уже потеряли, это Нави. Одной команде надо бороться. Очень плотно. Есть ног по ТЕшке, это хорошо. Я, блядь, болею за Соники.
А то что-то уже команд нет, уже кого выбирать, бля.
Ух, какая зона. Блядь, ну это отличная зона, на самом деле, в плане того, что и ТЕшки будут дохнуть, и ТЛы будут дохнуть, надеюсь.
Хороший гол.
Так, 17-х я не брал, правильно я понимаю?
Ты брал их? Ты
Да
чё?
брал я их. Да пиздец,
Там
кого
брал
я не
их?
брал?
Из 17-х брал. Я ж тебе говорю, ластовая, типа, все уже разобрали команду.
Тайлу беру тогда, ну что поделать. Тайлу я не
Да,
брал.
Тайлу не ошибка, да.
Или Нави взять.
Ты же сам говорил, Нави хочешь взять на ластовую.
Давай Нави, просто у них шансов нет. Ты кого берешь? Джена?
Джен.
Нави просто шансов нет.
요거를 이제 노리면서 히마스 선수 킬 포인트 노리고 있고요. 자, 이거 벙커 입구 쪽으로 해가지고 아래쪽으로 들어가.
Бля, Соники красавчик.
Бля,
Вчера
Тайлу
было 6
фармят.
фрагов.
Сука, блядь.
위쪽으로 올라가면서
Тайлу прям зарядились на эту каточку.
타이루가 일단 놓치지 않았습니다. 10킬이에요.
타이루 이러면 젠지 역전.
Да, на, окей.
네, 역전합니다. 이거.
Смотрите, как все альбрусы стоят вдвоем.
Нагло, нагло.
한번 보여줘야죠.
И на стее, ну хотя бы так. И хотя бы от синьки, а не тайлушкам.
벌써 타이루.
가능성이 더 높아집니다. 소닉스와 피라토 5의 어지러운 전투가 이루어지는데 마인과 쉬림지.
입구 쪽에 이거 대세를.
Бля, они так зажались, вот эти Т5, блядь.
이쪽에서 못 나오게
Но они поднимут.
결국에는 소닉스가 이쪽에 집중하고 있으면 타이루가 인서클을 쉽게 할 수 있습니다. 들어왔어요 이미.
차라리.
Тайкончика, кстати, убили. В моменте я пропустил. И тайлушки нагло выходят в бок.
Соники, по идее, могут тоже, да, победу оформить в этой игре?
Сложно будет.
Ну, могут. Это будет 3-я победа у них, да, сегодня?
И падает. Вроде. А, не падает. Или падает.
Хера не потные, бля.
Падает победа.
태워버립니다. 네, 완전히. 자, 그래서 싹 태워버리거든요. 변수가
Тайлу начали включаться, да, когда нужно?
아직까지
Уже.
지금 가능성이 제일 뭐 높다고
Иначе без
나오는
финала
건
останутся.
파이브긴 하지만 주도권이 아예 없습니다.
총성을 냈기 때문에 저쪽에
Ну, Тайлу, блин, команда, которая закончила на первом же месте, да, эту
Не,
групповую
на
стадию?
втором.
На втором?
На втором.
수련하고 있어요.
Цессы первое. Второе
Цессы,
эти,
да.
а третье эти. ТЕ.
그야말로 진짜 만들어서 지나갈 수 있는
Ну, они групповую стадию разорвали.
수류탄도 3개를 갖고 있고요.
Команда достойна финала, на самом
Цессы
деле.
топ-4 и 6 киллов. Опять же. Все за ABC киллы есть и плейсмент есть.
Ну, все те же команды. CS, Т5 и обратно, и Соники, блин, в топе.
Т5 красавчики. Именно
Ну, всё,
стараются.
Химас, походу, приехал.
Еще и тайлушки. Все тайлу уходит.
11 килов сделал.
И опять
Ну,
Шен
давай.
начал играть.
Как по заказу, блядь.
Ну, Т5, конечно, жестко там забуровались, блин.
언더스로우로 바로 머리 위에 터지.
Первая хае пошла. Хуйня хае.
상대가 할 수 있는 건 이거밖에 없거든요.
박격포처럼 쏠 수 있죠.
네.
이렇게
위쪽으로 올려서
박격포처럼.
고각으로.
Ух, ебать, он что-то подпрыгнул. Шен на такие расстояния с TX ебашит.
Ну,
конечно.
Тайлу пока что самая такая, да, хорошая ситуация.
Ну да.
Сколько там утилити у Тайлу?
Немного, по идее. Хотя они убили там куэмов и трубчики были от фалконов. Может и понабрали что-то.
7킬은 뭐 이미 거의 뭐 100점을 넘게 가져왔기 때문에 과연 타이루에게 킬이 더 들어갈 것인지.
아니면 성광탄을 넣어놓고
Ах, у Соников нету, да?
Сейчас
уже
бы
гранат?
хаешечку, да, им
Там вот
туда.
такую, да, хорошую закинул.
Выходят,
Выбегает,
пошли.
выбегает, выбегает.
Ебать!
Все, Тайлу выиграли.
Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой!
Ай-яй-яй-яй-яй. А чё Соники, чем слушали вообще?
Бля, красиво, красиво.
Тайлушку
Не могли
еще
одного оставить?
Он еще и нокнул Тайлу. Ебать, Т5.
경기 더 재밌게 만들어줘요.
자, 에이펙 지역이 강자.
Вышли красиво.
타이루의 치킨에
И Молик, да, красиво летит.
막아서고 있는 티라토 5.
Надо, чтобы выиграли
Ну,
Т5, я не знаю. Но тут
Соники не ожидали этого, конечно.
есть. ГГ.
Все, ГГ. Т5, блядь. С такой ситуацией, да, самые худшие, да, по-моему, на карте, они выбрались и нулины просто выигрывают игру.
Эй-эй-эй.
Красавчики.
Молодцы, молодцы.
Вот и Т5.
야, 마지막까지 쫄깃쫄깃하게 경기 진행되겠습니다.
Жестко, блядь.
시로타는 연막이었습니다.
Ладно, я пошел стримить на другой сайт, мужики.
그쪽을 타고 그냥 한 번에 나와서 정리하는 속도가 굉장히 빨랐어요.
그렇습니다. 아까 전에 그 티글
Ссылка в сайт вам сейчас.
신나서 벙커 뒤쪽으로 뛰어가는.
Бля, неинтересно, блядь.
예, 전력 유지가 안 됐던 게 소닉스 입장에서 조금 아쉬웠던 부분이었을 것 같고요. 한 가지 불안한 점, 타이루가 이미 젠지의 점수를 뛰어넘으면서 이거 역전.
Ласкаточка осталась.
Серега, Серега, что видел ты как? Соники.
Да.
Там
Остались.
по таблице еще нет таблицы.
Что,
Они-
поедете?
Не пришел еще пока. Нормально, да, они зарашили, вышли?
Один зал. Т5. Но последняя катка будет что-то очень интересное. QM.
Этот
QM 4.
пойдут нахуй.
17-й.
Чё?
Эти смог кинули, думали, не выйдут, они как раз в это время сразу.
А они когда смог кинули, я думаю, блин, сейчас будет хаешечку, да, как они стоят вот так вот, просто прям вот так вот под ноги им.
Не, они смог кинули, не слышали то, что они выбегают, понял?
Перерыв 20 минут.
Плюс еще они стреляли.
5 минут.
Нормально, нормально. Мне вот тут с QM-ами вот беда произошла, диадолза потеряли. И типа 4 поинта они залутали, все.
Ой, что там вообще происходит?
Батшен, конечно, Нави разъебал. Давайте ставку на интейку.
Да, хаешки были бы, да, туда закинуть.
Молодой говорит, чтобы QM выйти, нужно 13 поинтов.
Что там происходит? Что там происходит сзади, блядь? Не понял, блядь. Отключи мою вебку, я поехал.
Сейчас напишу им.
Позвони ему.
Да нету денег.
Там Жан,
не, WhatsApp.
Жан
Да нету интернета.
Что за бред?
Wi-Fi нет.
Жан, он сидит же за креслом.
Не пизди,
Он просто на картах.
Я тебе клянусь, у меня напрямую подсоединен.
Да шучу, это он что-то колен забивает кресло.
Пиво, да?
Это, дай свой, ты в телеге сидишь?
Нету, Жан.
Не.
Нету реально тебя в телеграме?
Не. А чё?
Чё?
Зачем тебе телега?
Да там группа у меня есть, надо было добавить тебя, Юба, себя, Вовчик. Если что, списались там, да пошли в пак поиграть, еще там мужиков добавили, пацанов.
WhatsApp, бля, у тебя интернета нету. Как нету, блядь? Чё, симкой, которой интернет даже нету?
Нет,
Все понятно, блядь.
Пиздец. Начало месяца закончилось?
Я уже месяц не платил.
Жена рядом сидит, что ли? Убери.
Не, я могу эту телегу сделать, там, хули ее делать.
У меня есть, ты просто скачай телеграм и все.
Не, у меня есть, там я хуй знает, не помню.
Сейчас ему написал ВК. Сейчас подойду.
руки на стол.
근데 소닉스 입장에서는 우리가 벙커 입구에 연막 쳐놨으면 좀못 나올 이따 나오겠지라고 생각했을 때는 연막이 펴지자마자 우르르 나왔어. 한 템포 빠르게 나오면서 완전히 그 옆구리를 찔러버렸죠.
Конечно, пацаны.
21점을 가져가고 타이로 17점, 익스펜더블 11점인데 젠지가 0점 탈락이었습니다. 진짜 뭐 당연히 이 점수가 중요한
По идее сейчас будет идеально, пацаны, Жанну на лысо побрить, поняли? На лысо и сантехника одеться. Как думаете, нормально будет?
네, 이거 동률 싸움으로 가도 안 돼요. 지금 순위 점수를 20점밖에.
А что, не выдвигаешь? Да, уже не интересно.
아까 전에는 분명히 다른 팀들보다 훨씬 더 우위에 서 있었던.
И чё?
순위 점수 오늘 1점 먹었어.
Жан, не хочешь на лысо побриться и в сантехнике одеться?
И видео записать, да?
경기를 오늘 했다라고 여러분들께서도 다 느끼실 것 같은데 그나마 한 경기 남아 있고 8위와는 3점 차였나요? 4점 차였나요? 네. 지금 8위와 점수 차이는 4점 차고 위쪽에 있는 팀과는 6점 차.
ему мешал, что ли?
나오는데 저랑 뭐 지소부에서 이렇게 예상한 부분이 아직 뭐 실패한 건 아니니까요. 조금 더 힘을 내서
Сейчас залетим. Подожди.
Так, я тут.
А вот мой телега 705, ну, плюс 7, 705, 214, 01, 73.
Никнейм дай свой в телеграме, напиши.
Такой же, как в этом?
I'm Lul?
Да.
Асари открываю.
위기입니다. 나비도 진짜 날개를 다 잃어버렸습니다. 네, 지금 더 이상 비상할 수 없는 상태고요. 이거 확정이에요. 루저브로켓 가서 다시 올라가야 되는 상황이 됐죠. 맞습니다. 자, 상위권에 있는 팀들은 편안하게 경기를 치를 수
Еще Колян заодно помой сразу.
А номер мой напиши.
Да подожди.
А ты чё вроде разлилась? Ты там этот
시작하겠습니다.
И чё?
Let's go. Раскаточка. Супер важная.
Что там у нас ситуация по таблице?
Не очень там все.
КМчики на 7-м месте, 61. Бля, ну там Джен и 17-й, Expandables, да, догоняют.
Даже пирожки претендуют, чуток. Нави все. Нави топ-14, 36 поинтов. Точно нет. Хотя, если 20 киллов и
Я
победа,
просто с компанией знаю, как тут.
будет шанс. Чат, го щиты. Ваше время настало, чат. Щиты за коемов. Да,
ну, Нави все уже.
Нави, да.
Лузер сетка. Завтра будем за ними смотреть.
Вот, дай номер, допиши, добавь все. Попаришься.
ТМчики будут.
Ставочку закрывают через 30 секунд. Ну, зону на Приморск, и все нормально будет, правильно?
Зашел. Блядь, да какое сообщение, сука. Так.
Ну что, давайте, КМчики.
Номер.
Сколько им надо ПТСов? Ну, 5, 6, 7.
Да, побольше может быть.
Чтобы для уверенности, да?
Имя Аймлул.
Важно для КМ. Какая зона для КМ.
Бля, пацаны, просто займите, пожалуйста. Не надо сплитоваться вчетвером, там в разных... пожалуйста.
Давайте, КМчики.
Зона есть. Заказал, получите его.
Да я тебе написал.
Кому деньги отправлять?
Ты нарисовал?
Мне?
Тебе? Да. Что-то, бля, уже 4-й или 5-й день автобус на месте стоит. Да, не нравится. Что-то не то происходит.
Да? Может, финалы другие будут? Тебя, кстати, на финалах не будет. Водителя потеряем, бля. Это гранд-финал?
Водитель сам на финал поехал, короче.
18, 19, 20. 3 дня. Расписание можешь чекнуть. Восклицательный знак расписания. Что-то мужики не особо наблюдают за экранчиком там. Зона опять вверх, нет, зона на...
Ой, Аюб, кстати, не скоро. Сейчас Аюба добавлю.
Слева от гадки.
Это тот Evolution, который?
Да, Даня. Так, кто у нас еще? Ядовитский, да?
Ёпту, Дэйв. 18. 3 дня, 18 каток.
4 часа.
Ну, топ-16 против топ-13. Две бесполезные команды могут что угодно делать, даже не интересно.
Слышь, я, оказывается, играл на этом, на 800 DPI.
Сконцентрироваться на red. Вебка пустая, никого нету.
А почему я играл на 800, все должно быть 400.
За это ты не попадал.
Да не, не попадаю.
Не чувствуешь, что ли?
Не попадаю я, это мышь как бомжа, потому что.
Как можно не чухать GPA, какой у тебя стоит?
Потому что мышка бомжа X7. Я зашел, сейчас смотрю, мне 800. Почему думаю, что 800, все должно быть 400. Может, я просто пробовал.
Да, переключается или через прогу?
Переключается. У меня всего 2 DPI стоит. На зеленый его сейчас, когда зелененький горит 400, желтым 1600.
Я не знаю.
Вечеринка!
1600 у меня только в танке я играю.
Стрим намечается не попозже, так что.
Да?
А на 1600 не вывозит.
Следующая остановка КМ.
А нет, какие тут на нее 1600?
Спасибо, Морич.
Не, она...
Муроч, только ты со мной поедешь на финал, окей?
Это на топовых мышках на 1600.
Завтра
последнюю каточку или что?
И то не на всех.
Завтра в 10 утра у нас билет, если что, Муроч. Не опаздывай.
По лайту так двинем автобус по мелочи.
Билет тебе на почту отправлю.
17-е. Едут. Играют на очке. Посмотрим, как последнюю сыграют. 17-х хотелось бы в финале увидеть, потому что если такие команды будут падать в нижнюю сетку, я не знаю, типа, нижняя сетка будет там ёбнутая. Там претенденты и Тайлушки, и Куэмы, и Джены, и 17-й, и Экспендаблы, LG, Нави. Я не считаю.
Короче, у меня есть какая-то чуйка, что 17-й в гранд-финал пройдут завтра.
Так завтра лузер сетка.
Ну вот, лузер сетки.
Нижняя как верхняя? Ну да. Там Жан микрофон жестко захватывает.
Да? Ничего поделать не могу, сори. Буду мититься.
Могу приехать и заткнуть их.
Давай, Сиришкин.
Сколько кайфа лузер сетки? 2 дня. Лузер сетка.
Хайп, говорит.
Ничего, молчит.
Соники тут уже табовский кем забрали. Нави едут. А, блядь.
Давайте лиги.
Ладно, допустим, Нави твисты выйдут с нижней, а дальше что им делать?
Ответил
Ну,
в телеге?
это
Нет,
с
только
чистого
написал.
листа, так сказать, начинают. Когда с чистого листа начинаешь туик, совсем по-другому играется. Нежели когда ты сыграл 11 каток, такой смотришь на таблицу, ты там топ-14 обосранный, все, уже 0 шансов. А там смотришь, все с нулем, поехали играть. Первую выигрываешь на плюс моральке, забыл все остальные катки и пошел играть. Все просто.
Не, мне кажется, в этот раз Апак выиграет, Торик.
Но ЦСМ, конечно, пока претенденты.
Че ты в МВ3 Сан не будешь играть?
Все, идеально они сыграть точно не смогут. Пока у них хорошо идет.
Че это?
Как в финале
Третья часть Call of Duty. Там вроде как там часть Верданска возвращают, слайд Cancel возвращают.
Они сейчас прям...
А чё?
Попадают все.
Опять все снова вот это
Что за
привыкать.
последние 2 недели? 110 где-то.
Он липапно.
Нави. Закрывают фейзов. И, кстати, файт без
Я даже вот Warcraft хотел начать играть.
Ты же Нави взял, да?
Warcraft?
Аля, блядь.
Ну я раньше пиздец ебаш.
Ваня.
Я вообще не могу
Один
такие
хп
игры
фикс,
играть.
ёб твою, блядь.
Что-то скачал нахуй, блядь.
Тихо,
Полчаса
тихо,
побегал, удалил.
Ну, они и так уже в лузерах.
Да, все, да. Ну, ставку я не хочу
Так что
проигрывать.
тут? Ставка.
Вообще не
поддался
интересно.
А ты когда не подавался?
Папк, заебись,
То есть
когда
так.
свой
У тебя
стак
шансы
есть.
какие-то были.
Да, да,
Интересно.
расскажешь, бля.
Интерес есть. Соло неинтересно.
Мне сегодня, короче, сижу, смотрю турик,
Да,
понял? У меня
ты
ж монитор
кажешь, конечно, тоже, да, топ. Ну,
разбитый, понял, справа. Вот, например, вот ты смотришь сейчас на свой монитор, правый верхний угол, вот от правого нижнего угла отступи сантиметра 3. И вверху так полоса у меня, понял, разбит.
Ласкатка?
Че, въебал им?
Да, еще когда в танке. И сегодня, понял, сижу, у меня как начались артефакты, понял, по всему монитору. То пол монитора отказало, вообще не работает. То заработал, думаю, ёб твою мать, думаю, сейчас ты ляжешь вообще. Ну,
Финал есть.
вроде
И
попустило.
тайлушки тут...
Чё за моник?
Ай, сер 60
CSF
Гц.
фейзы, тоже беспонтовый файт.
Там
Ну,
жадский.
ЦС останавливаются,
Можно
пиздится.
выкинуть его.
Файт пошел.
Они же пиздец, сколько там, 1000 рублей стоит?
Не хочу. Сейчас на Авито такой целый будет стоять 1005.
Просто по полю,
7.
да, бежит? Побежит.
Ебать.
Ну,
Что
всё
ты делаешь?
выкинул.
Что ты дорожку ты там ебанул?
Минус Джеймс.
Не прикрыли тиммейта, блядь.
И взрывают Джеймса.
Джимс наигрался.
Фейзы все. Фейзы скипают. Хотя могли и подряться. Но позиция дерьмовая была уже.
Джимс отправляется на двухдневный отдых и финал.
Скачка. Пекс. Нет, катается там.
Да, фейзы еще увидели, что это ЦС, и такие, не-не, ребята, давайте не в этот раз.
В финале подеремся там уже.
Да, забирайте нашего Джимса, блядь. Тайлушки, Фальконы, все рядом, блин. Все команды, которые, блин.
Разве не трехдневный? Что не трехдневный?
2 дня отдыхать будут.
Наута дня, 17-го выходной, 15-е, 16-е лузер сетка.
Не отвечает он ничего. Сейчас я ему пойду на этот, на WhatsApp напишу.
Уезжай, пожалуйста. Не теряй время, пожалуйста. Сейчас ротации будут.
Главное стакнуться. Там от Джены летят, да, куда-то или что?
Да, Джены
Джены куда летят?
Болото летят. Поэмы немножко. С зоной все хорошо у них сейчас.
Да, только надо собраться вместе.
Да, надо собраться. ТЕшки, Джены, обе важные команды, и ТЕшки закрыты теперь в этих говёных домах. Две важные команды, надеюсь, они попиздятся сейчас.
Надеюсь, что Джены сейчас вынесут ТЕшек.
Ты тоже там не накидывай. 17-е. Ой-ой-ой, как летят. Как летят!
Ебать, что происходит? Это что за летучий голландец, блядь?
А чё он без прицела стрелял?
Экспендабла убили одного, это хорошо, но 17-й килл сделал, это уже не очень. Еще одного ТЕшку.
Бля, да есть. Джены, фармим. Арачо, еще.
ТЕ отправляются потихоньку в нижнюю сетку. Но ТЕ это очень сильная команда в нижней сетке. Как по мне.
Ну это хорошо, потому что сейчас за команда будет отлетать и поинты не соберут. Еще одного нокнул. Отлично.
Но плохо, что это Дженнис убивают, опять же.
Может еще третий хочешь прибежать, спасти и умереть в моменте?
Ников чекнешь на досуге за КМ. На Кент чекну прямо сейчас.
И, кстати, смоков нет у него.
Увидела на Кент. Спасибо.
Смоков нету.
Иса.
Капец топят за своих
Кто не силен в нижней... О, вот это тоже важный файт. КМом все на юг вырывает сейчас. Калаш, сука.
Вот опять там пофигу. Тайлушек.
О! И Ноникс, блядь, помог.
Ты же Тайлу взял. А, ты не Тайлу, ты же хотел взять Тайлу, да?
Да. Или Тайлу я взял, кого я взял?
Не, это Нави взял. Ты хотел взять Тайлу.
А, что происходит?
Блядь!
Сейчас сказал, минута будет.
Тайлу еще живут. Борются за финал. Т5 отправляется на двухдневный отдых. И финал.
Да. Т5 молодцы. Очень классно
Тайлу
сыграли.
6 стали, смотри. Бах.
Тайлу, да.
Бля,
Тайлу
там
потеют.
17 еще живут.
Полетела. Бам!
Заряжает. Попади прям в ювелирку, пожалуйста.
А там они в доме же.
Но еще они за дома поднимались. Уже в доме, скорее всего. Бам! Не, что-то мимо.
Перекинул.
Корявый, блядь.
Фейзы до сих пор катаются.
Жопу не напрягаем.
Трехдневный же.
Точно, да.
Уже выходной.
Выходной будет.
Миномет дом не пробьет, нет.
Че, Серега?
Зона.
Минута, Аюб сейчас будет.
Давай.
Должны быть в центре.
Заходи.
Фейзы едут к ямчикам. Они будут крашиться.
Фраги везут.
Крашиться.
Идеально.
Бля, ну даже...
Офигеть. Зона поля, походу,
2
да?
поинта, пожалуйста, не потеряйте никого.
Зона
А
поля.
микрофон
Вот,
Серега.
добить.
Я?
Двое доехали, да?
Ну или я замучил.
Все,
Просто
пусть
слышно.
там, они будут...
Аюб тут.
Ехали.
Ехала, давай.
Давай, бля, ехал.
Давай, когда не делай.
Давай, бля, ехал.
Эй, давай ты, бля, Серый, много не разговаривай, бля.
Извини, но...
Давай, плюс найди, Серега.
Кого? Володя на работе, все. На неделю.
Плюс нахуй, а отгул возьмет.
В паб, да, поиграть?
Да.
Что, Володю неделю не ждите, нахуй.
Плюс есть хоть?
Да нету, зачем тебе плюс? Ты сам плюс.
Извини, что
Ты плюс, Аюб плюс. Плюс на плюс равно минус, нахуй. Все. То на то и выходит.
Плюс на плюс, бля, равно Серега, да, бля?
Да. Плюс на плюс равно Серега, нахуй, все.
Серега, обижаться не будешь?
Смотря, что ты будешь моросить, нахуй.
Если ты соло против складов опять будешь играть?
Так я же сильный, нахуй. Я могу.
Let's go. Блять, чё купить нахуй?
Готов,
Сука, блять. Сука, блять, нахуй. Подожди.
Аюб, я тебе там это в телегу добавил. Ты видел?
Друзья.
Вот тут группа наша.
Этого убери.
По пабгу.
Мирома.
Того, блядь.
Зачем ты меня добавил?
Вот это сделай.
Ремейн?
Ой, что было. Да, да. Нахуй.
Ну по пабгу движуха там, и чё списались, зашли, все. Саня там,
Если,
ты там, я, Володя
если
там.
Аюб выйдет, я тоже выйду, нахуй.
Ой, господи, блядь. Аюб завтра папку удалит, ты тоже удалишь?
Да, я только за Аюба играю, нахуй.
Его, блядь, третий день знаешь, нахуй.
С ним давно уже играли, если честно говоря.
А да, давно, блядь.
Я тебя, бля, буду, нахуй, говорю, нахуй. Че, я тебя пиздеть буду, что ли?
А чё, нет?
Серега, когда я тебя пиздел?
Всегда.
Хоть раз скажи.
Всегда. Еще с танков, нахуй.
Понимаю. В танках, допустим, что, хоть одну скажи.
Ебать, ты давай вспомни, что поближе было, нахуй. Ты сколько в танке не играешь?
Ну, уже, бля, больше года, нахуй, если не 2.
Больше
Сколько
2,
я там?
наверное.
Там сколько не заходил я? По-моему, 2 года, да?
Я уже за 2 года, блядь, 3 аккаунта продал. Основу. Основу продал, восстановил.
Не, мой продай без этих данных, чисто пароль, логин.
Так никто не купит.
Ну, блядь, почту что, никак не восстановит?
Нет.
А как можно сделать?
Не знаю.
Сейчас, подожди, я на свой принесу, подожди.
Черит на свай принесу. Аюб, ты слышал? Ты там не под надсваем, вот. Аюб, рассказывай, короче. У меня ж монитор разбитый, я тебе говорил же. Сегодня сижу, короче, турик, смотрю, ебать, у меня как начались тут артефакты по всему монитору, понял? Все в артефактах, пол монитора отказало, потом заработало, потом отказало, потом заработало. Думаю, ёб твою мать, думаю, что такое? Но это не видяха точно.
Может, провод?
Провод новый вроде. Сзади что-то. Да, не. Это тоже не. Давайте, пережимайте, блядь, 2 минуты уже.
Чао.
Алло.
Ага.
Че, как можно сделать, Серега? Ты же пиздешь, камешь.
Да чё, ничего ты не сделал, ну данные где? От почты.
Бля, я только логин, пароль знаю, все.
Ну.
Бля, хотя бы логин даже знаю.
Даже не объяснишь ты людям, типа, он скажет, да что ты дуру гонишь, блядь. Сейчас я его куплю, ты его восстановишь через полчаса.
Не, эти даже хуй знает техподдержку, нахуй.
Напиши в техподдержку почту.
Я писал, он там говорил, почту я. Номер, говорит, скажи, который был. Я российский номер тоже забыл, прикинь.
Напиши, скажи, что брат привязывал к российскому номеру, когда был в России, скажи. Потом номер утерян.
А, это пиздец, там надо гемор.
Ну чё, скажи, номер утерян, типа, больше номера этого нет.
Чё, как быть, и пароль не знаю, да?
Ну.
От почты. Да ну нахуй, ты скажешь, взлом, нахуй.
Какой взлом?
Хотя по последнему же моей IP.
Да, скажи, можете проверить. Да, скажи, можете проверить, что последние несколько лет, типа, эта почта выходила с одного IP. Чё, на нас не кидает, говорят, не, ребята, вы будете слишком жестко душить. Вот у Аюба фейс, видишь, вот такой бы я хотел себе.
Да, в том сезоне было. У меня на том этот был, скажи.
А чё с тем аккаунтом? Все, забанили?
Нет, он стоит. Могу зайти.
РКЗ вот это вот который.
Не, он стоит. Просто пусть стоит. Просто из-за ника вот это. ник мне вот подогнали, но теперь с этим буду играть.
Что-то ник не мог поменять.
Я этот же занятый был ник, понимаешь? Просто ник нахуй. Я пусть нахуй, там ID-COOLING у меня ничего нету, братан. Также, такой же аккаунт, прикинь.
Куда полетим?
Да.
Сан-Маркин?
Какую первую катку давай, лайтовую.
Давай. Что разогреться, да?
Да. А
Можно
здесь, брат?
Минес не хочешь?
Там дохуя вот. И там
Обычно сюда не
хуёво
падает,
спот.
склад максимум.
Не, можно вот сюда упасть.
Под самолет, блин. Пипец. Ну давай. Аюб. Аюба нету, летим дальше.
Монта можно.
Давай, Монта.
Хотим? Аюб.
Падайте влево на этот, Сань, на который ты первый показал. Нет. Падай. Туда.
Никого не вижу. Ты сапер как платову. А, есть с нами.
Есть.
Да. Поделимся. Я на церковь. Блядь, куда хуя?
Охренеть, бля.
Где я никого не вижу? А, вот они.
Охренеть не стать.
Я церковь.
Я вот этот,
тут
прыгните
выбираю,
со мной
да.
кто-нибудь сюда. Кирпичку упал чел один.
Я в дом с гаражом подскочил.
Блять, меня сенсей выкинул. Это вроде что видел, что он... Ёп, ты там полетел? Братан, тут... А ты куда поехал? Кто на парашюте упал?
Я. Есть какая-нибудь доматка у тебя, Серег?
Посмотри сзади, я не знаю. Не, пока ничего не вижу.
В мою сторону присматривайте.
Я ничего не смотрю.
Не, на линии тоже есть люди.
Не вижу ее у тебя на линии. Вот тут, возможно, есть типы. Да, есть там. А стреляет вот с этой кирпичи. 3-й этаж.
Тут аптеки 3.
У меня ни одной снайпы тут нету, блядь, сейчас. Не хотите зарашить вот эту ферму?
А куда
Нет, не хватит. Я не буду рад.
Платаки.
С реальным, да.
Никогда не встреваем.
Я обратно в церковь пойду, оттуда поставлю.
На втором.
Адерчик.
Что с FPS, беда. В принципе, можно даже вот это здание занять, там никого нет.
Никого не видно.
Вот в этой точно есть типы.
Да, на желтой тоже есть?
Да, и вот тут есть типы.
Вот это FFSS, бля, кажется, не чистый игрок.
Какой?
FFSS. Какой-то, блядь, подозрительный ник.
У меня в упоре. Вот тут. Зашли ко мне.
Как хуй залезешь?
А как ты, ну как он залез, Серый? Да, как залез, Серый?
Не знаю.
Блядь, не знаю. Говорит. А, ты в том здании. Я тут на первом
Зона...
никого нет.
Ну пока не было.
На улице, блядь.
Да, в упоре.
Дробаш, кто перезайдет?
Я. 5 патронов, правда, я там снизу QBS скину.
Не заодно убил. Назад отошел. Где?
Колес.
Каленый один подходит на желтой метке.
Поехали.
Коря.
Чист маки.
Ой, бля, он голову зажимает.
Живите. Сейчас буду нокать.
Сели, я снимаюсь.
Вы все ушли, что ли?
Да. Поможет. Все?
Не, это нокнутый, да?
На балконе нокнул, вот здесь вот тут.
За домом.
Там аккуратно коряк еще. А как он на крышу залез, чума? Мой дотек.
А где корректор?
Вот он.
Добивать быть надо, смог. Чего?
А как вообще до тебя туда залезть, слышь, братан? А ёб, ты подымешь его?
Поднимать надо.
Бегу. Брат, одна хаешка хорошая.
Смотри, чтоб хая не дал.
Да, надо уезжать, блин.
Бля, я ему тоже голову дал.
Го, садимся и уезжаем, го.
Ну, двухместная.
Идите, привезите одну тачку. Серега, с Аюбом или я. Аюб, останешься, мы привезем.
Да я просто побегу и все. У меня есть машина в оранжевой. Вон,
Давай,
берите
давай.
машину, берите.
Пока беги, мы посмотрим, мы уедем.
Вон есть две машины у нас.
Ну все, поехали.
Да, бус выкопать.
Ори.
Подбегает, да. За забором. Хорош. Он один был, да?
Это зоны, капец, как много их.
Ну, он как-то думал бесфаленно, блядь, пробег. Ладно, ехать. Что вы, грандулет не едешь, что ли, здесь? Из дороги.
Это пушка-гонка.
Ты с кем-то, блядь, становишься?
Я без шифта еду, ты от меня уехать не можешь. Без шифта, говорю, еду.
Да, что, расскажи.
Без шифта еду. Клянусь.
Ну вот сейчас ты отстаешь без шифта, что ты рассказываешь?
Так я вообще без шифта еду. Я хилился.
Да ты сейчас расскажешь без шифта.
Ой, все, отвали, слышь, в натуре, ты как Фома неверующая.
Ты, бля, в натуре, блядь.
Капец, блядь. Ой.
Слева на горе, чел. Близко. Убиваем его отсюда.
Капец, у меня машина, блин, сломала.
Я его не вижу.
Он зашел. Ой, бля, ой!
Тут нокнул.
Наверное, да?
На метке, да, нокнул. Слева есть.
Я хилюсь. Мне по башке дали.
Сейчас фулл право крутим.
Вот он, за камнем. Вот тут.
Где есть метка? И по кому?
По этому типу. Он хилится.
Блять, помогите мне там, они просто с хайграунда, они сломали мне машину.
Дал ему голову. Прохожу. Вам тоже советую проходить. Зона идет.
Стреляешь, а их можешь?
Не вижу. Ой, бля, он чё, бля? Всезнающий, что ли, бля? Вот это левый, бля, опасный чел. Надо фул ниже бежать, бля. Они так не пустят нас. Они в зоне сидят уже. А, попади, да, голову попади, че пушил. Обезьяны, бля. Да, чувствую, у нас спереди сейчас это мудила вылезет.
Ну, он с тачки, да, взял?
Нам
может,
до двойки,
ниже
да.
еще? Право.
Давай.
Блядь, ну как ты, сука, попадаешь, говно? Ну я же...
Хороший.
Это бот, блядь.
Бот, бля.
Да, меня вообще можно было бы резнуть, даже у меня первый ног.
Какой резнут? Ты чё?
Это зона. Будет.
Ну, то секунды, блядь.
Ух, блядь, сколько их, чё ты?
Подожди, где? Нет, куда?
Да, не ставится, мет... Двоим точно. Они уезжают. Бежим, 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 братан, бежим, правее. Они сейчас объедут нас, если не побежим. Серый, знаешь, что говорит? В этой игре, говорит, тайминга нету, говорит.
Тот самый тайминг решает здесь. Даже не скилл твой.
Нету здесь тайминга. Может, первоначально запушить.
Вот ты там дольше просидел, Серый, вот ты тебя и нокнули, убили.
Нам едут.
Меня 3 человека смотрят, алло. А чел меня убил, я вообще не понимаю, как я Волгой бежал.
Вон он стопнулся.
Вот сюда, вот через двойку надо бежать.
Каска, если что будет, скажи.
Через здание, давай, давай. Вижу. Есть слева каска. Чекает. Давай, давай, наберешь. Попадаете что-то?
Жестко попадает. Вот так и меня убили, Сань. Это балабол кончен.
Не, надо сразу дергать. Бля, походу успеешь, нет, хуй знает. Походу не.
Да, бля, меня сейчас самого видно.
Все четко.
Бля, все знающие, бля, чепуши.
Сквозь дом в тебя стреляет.
Он уже слева меня, смотри, Серый, один близко будет.
Сань, тебе надо как Аюб бежать.
Отек, брат, я знаю.
Надо фул право взять. Да, вот.
Не возьмете вы фул право.
Ты уверен?
Да.
Твою маму ебал, чтоб твоя мать, сука, сдохла, бля, пидорас.
Осуждаю, осуждаю.
Остановился, очко.
Осуждаю.
Тачки зря бросили, бля.
Не, моя все, ее Я врезался, там не выехать, они еще и колеса.
Да, он как нагло едет за мной, да, брат, черт. И никто больше по ним не стреляет, понял? Фулл по карте катаются, никто не стреляет.
Ай, сука, долбоеб с щитами играет нахуй. Хуеплеты.
А он сразу спотает, куда нужно стрелять, блядь.
Так,
Сразу.
Саня, ты бежишь, он сквозь дом по тебе стреляет.
Угу.
Что за бред, бля? Я бегу в ЛГ, меня он как-то нокает, этот чел. Он тебе в голову, раз дал в голову. Ты поднял каску, ты бежал, он тебе еще раз в голову дал. Четко в голову.
Там, может, сейчас чел здесь. Вон, видишь, аюк прямо. Стоит, видишь? Или это что, бля?
Это
вот то, не, это...
Надо бежать.
Они не хотят зарубиться вместе.
Не, на тачке зря бросаем, да?
Вот видишь, зарубили.
Вон, тачка прямо, да. Я говорю...
Ой, бля, там чел сидит. Что-то он лежит. Это вообще левый, что ли? А,
это
там много их.
Номера, да.
Там много их, походу.
Видел в будке еще.
Вот тут?
Нет, слева у тебя.
А, слева видел.
Я, походу, тебя заспотаю сейчас.
Он кого-то набегишь, мне кажется, будет лежать в кустах.
Ёб твою мать, сукин сын, бля, он сольник, я же говорю, блядь.
Сука, гандон.
Так ты прикинь, я говорю, он лежит прям пока я не подойду, бля, и встает, бля. Что за бред, бля? Бля, что за робот, бля, 2 часа сидит, бля.
Робот.
Охереть, он меня напугал, я даже не ожидал, что он так встанет, блядь.
Чё за робот, блядь? Чё за камень он, брат?
То он лег, блядь, за машиной, блядь. Что он делает? Чебушило.
Тачку надо до Талова, где-то до 4-го.
Да.
Без тачки пиздец смерть.
Где метки ставятся, парни? А ну-ка мне скажите. Привязка клавиш?
Не знаю.
Я хуй знает.
Охереть, меня чел убил, 0.3 КД.
Сейчас скажу я тебе. Инвентарь. Там круговой обзор, по-моему, что-то такое. Понял?
Не.
Да. Чё нет-то? Ты спрашиваешь, я тебе отвечаю, ты говоришь нет. Ну ладно.
Блядь, нет, не сюда метка ставится. Вот я захожу в настройки.
Там что-то инвентарь. Последняя такая.
Привязка клавиш.
Да. Там инвентарь найди.
Интерфейс.
Да, интерфейс точно.
Ну, тут есть быстрая метка.
Это быстрая метка, вот на стрельбу поставь. Как ты стреляешь? Чтоб она у тебя, видишь, пока, видишь, у меня синяя мигает, это быстрая метка, видишь? Я нажимаю.
Ну, я на ЛКМ поставил, да. А
да,
сама
да.
метка где?
Она последняя, по-моему.
Радиосообщение инвентаря? Вот это? Нет.
Хуй знает. У меня по-китайски все. Сейчас скажу тебе точно.
Да, по-моему, оно это привязка клавиш. Радиосообщение инвентаря. Чё, Приморск?
Бой, зайди и самое последнее, понял? Снизу. Нашел?
Привязка, бой. Самое последнее снизу.
Да.
Тут использовать усилитель.
Да, давай тут только не Приморск, блядь.
Что написано?
Да это не тут, Сань. Это использовать тут предметы вообще.
Ну, у меня вот сейчас я тебе покажу.
Го у тебя на двойку.
Да все, я поставил.
Ну-ка, сделай. Нажми метку.
Да сейчас, ну тут это не то.
У меня на Т стоит.
Не, я тут на кнопку хочу возле пробела поставить. Чё ты на Приморск не хочешь?
Ну, шляпа.
А туда не шляпа лететь?
Не.
3 года нахуй лететь.
Почему?
До Приморска так же. С Приморска потом 4 года, бля, ехать.
Где-то 4-5 нахуй. Да?
10.
4 года, 5 лет нахуй.
Серый, я эту игру уже, блядь, как свои 5 пальцев знаю.
Да понятно, блядь. Ага.
Уже прохавал ее.
Да.
Предатора видел унес?
С нами есть 4 фрукта, 5.
А может, Джорджик заберем вот это? Ну, у меня хуёво.
Это ботики, блядь, они ботики.
Ну ладно, похуй. Тангар, кстати, заебись летит.
Двое с обычными парашютами. Ну, бля, китайцы тоже могут. Они скипают. Один летит.
Я первый ангар забери, по-братски.
Да.
Я второй, Аюб, за тобой чел летит. Он скипнул на эти... как их, блядь? На контейнера.
Бля, там чел очень каленый, я пошел убил. Двое, да, всего лишь были? Двое каленых.
Не вниз упали?
Да, вот тут где-то в контейнерах бегает.
Где?
Не вижу.
Не вижу. Где-то крысит?
Крысит 100%.
Они налево еще дальше не могли убежать? Блять, все это меня нахуй.
Он мог дальше побежать просто на контейнер. Ой, на ангар.
Да.
Гота до ангар пролутаем.
Так они без хп могли они побежать? Там потычки дать им, они нокнули.
А у тебя двое было, Ютуб, я не понял.
Двое, да, двоих нападали.
Вот, на ангар. На ангаре, я же говорю. За ангар забежал.
Мет. Они как текают, блядь.
Один за ангаром, Аюб.
Контейнер, я метку дал.
А второй не дал.
Не знаю. Сзади кенты тоже могут их не подать.
Ты должен?
Да.
Туда вот на метку, за метку бегал. Кажется, они сейчас вообще убегут отсюда.
У меня. В упоре у меня за этим. Нок.
Все?
Тиммейты могут подойти.
Тиммейты, да. Ты говоришь, он вдвоем тут они были.
Так я второго убил, что?
А, все. Тиммейты куда падали?
Не знаю.
А то что?
Скипали куда.
Да ты пылесос оставь хоть что-нибудь.
Да не убегай ты, блядь, за мной. Да, блядь, забери увеличку.
Конечно, и вертикалку еще заберу. Аук тут лежит, Аюб.
Заберу.
Нет.
Паук.
В городе Нижний. Ну же говорю, это ботики были.
Пойдем, они сейчас сотку будут забирать.
Просто интересно, куда, где они? На этих ангарах? В этих кемпах?
Нет.
Многие сделали уже. Мне
Да,
кажется.
они где-то прыгнули.
Вот эти кемпы не лутаны.
Пошли на сотку. Сюда. Бля, ничего не лутано нахуй, что ли?
Да.
Они могут сидеть вообще.
Может они сотку взяли, уехали?
Может, сейчас посмотрим.
Двери все закрыты. Тачка слева стоит.
Это не сотка.
Мне тоже не лутано.
Тут ничего не лут.
Легкую кто-нибудь там найдет, зацепить. Я ангар не лутан. X8 забрать кому-нибудь?
Забей.
Пойдем, Аюк. Просто скипнули.
Да. Да не, я оттуда скипнули, испугали.
Шесть есть. Надо, Аюк.
Заберу 6. 8 можешь выкинуть.
Четверка имба.
Угу.
Че, вы тачку заберете?
Да.
Подходи.
На двойку ехать, это не имба. Если мы туда доедем.
Да ну нахуй, бля.
Подпрыгнули тоже? Я думал, мы не подпрыгнули. Или вернули?
Не, на.
Бля. Я тоже там подпрыгнул.
Shift забыл опустить. там хуёвый кемп этот.
Двое?
На двойке, да. Ну там внизу.
Вот вверх можно забрать.
А вот это на горе очень опасный кемп, блядь. Со всех сторон рашит. Раз я гляну. Тут есть. Одного видел только. Что-то один даже не стреляет он.
Зетку дай, Сань, давай подкатим. Не?
Дай зетку.
В каком доме ты видел его? В этом красном? Нет, там фулка, я подхожу.
Не подходи, их там несколько, брат.
Блядь. Там мою ног дал, надо играть, блядь. Ну в смысле не подходи.
Ебать.
Аюб, поживи. Я вижу, Аюб, поживи, я вижу типа.
Бля. Я жалею, что я приехал.
Хаед туда. Резай.
В смоку?
Нет, в будке, да. Туда, в будку, да?
Не знаю, докинул.
Да, еще туда, да?
Он забежал в дом.
Да не, это, блядь.
Езжай на машине, решай его.
У меня машина наверху. Сейчас попробую.
Бля. За тебя не знаю, да, не серый? Просто
Вроде нет, вроде нет.
Если что, будешь чекать, как, если на меня кто бежать. Смотри, под обстрел не поведи, брат.
Да я под домом. Один идет тебя пушить, по-моему.
Тебе идет, Аюб?
Не, пока не идет. Ребят, тихо. Один лоу. Меня пушит.
Хорош.
Еще сзади тебя.
Подними уже, брат, нажми, не рискуй.
Че, сзади тебя, брат?
Блядь. На мне. Можно покавать. Ну ладно, нормально, резать. Я тоже забрал. Доигрывать. Все, не отпустите их оттуда, им в зону бежать надо и все. В доме где-то на моем трупе, в доме двое должен. Один близко.
Один близко, что ли?
Да.
Не нокайся, брат.
В опа не стоит, дай метку на него. Пушат.
Не вижу.
Вот тут, блядь, Аюб, прямо тут бегает.
Да я слышу, откуда он стоит.
Я поиграю, и у меня хп нету.
Никто не пикает, ёп.
Да, блядь,
Играй, нормально, спокойно доиграй, Аюб, там его каварят.
Да не, я не верю, блядь. 101 уровень.
Ну да.
Он, блядь, знает, куда уже, блядь, стрелять нужно. Черт.
Пиздец, позиция, блядь.
Это вообще другие, блядь, прикольно.
Ну, все другие, это с этого дома, типа.
Да какой с этого дома? Это бомбас, вообще другие ники.
С этого дома это типы, КЗ у них.
Другие ники, говорю, серые, блядь. Че ты споришь со мной?
А те типы из дома как вообще?
Там же были, они в доме были. Че ты гонишь, что ли? Эти все троем на горе.
Это который миномет тут, это арту кидали.
Да. Слышал, сзади тачка подъедет, и они... Бля, чертис.
Мне полгода выходит что-то в лобби. У вас чека.
Не знаю, я вчера интернет ребутнул, мне нормально. Тоже долго выходил.
А 4
надо интернет. Нет, надо интернет полностью выключить на минуты 2-3. Потом включить заново.
Первый раз так сейчас по новой зайду.
Я уже 2 катки, блядь, тупые ухожу.
Куда выходишь?
Один учила КД, он, блядь, с М24 сразу голову дает. Сразу моментом дает. Такие только и попадают. Шил.
Я думал, ты смотришь их, а тот в опу не
Так
стоял.
так я не пойму, блядь, вроде я дом смотрю, никого не вижу, блядь, чтобы выходил оттуда. И сверху слышу, блядь, уже потом бегут.
Меня просто зажали, нахуй.
На этой оказывается, видишь, 2 склада, блядь, зажали. Мне интересно, почему с кемпов не пикались, когда эти подошли? Даже никто не пикал, понял? Блин, что это фиговая карта?
Сюда.
А никого нету.
Да ну нахуй, идем вот эту дальнюю возьмем.
Вот я тоже возьмем. Дальний это там маленький дом. Со мной прыгнул, не?
Я с тобой.
Ой, блядь.
Хаска X3.
Как на второй этаж зайти?
Броник был?
Не видел, бро. Точно могу сказать.
Ребята, как в доме тут, блядь, на второй этаж подняться? И тут нет второго этажа. На оранжево есть типы, нет?
У нас рядом есть.
Тут есть.
Точно там, думаешь, есть?
Да, на синий здесь. Этот есть.
Видел на первом? Второй этаж, на.
Спина. Аккуратно. Бля, мне на МК или УК что-нибудь, у меня, блядь, берстовая.
Бля, мне МК с 25 патронами. Горел.
А я не докинул.
Не, бля, с дробашами все там.
Угу. Машина варит пока.
Да.
Тут на крышу нельзя додали.
Блядь, ты смотри, как он стреляет, блядь, по патрону. Голову дает, блядь, чупышил. Надо чекать, чтобы не зараж.
Кто М-ку тут скинет?
Броника я.
Да, это, блядь, бессмысленно тогда стоять. Вот на первом бронике есть, брат, ты броники есть?
Да, ну на.
На первом, да. Надо скипать, походу, врать.
Кого скипать?
Или
Пойдем,
право крутить.
играем.
Через правый дома.
У тебя в спине типы еще.
А на крышу можно залезть.
Аюб, у тебя в спине типы, алло. Аккуратно.
Какой спине, блядь?
Вот оттуда чел какой-то стрелял.
Да не может быть. Что-то заблуждение будет.
Это вот она.
Ну, у нас кружат уже над забором вот здесь, по-моему. Типа сейчас видел. Да. Убегает.
В оранжевый идем в дом, брат?
Я на крышу. Оранжевый никого не вижу.
Я оранжевый хочу крышу занять.
У меня в упоре уже типы. Блять. И,
Бля.
и в доме
Что
и в
там?
упоре. Я живу. Я сейчас дробаш возьму. Короче, вот здесь забор тип и второй этаж тип.
Там два типа во второй.
Один у меня близко.
Ко мне подходит один. Тихо. Нет, справа от меня, чё? Как тебя?
Не вижу.
На оранжевый тут, наверное. Накидал.
Блять, он заходит.
Спокойненько. Один на
Пошел.
крыше. Тебе бегут. Оттягивайся, Серега. Че можешь? Ко мне прыгай.
Подожди.
Хорош.
Я лол хп, помоги. Помоги, я лол хп, меня пушит, чел. На мне, гараж, смотри.
Давай, давай.
Не вижу.
Вот здесь. И в гараже, гараж, вот сейчас в гараже.
Смотри, да.
С дробашом тоже. Двое.
Вот тут бегает.
И ботом.
Хорош.
В гараже нокнулся. Еще один. На оранжевый. Ой, блядь. Один каленый, на втором серый. На втором каленый.
Разъебал?
У меня первый этаж. Блять, он ХЕ загрел на мне.
Я смотрю. Не открывается под ним. Это откуда стреляет?
Гараж, Сань.
Да нет, да, это не чистый, блядь, игрок, блядь. С М-ки оттуда зажимает голову, снимает.
В гараже до сих пор.
Бля, брат, надо меня ареснуть. По возможности.
Он лутает типов своих двоих, которые умерли. Тут два типа и все. Вышел на улицу. На мне, прям на мне. А нет, тебе, Сань, пошел. Пушит над забором, двое. ХЕ кидают. Точно метка, один пушит вперед до тебя. Все, не вижу их. В гараж зашел, уже под тобой, двое в гараже. Там еще вот сейчас только что...
Блядь, ебаный чупа папи, блядь.
Только что еще Тима подсосалась. Вот сейчас в гараже топала.
Я не знаю, я этому не верю. Он просто в пиксель, я его даже... Он специально садится в пиксель, чтобы я в него не попадал, и он с пикселя, бля, голову стреляет.
Блин, я не услышал даже, как он ХЕ мне нагрел, сучка такая. Блин, дробаш этот вообще такая, блядь, унылая херня. Саня, зачем ты прыгал со второго этажа?
Я хотел на этот перепрыгнул, понял?
На окно просто залезть?
Да. Я вот этот сет хочу, похуй, взять.
Блядь, третью катку подряд 0-1-1 килл. Что за хи... Чё, блядь, все такие жесткие?
Портики потеют. Подойду. Ты на кого прыгаешь, слышь, малой?
Бля, сейчас сам их рашить буду.
Так, а чё ты сет купил? А, ты вот этот тигриный взял? А, нет, он был.
Не брал. А чё, хуйня всякая.
Возьми Сониксов.
Я в Ластову сейчас играю.
Почему?
А чё?
Бля, меня с вчера еще вечером, бля, договаривался, там, блядь, зовут. Играть зовут, там, хватит. Так, кильчика 10 сделаю, я начальник.
Я ангар, с ангаром.
Вот эти Азамат, ты у всех знаешь?
Азамат кого?
Азамат, там, что с ним 09 какой-то был.
Какой ник? Азамат тут?
Азамат. Казах, по-моему.
Сань, с тобой будут, наверное, падать.
Да, ну нахуй.
Это додики, бля. Что плохо летят.
Опять это берсовая.
Все, бля, скажи мне, ау. На, сзади. Те двое куда падали?
Блять, с ракетницы как рисунок. Ходи, родной. Ну?
Чё?
Я жду, типа, на втором этаже с ракетницей. Бля, перелет, ничего себе я взял высоко.
Хоть куда те упали двое, которые плохо летели?
Не знаю.
С вами на ангары не падали, да?
У меня вот здесь чел, второй этаж. Ой-ой-ой, там уже. Ай! Сань, подымешь меня?
Хорошо.
Там через окно можно залезть, вот где-то на крыше.
Какая кино?
Промазал. Саша, подыми меня, алло!
Подожди, он пушит, я слышу, братан.
Кого он, блядь, пушит?
Мозги не еби, брат. Все будет, иди ко мне. Поближе. Я все слышу, ты чё паникуешь?
Причем ты слышишь? Зайди, подыми меня, блядь.
Господи,
никто не идет.
пожалуйста,
помолчи,
брат, я
Дай,
сделаю.
дай
Он
хохилить.
не первый день играет, он знает, что делать. Он ждет, что смотрит, бежит или не бежит, бля.
Сколько стоять надо
Первый
ждать?
тик.
Ох, блядь, трехочковый.
Ой-ой-ой.
Каленый справа. На метке на двойке очень каленый чел.
У меня двое.
Да, если смог, ну. Смог на меня.
меня нету. Поднимай сюда. Бежит.
Вот сюда в дом зашел. Блядь, ёбаный рот. Блядь, ни у кого что ли смока не было?
У меня ничего нет.
Блядь, Серый, ты смоком играешь?
У меня никакой смог, блядь, ну какой смог?
На 5 нажми, блядь.
Нету у меня смока.
На 5 нажми, как нету смока, что ты несешь?
Ну вот, есть, но я не видел его.
А, все, забей, блядь, не видел. Балбес, вот ты, бля, говорит, орёт, бля, у меня нету смока.
Я открыл, у меня он убранный, понял, с сумки.
Да, все.
Я смотрю, флешка одна. На мне чел, прям на мне.
Слышу.
Вот в соседнем здании он.
Вот тут еще справа есть. Сидит на...
У меня. Близко. Двое.
Из-за тебя я, блядь, не мог. Понял.
Отойди же, брат, добьет тебя.
И, блядь, это что было? Ой, тут с крыши еще.
Ладно, пиздец.
Бля, Север должен был просто выходить убивать.
Нечего вообще похилиться.
А ладно.
Ебать. Понял.
Давайте, Валикум с вами пошел.
Давайте. $47 урона? В смысле, ко мне чел забежал, я его нокнул и добил. Плюс сейчас дробаша дал типу. 47 урона, блядь, господи. Что за приколы, блядь? Нифига себе, у вас команда орет друг на друга. А это еще не орет. 1060 карта. Ну, для средненьких игр, типа танков, там, в КС-ки поиграть. Да. Даже для пабга на минималках слабовато. Танки, КС. Да, можно. Мухаммад. Спросим, есть слов? Нет. А, он еще не запустил. Клин, что там банкить? А, не. Здорово.
Как они сами и говорили, мы гриндили все это время, ранкили вместе, все играли вместе, он говорил на интервьюшке Сеул. То, что типа они очень много просто играли, они особо даже не думали над другими командами, они просто играли очень много в игру.
Но имхо, а паки пока самые сильные.
Короче, у меня с интернетом проблемы.
Я уже не помню просто, кто там где был, но...
Не, CS хорошо всегда играли, но сейчас они вообще какие-то ядерные, но... А я загрузила меня?
Да.
Ага. Ну, этот же чел в интервью сказал CS, типа, мы готовы пиздить всех, типа, мы будем играть еще, типа...
Агрессивно, да. Командно и агрессивно.
Я не понял, у меня зависло или что?
У меня интернет лагает, если меня не слышно там.
Не знаю, слышно. Но у меня заставка, понял, и все.
Подожди, все нормально прогрузит.
Вообще, если у Вадима заставка, то его не прогрузит.
Ну, я хотя бы в катке, как минимум.
Но курсор есть?
Не, курсора нет.
Загрузишь.
Мне кажется, у меня типа не отвечает. Я альтапнулся и альтап...
Клима, все что ли? Они.
Нормально.
Причем в АБСе нету пропуска кадров.
Ну, вот это можешь как-то по кайфу. Главное, на тачку ориентируйся, если что, в мою сторону можешь лететь и тачку у меня где-то брать, потому что у меня их обычно много.
У меня может мотак заспанить, какой-то багос здесь. Буду лететь
Чего,
смотреть.
тебя могут заспавнить? А, ну они в бане, нормально. Не заспавнятся.
У меня вельпоза только люди.
Да-да.
Ну и мантики, да.
Сейчас, если одна тачка будет у нас с тобой, Климчик, садись ко мне.
Кого это лагает? У него или у меня? Корпус кадров ничего нет.
Климчик, садись ко мне.
Да.
Да не то, что стример кайфовать начал. Стример просто...
Они нас господничаем перепутали.
Какие-то ящики бросали или нет?
Я бросаю.
Вау!
Привет, Мириман. Я правильно помню, что это в пати говорил, может без один поиграть, пока я... Так я говорила, пока меня не начали ебать жестко. Теперь я не хочу. А я, блядь, взяла А, вот она. На панике. Нас потом так отъебали, что нет смысла играть. Нет смысла разницы в какую часть играть. Ебут тут там.
Давай. Я согласна. Себа, а чего ты ник сменил? Так это его старый ник. Он эти ники меняет как перчатки. Но у меня есть одна версия, почему он поменял. Где-то, походу, опять набухался. И какой-то девке член скинул.
Осуждаю.
Давай попробуем.
А вот.
Понятно. Съебались.
Охуенно закрыли. Может, надо было ждать, пока они к нам подъедут. Хотя мы через мост уехать.
Там тоже человеки.
Ты нормальный? Ну, блядь. Ну, это же твоя обычная история. Чё, виновата? Ты мне сам говоришь. Напился, и меня забанили.
Уходим просто вперед, я думаю, может, на те дома.
Привет, Мариман.
Что там Клима попустила? О.
Я бы устав 4-4, если надо будет кому-то дам.
Бусов у меня дохуя, а вот эрок у меня нихуя. Заеду на бомжулина, посмотрю.
Я однушку маленькую пробегаю и тоже будет.
Вот так. То, что я скидывал тогда, что мы обсуждали. Через французов. Нихуя меня откинуло. Спасибо. У меня мега мем происходит на экране. Ой, блядь. Разраб этой хуйни, ты лучше.
Разраб этой хуйни.
Пробудет?
Да.
Сейчас я белку еще найду, блядь, в заборе, если в этой буду.
Давай, да, не расчекивай под этой хуйней.
Чекаю, да. Дружище. Ебать лечуки. Дедал ебался в дерьмо. Метка никого, никого не вижу. Челы едут в сторону Тесака. тесака по дороге, мне нет.
Мне тоже не надо.
Чем мне там не дали? Ну, ноль, да?
Макс, мне забрать надо будет.
Хорошо.
А что французы это города? Вот.
Над квикмассом горка слева, которая между компом, ну короче между квикмассом и между бетонкой.
А Тесак это новая пятерка, да?
Там на карте похоже, по крайней мере, было, блядь, последний раз. Ну, вроде и сейчас похоже. Они по дороге в церкви флексили?
Вот так вот ехал пикап.
А, по этой стороне, я понял.
Ящиков нету.
Аккуратнее.
Ну, про ящик должен быть. Ты
Мотик, дочекиваешь туда церковь, если ты уже там играешь. Мы пробираемся через цветные. Всякое цветные, дань там фул.
Церковь Лутона.
Не фри, даже вот это фри. Я не видел, что кто-то там даже был.
Я бегаю.
Цветные ближние точно фри, вы можете в них заехать.
Да, да, и почекаем.
Церковь наполовину посмотрю, не вижу особо, что кто-то пикал, только внутри, если может замикс будет.
Да, но там Лутона, я думаю,
У
уехали.
вас баги на метке. Тигельтон или Соники, как он там, свободен тоже.
Слушай, я думаю, церковь отдали, потому что там лутался кто-то. Мне кажется, они сразу уехали куда-нибудь под...
Можем нахуй зачекать эту церковь, если мы вперед уже чекнем.
Ну, чекнем сейчас.
Да.
Ну, церковь выглядит пока что фришной. Я пошел сразу смотреть.
Да, я выходил тоже.
Я смотрю, Соники фулл фри, вообще ноль движений. Абсолютно.
Продвигайтесь к нам, го, еще заберем баги. Пусть будет.
Заезжаю вперед.
Церковь можете
Я еду
кушать.
к вам. А, на церковь, да?
Да, можешь кушать. А с нее инфы просто сможем пособирать.
Да, давай,
по
сейчас
сайду
Африку соберем.
бочек. Да. Тут, в принципе, все будешь видеть. Слева не вижу над этим кемпингом. По-моему, слева над этим кемпингом чел или это кактус?
Это кактус.
Надеюсь, это кактус. Подъезжаю, становлюсь. Это видели? Ног?
Да.
Нет.
Леха ног. Дашника. Они перед нами пиздятся здесь, в бетонке. Момент.
Я под нижние дома встал.
А с кем он играет? С кем Леха играет?
С ушками.
Понял. Чтобы я понимал, чьи это сплиты. Ну и да, логично, даже здесь и лутаются у нас на церкви.
Свободно.
Ну они там и ебашатся.
Сразу проезжаю.
Они на метке ебашатся. Да, бегают.
Я проезжаю на топ, на четверку, и буду вперед смотреть.
Давай, я уже на ней.
Я что-то не вижу. Мухаммад не хочет запустить? Не?
Еду к вам.
На будке, на пятерке. Там мне кто-то стрельнул, я не знаю. Издалека прям.
Эти с сплитом возможным, либо собрались единичка. Я пробушек. Дашки где-то у них рядышком, значит, если к ним так заехали.
Я увидел, откуда они стрельнули.
Васик стоит.
1 минута прок. Просто собрать пока инфу.
Они играют, я так понимаю, эти.
Можно?
Кастомки, да?
На самом деле подъехать. А, подожди, так а вушки сами же...
Сейчас спрошу.
Вушки же сами эту хуйню и берут обычно. Они же обычно через горку играют тоже. Не сплитуют просто.
А, нет, это не кастомки, это праки. Это праки, да.
Мы можем поломать им тачки. Там вон пикап стоит крашнутый и Мирада у бетонки. Ты можешь бетонку заебашить, а я...
А почему я не вижу этого?
Хочешь?
Да, давай.
Молодой же с ними играл.
Мираду, если можешь.
Ну, сзади Басик проезжает по моей дороге. Поднимается просто.
Меня ебало. Ясно.
Меня пока проехал по дороге.
Пугивай его нахуй на нас.
Я
В сторону общак.
В сторону Африки, давай.
Римчик, а ты со второго не видишь вот эти будки?
Он что-то на... Они перевернулись.
Сейчас выйду, посмотрю.
На спиннере никого не было. Типа, если что, можем туда и в горку.
В общаге заехали.
Никого не вижу в этих будках.
Через них можем проехать. Вот, проездка есть.
Хорошо. Нам проехать на спиннер, забрать спиннер себе и со спиннера посмотрим дальше. Я проезжаю на мотоцикле.
Я ваш
ты
сайт сначала.
Ты можешь ластом смотреть.
А, давай.
Тебе удобнее, ты потом к нам подъедешь.
Мотик слева уезжает немножко.
Он, наверное, тоже...
Со спиннер вперед, соло.
Да. Убить. Просто заезжаем, убиваем его.
Мы с вами ехали?
Ну, подъезжай к нам.
Давайте.
Ты Максоу на мотике едешь. Делаешь на пикапе.
Я лево туда увожу прицел, просто вы можете попробовать подъехать. Он в правой будке. Я подъезжаю под лево, под ЛГшку.
Я сделаю им еду.
На тебя выходит.
Го заедем, Дань.
Да, давай.
Я им обстилаю.
Интересно, что, молодой все, срезался?
Куда они? Вижу. На тебя, Мотик, вниз.
О,
На тебя вниз.
задержка сети, здравствуйте.
Ты уедешь?
Пустила.
Я могу, да, уехать.
Можешь отпиздить их, если хочешь. Если хочешь, Мотик, разрешаю, ебашек.
Окей. Они про меня не знают, по идее. Берут на радостно.
Так, подождите.
Я отгоняю тачку, короче.
Что делают, мальчик? В однушке уехали. Снимайся.
Где червяк?
За гаражом.
Я никак.
Я в смоке лежу. Если на меня заехать и взять меня просто тачку, то...
Это будет драка за нихуя. Я вас предупреждаю. Это будет просто... Мы...
Пились.
Взяли Мираду. Уезжает куда-то.
Давай,
Под
давай.
меня, возможно.
Просто доедайте, наверное,
На
будет. Я собираю
зетке
инфу
заехали на пятерку. Прям под меня приехали.
Ну, с это хуета, потом фишно все будет.
Я
Это, кстати.
Я поставил пикап, и я сам поехал наверх.
Юзлес бегает фришно. Будка это фришная.
Юзлес пятерка?
Да.
Там были, чего?
Да, я про них сейчас говорил, что там были. Будка фришная. У нас, ладно, с этого сайда есть. Метка есть, один чел бегает. Мы можем забрать у них ущелье. Если следующий прок для нас будет неудобный, у нас подцепленные тачки. Вот это все играть. Вот, желтая, она вся играется. Можно прям близко забирать. Ну вот эту ЛГшку, либо единичку, либо вот эту единичку, верхушку, либо вот дальку. Я даже, по-моему, в ангаре никого не вижу, чтобы кто-то пробегал на желтую. Можно будет подъехать прям вот сюда, на желтую,
Меня
с нее
вышки
посмотреть
напрягают.
ангар. Если что, вернуться обратно, уже чекать ангар.
Окей. Вы можете, парни, сами быковать на вушек, я инфу дам, как проехать и куда проехать, когда прокнут, окей? Ну, не быковали.
Не взяли Мираду, вправо едут.
Ой-ой-ой.
Они сейчас пересекутся на дороге с челом. Пересеклись. У них сейчас там замес будет. Я попал по одному. Их ебашат. Им хуёво. Выбили им. Да, есть. И еще за так. Дали. Дал ему.
Я пошел.
Мы еще дали.
Ног за Адмирада валяется.
Дайте.
Ангар, доступе, прям сейчас можно проехать, сделать желтый.
Делаем желтый.
Проезжают пикапы по метке.
Их здесь еще нокнули, нам на это похуй. Не пересечься, главное, ни с кем. Нам заехать свое, посмотреть ангары, с ангара сейчас сыграем. Единичка именно основной поинт.
Да.
По вейпоинту, если что, на нашу вот нижнюю просто падаем на дорогу и там играем. Будка плюс дорога.
Которая, это ПГС-ская, да?
Да. Они все еще убили. Вы убили. Это вы. О, к нам буря. Ха-ха. Ой, мы ничего не почекаем. Мы не почекаем ангар. Ёбаный рот.
Ангаром было свободно справа от него.
Я нихуя не вижу.
Да, все нормально. Мы
Пошли на ноге под ангар. Не хотите?
Под это можем. Только, блядь, метку на ангар поставьте, если
вот.
есть.
Алло, уебан, пропусти. Нормально, побежали. Ебашимся, если кто-то есть.
Не вижу пока. Если никого не будет, попробуй сотку заставить, если она есть.
Забирал, по-моему.
через
Я прохожу. Верхушки коробку сразу. Хорошо? Еще один может сидеть, осторожно.
Еще справа.
НТ. А на этих скримах можно это разве делать?
Да.
Хорошо. Вопросов не имею. По По-моему, просто на прохабе или где-то запрещено этой хуйней заниматься. Или прям здесь и было запрещено.
На ПЛХ запрещено сольником такое делать.
Мотик, ты как знаток, ебать, правил. Ну-ка, посвети.
Какая же бомбочка, ёб твою мать, все лагает.
Просто, по-моему, здесь должны активно челы играть. Ну ладно, похуй.
Ну там Макс это хуйня была. Они пересиживали, мне кажется, просто.
Бурю, типа, ждали тоже?
Ну да, и потом услышали просто вас все и сели. Тайминг как бы и хуёвый. Поняли, что это Б, они...
В любом случае, нормально Nokia можно лучше закидывать в ангар. Мне точно. Я могу через утил просто флешку на всякий случай накидать. Прок.
Этот новый мост аж необычный.
Да. И причем, я думаю, через него команды какие-то все равно играли.
Под мостом, походу, можно, да, играть?
Бля, мы бы это хорошо сыграли, сука. Под мостом нет, под этим, по центральной, по-моему, ну, вот с другой, короче, с сайда, где бар, с нашего сайда можно, а с другой стороны, по-моему, там хуета. Эти убьют быстро. Ну, посмотрим, как они это доиграют, что. Это кто вообще, напомните? Почему нас Буратино, блядь, убивает? Это что за регион? Кто это? Какой тир?
Сегодня там в обе такое. Пиздец разброс.
А ну-ка подожди, блядь, на что мы зарегали?
Там тир 4 даже, если у вас две команды.
А, ну вот, по-моему, мы на какую-то из них и нарвались. Ну или тир 3. Ладно. Давай.
Что?
Ну да, бывает, действительно. И басик заглох так резко.
Какого хрена?
Ой.
Я правильно его вот так ебашил? Тут не знаю, какой тир это.
Галочкой, блядь, играет мужик.
Побежал.
Ну вообще я раньше с галкой давным-давно, помню, играл как-то. Закончилось так.
Все играли как будто с галкой.
О, за соседом ставим? За новым
О,
игроком.
так вон молодость играет. Пиздец, фейк получается.
Это что тут у меня было настроено, хрен пойми что.
Они как будто и вас ели.
По факту томат.
Ну я там, да, я там, конечно. Может подзабайтиться, сколько могу стоять.
Да, можешь. Все, вопрос стопнули в ту сторону. Я думаю, можешь. Не ехали в ту сторону.
Не, они ехали в этот. Они передо мной в ямке стопнули достаточно далеко. Но чтобы выходить и текать, мне нужно, ну, типа, блоком идти. Мне нужно было просто сесть и ехать, потому что, ну, тачка хуёво стояла. Как только вот они завелись, поехали в одну сторону, нужно было сесть и ехать. Но я там решил влить за ночь.
Как вливают сейчас басик?
Ну, там хитов 6 попал, но там по всем попал.
Вушки смотрят, но вушки вон же уже играют.
Все вроде так должно.
Блять, какая же сочная была. О,
Так, ладно, я, короче, ребутну стрим. О, боже, подрублю, мне нужно перезапустить. Все, спасибо всем, кто был. За подписки, всем ББ. Через часик, через пол подрублю.